Godmorgen. Vi vil gerne byde velkommen her på vegne af RTC Danmark. Det er fantastisk, at så mange vildt dygtige danske og udenlandske eksperter har sagt ja til at komme og holde oplæg her i dag. Det er vi helt utrolig glade for. Og nogle af jer er rejst langt for at være med i dag. Peter Galbraith, han er kommet helt fra USA, og Thomas Renard er kommet fra Belgien, Beatrice og Patricia er kommet fra Sverige, og det er vi meget taknemmelige for. Da Knud og Olivia, som desværre ikke kan være med i dag, og vi stiftede RTC Danmark sidste sommer, var det nogle gange en ensom kamp at få børnene hjem. Men vi har mødt rigtig mange fantastiske mennesker, der brænder for den her sag. Og det er vi virkelig lykkelige for. Og vi har et superhold af frivillige, som blandt andet har gjort det muligt, at vi kan holde den her konference i dag. Og en af dem, det er Anna, som kom ind på kontoret som sådan en lille engel, imens Knud og jeg havde rigtig, rigtig travlt. Og 20 år gammel, der tog hun over og sprang ud som den vildeste projektleder og har kommunikeret med folk fra hele verden, arrangeret fly, hoteller, passet min søn, hvor vi en aften skulle ud og møde en af de pårørende, og har bare haft sindssygt godt styr på det, samtidig med, at hun har været i gang med at strikke en RTC-sweater, så det er virkelig imponerende. Og hun har haft et super makkerskab med Maja og Maria, som også kom ind på kontoret og har været der rigtig meget, som har været en kæmpe hjælp for, at det her kunne lykkes, og også super godt selskab. Så det er vi meget, meget taknemmelige for. Og så lige om lidt her, der vil vi vise jer en film om nogle af de danske børn i de kurdisk kontrollerede fangelejre i Syrien, som Annika og Axel fra RTC har knoklet med at få færdigt til i dag. Den er fra vi har jo været i Syrien flere gange og har mødt de her børn, og de er også en af grundene til, at vi har stiftet RTC, og at vi er her i dag. Det har gjort stort indtryk på os, kan jeg vel godt sige, på os begge to, at møde de her børn, som lever under fuldstændig umenneskelige forhold i livsfarlige fangelejre i Syrien, og uden at man har ville hjælpe dem hjem til Danmark. Og så med det vil jeg give ordet til dig.
Tak skal du have. Den 18. maj i år, det var en afgørende dag for os. Den 18. maj meldte regeringen ud, at man havde skiftet kurs efter mange års fastholden om, at man ikke ville tage kvinder og børn hjem, efter en fastholden om, at børnene måtte tage ansvaret for deres mødres handlinger. Så den 18. maj meldte man ud, at man ville hjemtage 14 børn og 3 kvinder. Det var et glædeligt budskab, det var et overraskende budskab, det var et bevægende budskab, som en af mormødrene sagde, da vi ringede til hende: kan det passe? Der var en lille smule tvivl, usikkerhed i hendes stemme, men det var 4 års ophobet angst, tvivl, ulykkelighed, som kom ud i den sætning. Kan det virkelig passe? Det var meget, meget bevægende. Nu henstår der nogle opgaver. RTC har stadigvæk en masse opgaver. De her børn, de her kvinder, danske børn, danske kvinder, de skal hjem og have et ordentligt liv i Danmark. Vi skal have nogle ordentlige, retfærdige retssager. Vi skal have et liv, hvor de her små børn, som tidligere har været fulgt i skole og i institutioner af deres familier i Danmark, det skal de have mulighed for igen. Så der er en masse arbejde, vi skal føre videre. Vi skal også have fundet ud af, hvad for nogle flyvemaskiner, der skal hente børnene og kvinderne. Vi skal have fundet ud af, hvem der skal betale. Og det er alt sammen en rigtig svær opgave, hvor man politiserer en hel masse, og hvor man jo fra nogle af borgerlige partiers side siger, at det skal de betale, det er deres problem, og hvor vi selvfølgelig siger, at små børn skal selvfølgelig ikke betale for at blive hjulpet, fordi de har været i en syrisk fangelejr. Men den 18. maj var ikke kun en glædens dag. Den 18. maj var også der, hvor det gik op for os, at 4 kvinder og 5 børn ikke kom hjem. Vi har besøgt de her kvinder og de her børn. Vi har siddet med de her små børn på 2, 3, 4 år med granatsplinter i armene og har masseret deres arme. Vi har set dem underernæret. Og de må blive i Syrien. De kommer ikke med hjem. Og de kommer ikke med hjem, fordi deres ulykke er, at deres mødre har fået frataget deres statsborgerskab. Det er en lynlovgivning, som er blevet vedtaget, efter min opfattelse, med et politisk formål, og det er en lynlovgivning, hvor man har frataget mødrene deres danske statsborgerskab, fordi de har taget til Syrien. Man har frataget det administrativt, det har ikke været for domstolene, og derfor kommer de her børn ikke hjem. De kan risikere at ende i Iran, de kan risikere at ende i Marokko eller i Somalia. Det er deres skæbne. Så derfor har RTC selvfølgelig stadigvæk en arbejdsopgave. Og vi er rigtig glade for, at I støtter os. Vi er rigtig glade for, at vi i dag kan få en masse specialister og dygtige mennesker til at belyse de her problemer, som jo både er juridiske, humanitære, menneskelige, etiske problemer, som der skal findes nogle fornuftige løsninger på. En ting er helt sikkert. Hvis de her danske børn, hvis de her danske kvinder havde siddet alle andre steder på jordkloden, end lige præcis i de syriske fangelejre i det nordøstlige Syrien, så havde de været hjemme, så havde der været masser af fly, der havde hentet dem hjem for lang tid siden, og så havde der ikke været en masse særlovgivning, som havde forhindret dem i at kunne komme hjem til deres hjemland. Vi er rigtig glade for, at I er her i dag. Vi kan se, at der er nogle borde, der er tomme. Det er, fordi vi har haft en planlægningsmæssig opgave, der hedder, at vi maks kunne være 100, og så er der nogen, der kommer senere, og nogen, der går før og sådan noget. Det vigtige er, at vi har en masse at byde på, som vi alle sammen kan lære. Tak for. Jeg håber, vi får en rigtig god dag.
Jeg kan ikke lide at være her.
Nej. Hvorfor er du ikke lide at være her?
Fordi de lader os ikke gå ud.
Ja.
De lader os ikke gå ud af hegnet. De lader os kun være herinde og færdig.
Omkring 25 børn, der har deres nærmeste familie i Danmark, er fanget med deres mødre i de kurdisk kontrollerede fangelejre Al-Rosh og Al-Hol. Vi rejste over Tigrisfloden fra Irak til det nordøstlige Syrien for at besøge de danske børn i de syriske fangelejre, som vores forening Repatriation Danmark repræsenterer. Der bor omkring 3.000 kvinder og børn i Al-Rosh-fangelejren fra 60 forskellige lande. De fleste af dem er helt små børn. I fangelejrens besøgslokale møder vi 4 danske kvinder og 9 børn. Den yngste, der på det tidspunkt er 1 år, er født i Al-Rosh-fangelejren. De andre børn har været der i 2 og 3 år.
Har du lavet det?
Ja.
Har du lavet det? Og det skal mormor have?
Med sådan en taske.
Okay, ej, hvor er det flot.
I Danmark har Miriams mormor kæmpet en årelang desperat kamp for at få sin datter og 2 børnebørn hjem. I en lang række udtalelser og rapporter har speciallæger vurderet, at Miriam har PTSD. Hendes storebror på 5 år, som moren har adopteret, da han var 2 uger gammel, er også syg.
Det er virkelig dårligt. Jeg kan ikke lide at blive her.
Hvorfor kan du ikke lide at være her?
På når man har ikke nogen bedste venner, og de gider ikke lege. De laver bare efter problemer og problemer og problemer.
Jakob og 3 af hans yngre søskende er født i Danmark. De har gået i danske institutioner og skole, inden at deres forældre tog dem med til Syrien i slutningen af 2014, hvor de endte hos Islamisk Stat. Kan du huske, da du boede i Danmark, hvordan det var? Hvordan var det?
God.
Var det godt?
Ja.
Hvorfor var det godt?
Jeg har nogle bedste venner, der var gode at give i skolen.
Hvis I kom til Danmark, hvad ville I så gerne lave?
Jeg vil gerne lege med min bedste ven og gå til skole sammen med vores familier. Og når vi kan lege sammen med vores familie og gå en tur sammen med dem og spise sammen med dem og hygge os sammen med dem.
Efter at Islamisk Stats sidste bastion, Barros, blev nedkæmpet i foråret 2019, blev tusindvis af mænd, kvinder og børn taget til fange, der havde været sammen med IS. Kvinderne og børnene blev placeret i al-Hol-fangelejren.
يلا معلش يابا. This is her sister-in-law living with her in this tent. And this belongs to her. They ask for tents, but they don't give them new tents. It's been like turned out, what they call it. We need tents. We need better conditions. How many people? She with two kids, and she and her husband and 8 kids. All of them are living here.
Hvad tænker du om det her telt?
Det er ubeskriveligt, og det er ubeskriveligt, at den her del af verden er glemt. Det er mennesker skal ikke kunne bo sådan her.
Der bor 60.000 mennesker i lejren, de fleste i den syrisk-irakiske afdeling. Omkring 10.000 udenlandske statsborgere fra Danmark og en lang række andre lande er fanget i annekset. Mohammed på 2 år og Safia på 4 år har været i lejren sammen med deres mor i over 2 år. Vi forsøger at finde dem, imens vi er der, men det lykkes ikke. Vi er igen på besøg i Al-Rosh-fangelejren. I et af teltene besøger vi en dansk kvinde og hendes 2 drenge på 2 og 3 år.
Hvad end jeg får med?
Den ældste dreng har været i fangelejren i snart 3 år.
Er det de ovne, der er så farlige hernede?
Det er det, og de her gas...
Det er dem, der er gået
Men vi kan ikke uden. Det er iskoldt.
Okay.
Det er meget koldt. Og deres lille toilet derovre. Så du har toilet og køkken på samme sted. Og så sover I her. Vi sover her, ja. Og så sidder vi her. Vi skiller dem ad hver.
Det kan den ikke.
Sådan her.
Nej, jeg tror det er unge.
Det er vores stue, legerum og soveværelse. Hold da. Her.
Her er det vildt.
Det er meget vigtigt det her. Når elektriciteten går, så har vi kun det.
Så har I lys her.
Her er dit legetøj. Jeg har prøvet at lave nogle huse til dem ud af de her kasser. Nej, hvor er det fint. En lille by.
What do you want the countries like Denmark to do?
They can't take their women and children back their homes. Even some countries are afraid from those people that they would make distribute their security. But those children are still young, and they can't take them home and treat with them and change their mentality.
I see the children over there, they're playing. Are they dangerous?
They are very little, and they are not dangerous against anybody. They are no guilt. Those children need to be at school and at the park to play at, and they have their own right in their own countries.
What is your wishes?
Really, we wish them to go back to their countries. Some of them says we are ready to be prosecuted. Maybe we did a mistake or a guilt, but our children would live their normal life there.
I besøgslokalet møder vi de andre danske børn fra Al-Rosh-fangelejren. Vi har mødt dem på flere af vores tidligere rejser til Syrien.
How old are you? 4 years old.
Jonas har været i fangelejrene Al-Hol og Al-Rosh i 2 år. Lige inden at det lykkedes familien at overgive sig til kurderne, blev de ramt af en bombe. Her blev Jonas' lille fætter dræbt, og de andre blev hårdt såret. Jonas og hans mor og moster lider stadig af smerter og har alle 3 granatsplinter i kroppen.
Prøv at se her, jeg har også en her.
Skal du se, den er magen til? Ja. Hvordan dengang I boede sammen med jeres far, hvordan var det?
God.
Så du savner ham?
Ja.
Er du bange for, hvordan tror du, han har det?
Ikke. Jeg savner ham så meget.
Ja, det kan jeg godt forstå. Hvad med din familie i Danmark? Savner du også dem?
Ja. Jeg savner dem meget. Jeg vil gerne ud herfra.
Hvorfor vil du gerne ud derfra?
Men det er ikke god herinde.
Ja, okay. Vi får at vide, at besøget er slut. Inden at vi går, får vi lov at vise de store børn en videohilsen fra deres fætre og kusiner i Danmark.
Hvordan går det? Har I det godt og sådan noget? Vi håber, at vi snart kan se jer igen, fordi ja, vi savner jer mega meget. Og vi elsker jer. Ja, ses.
Og hvad vil I gerne lave, hvis I kommer tilbage? Vi er alle 4 på en gang. Spil fodbold?
Jeg vil gerne spille fodbold med jer, ikke? Og se her, skal I bare se her. Se, der sidder en lille også, ikke? Og her.
Bye.
I maj i år meddelte den danske regering, at man nu vil hente 14 danske børn og deres i alt 3 mødre hjem. Man har tidligere hjulpet en hårdt såret 13-årig dreng og en forældreløs baby til Danmark. Da babyen var i fangelejren Al-Hol, var han i livsfare 2 gange. I dag er han en glad dreng på 2 år. Jonas, de 2 små drenge i teltet i Al-Rosh-fangelejren, og Mohammed på 2 år og Safia på 4 år i Al-Hol-fangelejren, må kun komme hjem, hvis deres mødre siger ja til at lade dem rejse til Danmark uden dem. Deres 3 mødre har fået frataget deres danske statsborgerskab administrativt, imens de har siddet fanget i lejrene, og den danske regering vil derfor ikke lade dem rejse med. Og velkommen til dig, Morten Frik fra Politikken, som har lovet at være moderator for os her hele dagen. Det er vi virkelig glade for. Så
tak for det.
Overtager du. Tak.
Now, I'll do this first introduction in English, since we have guests from abroad and Europe. First of all, thank you for having me here today. It's an honor to be a moderator here, and it was very moving to see the video. On a personal note, I'll say sometimes it's hard to wrap your head around how life is in these camps. Actually, I'm not really. I'm not sure I understand what I see when I see this video. Am I looking at a camp? Is it a prison? What is it? I can't even get my head around it. As a journalist, I ask questions, and that's my job. And it's just a privilege to be here, because there are so many opinions out there on the Danish children in the camps in northeastern Syria. But facts are much harder to find. People in the know are very hard to find. So I really didn't have much doubt when I was asked to come here and moderate today, because it's a really, really impressive program that Knud and Natasha and all the volunteers had put together for us today. There are really people in the know in this room now. So I think we should all recognize that it's not an easy job to make a conference like this with such short notice, to get these people together and even do it in a COVID crisis. So really my first task will be, shouldn't we just give Knud and Natasha a round of applause just for having us here. Thank you. Now, there are a few practicalities. As you can see, this conference is being broadcasted. We are taping here, having video. If you're not comfortable being videotaped, then please move behind the cameras there. It's possible to sit down there. Also, I would like everybody to turn off their cell phones so that we'll have no disturbances. And I think we should just help each other, reminding that we are still having a COVID crisis here, which means please use face masks when you're not seated, keep distances, wash your hands, or use sanitizers, so that we can all be healthy and safe when we are leaving here today. Now, it's my great privilege to introduce the first speaker of today, Dr. Thomas Renard from Belgium. Dr. Thomas Renard is a senior research fellow at the Ahmed Institute. His research focuses on counter-terrorism and counter-radicalization in Belgium and in Europe. His recent research has focused on the evolution of counter-terrorism policy in liberal democracies since 2001, on returning foreign fighters and on radicalization in prison and on terrorist recidivism. Now, Dr. Thomas Renard, I'll just leave the floor for you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. And first of all, I'm very grateful to Repatriate the Children Denmark for having invited me to be here with you today. In my presentation, I was asked to present some facts, perhaps some figures, but also to present some of the main challenges and dilemmas that this issue is presenting to European governments. And first of all, perhaps let me start with some facts. It is not the first time that European governments are confronted with this issue of foreign fighters, jihadis, and families, and with the issue of repatriation. But never, really never in history were we confronted with a crisis of this magnitude. So it's not entirely new, but it's clearly unprecedented in this magnitude. Because we're talking about over 600 European children that are still detained to this day in northeast Syria by the Kurdish administration. Essentially, the majority of them are in those camps since 2019 after the fall of Baghouz. But some of them have been there in those camps since 2017 already. Here is another key fact, I think. Children are victims. Children are the victims of the choices of their parents. They're victims of war. They're victims of inhuman conditions in those camps. And they're victims of the inaction, of the unwillingness or inability of their governments to extract them, to get them out of those camps. These children should never have been there in the first place, and they should certainly not remain there to this day. And yet, there they are, as we have seen in the movie. They are still there in spite of constant calls from families, from NGOs, from civil society, from journalists, in spite of calls from security services or anti-terrorism magistrates across Europe, in spite of court decisions that have repeatedly ruled in favor of the repatriation of their children, in spite of the recognition by the governments themselves, by European governments themselves, that these children have the right to return, and yet they're still not back. Why is it then? What I want to highlight here is perhaps three different sets of reasons: political reasons, legal and practical reasons, and eventually security reasons. According to several polls in different countries in Europe, the public opinion seems generally, perhaps overwhelmingly, against repatriation, even against the repatriation of toddlers. This has led to fears about the electoral toxicity of this issue. Political suicide, some say, particularly when elections are around the corner, and not least given the fact that in many European countries, populist parties, far-right parties are increasingly popular and therefore put pressure on moderate, progressive parties. Yet I strongly believe, that governing is not just doing what is popular, it's also doing what is right and what is best for the country. And repatriation, I believe, might be a case of good policy, bad politics. And to quote Churchill, who was not known for being a soft-hearted person, nothing can be more abhorrent to democracy than to imprison a person or keep him in prison because he is unpopular. This is really the test of civilization. The repatriation of children does not only pose a political dilemma, but also legal and moral ones. And in this regard, a fundamental issue has been the fate of children, and the fact that the fate of children has become largely intertwined with that of their mothers, as states basically remain largely unwilling to repatriate men and women, as we know. And most governments seem to condition repatriation to separation. Yet, the separation of a mother and a child can be considered, to say the least, legally and morally problematic. Can it be done? Can it be done without the consent of the mother? Can it be done even with the consent of the mother? Can it be forced, and under which circumstances? What, in the end, is the best interest of the child? The issue of separation presents very profound dilemmas for the governments, of course, but also, and more fundamentally, for the families and for the mothers. What choice do they actually have? What situation are we putting them in front of? And do we actually need to put them in front of that choice? Because as a matter of fact, the arguments in favor of a repatriation of the children with their mother, the arguments against separation abound. Separation, psychologists, experts tell us, separation is likely to trigger additional traumas to these children, and that may actually hinder their chances of a successful resocialization. Separation can be considered unnecessary because security services tell us that most of these women were already defectors of ISIS in a process of de-radicalization, in a process of disengagement, or at the very least that they present a relatively low threat to our societies. It is a matter of fact that the Kurdish administration so far seems unwilling to tolerate repatriation of the children without the mother, so would not allow for a separate repatriation. And as a matter of fact, then, it is simply easier, given that fact, not to separate the children from their mothers. Not least, and I think this is an argument that is often overlooked, not least if we consider that most of these women will return to Europe sooner or later. So why not repatriating them already? It seems, for all we know, that the Kurds may not be able to prosecute these women. So if not now, in 1 year, in 2 years perhaps, we will be confronted again with the decision of what to do with these women. So again, why not repatriating them now with their children? So while the decision to repatriate or not is one thing, it should not be, went a little bit too fast. That's the problem when you follow notes. To conclude on this part, let's remember that the absence of decision is a decision in itself, with very concrete consequences. And without a shift of policy from European governments or from Kurdish authorities, children remain and will remain stranded and at risk in those camps. Now, it should not be entirely dismissed, indeed, let's be realistic, that governments are facing very concrete difficulties, not only the dilemmas that I have presented, but also in operationalizing a repatriation policy. And that should be recognized. It's still a zone of war. There's still conflict in the region. There's still armed groups active. Hence, a repatriation mission is risky. The deteriorating situation in the camps complicates the localization and identification of the children, of the families to repatriate. Confirming filiation and nationality of the children, providing them with the papers, also requires additional effort. Negotiating with the Kurdish authorities is complicated. It is a non-state entity with no international status. There is no diplomatic representation, no consular services in the region. That also complicates things. Yet at the same time, and this being said, 84 European children have already been repatriated from Syria. 84 European children. So it can be done. As a matter of fact, many other countries have done so in much higher numbers. And waiting longer, several months, several years, is clearly not going to make things easier. So again, why not now? And finally, the security argument. Issues of national security are often used to counter the arguments of repatriation. National security is often put as if it were above the best interest of the child. Children, in some cases, are presented as ticking time bombs. Ticking time bombs, as some heads or former heads of intelligence services have been heard saying. But again, here is a fact. Between 200 and 250 European children have already returned to Europe since 2012, in addition to those who have been actively repatriated. Many of them suffer from multiple traumas, and their resocialization here in Europe is challenging in many regards. Let's be honest about this. But we haven't heard of a major incident. We haven't heard of any time bomb yet, as far as I'm aware. In contrast, it is hard to see how abandoning children in these camps is not the actual policy that is creating time bombs. And in conclusion, I strongly believe that European governments have the legal and moral responsibility to repatriate European children with their mothers. Failing to do so is undermining our principles and international commitments, as well as making us less safe over the longer term. I will stop here because I was said that we can have some questions as well, so I can happily answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think I'll just take a couple of questions myself first. You were quite precise when you said that this it can be done, I believe you said. But also you mentioned that there is this huge opinion against it in many countries. So where do you see the solution?
Well, as I said, I think this can be a case of good policy, bad politics. So governing sometimes is about taking some decisions that might be unpopular. I don't think raising taxes is ever popular, yet governments keep doing it, right? So I think governments can take decisions that are unpopular. Now, let me perhaps emphasize one point. I think it might be more complicated in some countries than others, depending on the electoral context. Belgium recently, like Denmark, changed its position with regard to the repatriation of children. So Belgium has announced, the Prime Minister in March, that it will repatriate the children and a number of mothers from Syria. And one of the reasons for that, I believe, I'm quite convinced, is because we had a new government and because the next election is quite far on the horizon. So the government probably came to the conclusion that it needed to be done. And if they were to do it, they would rather do it early in the policy cycle, so that basically they would not have to bear the consequences, the political consequences of their choice closer to the election. So I would strongly believe that first of all, it needs to be done, and if you have the possibility to do that early in your policy cycle, it's probably a good political calculus. In France, to take the other example, in France with presidential election around the corner next year, this will inevitably, I think, prove more challenging.
So what caused this shift in public opinion in Belgium? I'm curious about that.
Well, there hasn't been a shift in the public opinion. There hasn't been a poll done in Belgium. There were polls done in France, in the Netherlands notably. So we don't know. We can only assume in Belgium that the public opinion probably, like in France, like in Netherlands, is relatively opposed to the repatriation of children and certainly to the repatriation of adults. But as I said, we have a new coalition government since October last year. Some parties in that government have always been in favor of the repatriation. Some countries were part of the previous government that refused that repatriation. But I think they came to the conclusion that this is an issue that whether they want it or not will come back to them. If they don't take the decision now, today, most likely they will be confronted to difficult choices in 6 months from now, in a year, in 2 years from now. So it's better to proactively take a decision and to do it early again in the policy cycle rather than waiting longer. But again, this is just at the political calculus level, of course.
In Denmark, we have seen a shift in public opinion, at least when it comes to the children, especially after reports came out that actually posed a bigger security threat for the state of Denmark to leave the children in camps and possibly being cups, as it was said, for ISIS there. And that sort of changed public opinion, and the Danish government were moved to do something. Is this typical, that it is securitization that sort of moves the politicians to do something?
I'm actually a little bit doubtful about that.
Okay.
Because we have seen in a number of countries, we have seen in the UK, in Belgium, in Netherlands, in France, in Germany, for the past 2 years already, we have heard heads of intelligence services, former heads of intelligence services, anti-terrorism judges, a whole series of actors that really are, I would say, quite credible voices when it comes to assessing the risk of these individuals. And we have heard say that basically it was safer to repatriate everyone, including women, including men, to prosecute them in Europe, to detain them in Europe, and to work on their de-radicalization, disengagement, and rehabilitation safely into the society. But in spite of these relatively powerful voices that were presenting this argument through the security lens only, they were not mentioning moral arguments, they were not mentioning legal arguments, just specifically on the security arguments, they said it's safer to repatriate everyone rather than abandoning them in those camps, because then you cannot monitor them, you cannot keep track, you're dependent on what the Kurds will decide to do with them. There's always the risk of evasion, there's always the risk that they disappear and could reappear someday in Europe with bad intentions. So these services have built the case for over 2 years now that we should repatriate everyone. But that hasn't helped, that hasn't been enough to convince the governments of Belgium, Netherlands, France, or the UK to change their position. So I think it's really a whole series of different reasons. You have to put together the security reasons, the legal reasons, the moral reasons, the political calculus, and of course the work that civil society organizations like RTC Denmark, journalists, the coverage in the press of these issues, all of that plays together. It's not one or the other, it's really all of this together that puts pressure to some extent on European government, and at some point may trigger the shift in the policy.
Okay. Thank you, Thomas, for an extremely interesting speech. I believe that we are running, we have a sort of tight schedule here. So what I'll do is I'll open for questions in the afternoon. We'll have discussions there, and there'll be a possibility to ask Thomas questions as well. But I'm a bit fearful that if we start this now, we will lose track of time very, very quickly. But thank you very much for coming. And personally, I just say that there is some hope in that, isn't there? That politicians can actually make unpopular decisions, isn't there?
I would hope that they can, because otherwise it's not good government.
Okay. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Peter Galbraith from the United States of America. I'm very, very happy to get to introduce Peter. He served as the first US ambassador to Croatia. You have held other senior government positions, including Deputy Special Representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations to Afghanistan in 2009. You are also an author, and I believe that you have actually been pivotal in helping 17 children to be repatriated from the camps in Syria. So, very warm welcome to you, Peter. The floor is yours.
Well, so, thank you for the invitation, and my particular congratulations and appreciation to Repatriate the Children Denmark, and to Knut and Natasha, and all the volunteers for the extraordinary work they've done, which is not just in highlighting this issue and, of course, in putting on this conference, but in achieving a significant part of their goal by having the government of Denmark now commit to the repatriation. Well, in fact, it's committed to the repatriation of all the Danish children, 3 of the mothers. There's some complications about the children of people who are no longer Danish citizens, but still, it is a great success. The subject of this conference is the plight of some 5,000 foreign, meaning not Iraqi or Syrian, children being held in 2 Kurdish-run detention camps in northeast Syria. And frankly, the more specific focus of this conference is the fewer than 1,000 children born to women from Western countries, Europe, Australia, Canada, and the Americas. But before I turn to the specific subject of these 5,000 or 1,000, I want to just emphasize a point, that this represents only a small fraction of the human misery that is going on in northeast Syria. 10,000 Kurdish men and women fighters died in northeast Syria in the 6-year war against the Islamic State. Those deaths mean thousands of Kurdish and other children growing up as orphans or with just one parent. Thousands of Kurdish civilians, including children, died in the Islamic State's brutal assault on Kobani and other towns. Prisoners were beheaded, drowned, burned alive, and the case of some women stoned to death, that creating more orphans. Tens of thousands of Kurdish and Christian families were driven from their homes by the Islamic State and by the Turkish invasion of Afrin in 2017 and of northeast Syria in 2019. In many cases, the homes in the areas taken over by ISIS no longer exist, and where the Turkish troops are, or their proxies, return is not possible. You saw the video of the misery in the camps, but understand that is just part of the misery.
there are people who are the victims of the Islamic State who are in terrible conditions. So when we think about children in northeast Syria, it is not just those children who happen to come from European countries. There's a group of victims that is near and dear to my heart. You mentioned 17 children repatriated that I was involved in. But 12 of those children were children of young women who were kidnapped in Sinjar in northwest Iraq in 2014, taken by the Islamic State, sold, literally sold in public auctions as sex slaves, raped, and had children. And then what happened? They were with the Islamic State as slaves until Barghouth fell in 2019. They went with the ISIS families. They were captured by the Kurds. If the woman identified herself as a Yazidi, she was immediately taken away from the group, turned over to the Yazidi religious establishment, which took her children away. And the religious establishment went through the camps looking for Yazidi women, some of whom didn't identify themselves because they knew they'd lose their children. Where they were found, that was the same situation. The children went to an orphanage in northeast Syria. These young women, teenagers, when they were abducted, went back to Iraq, and they were denied for more than 2 years the right to get their children. So I hope you can recognize the irony of this situation, that the women who went to Syria to participate in a terrorist organization that enslaved the Yazidis, they got to keep their children in the camps, whereas the people who were enslaved had their children taken away. Fortunately, we were able to reunite some of them. There's still more to be reunited, and I have to pay tribute to a Swedish-Kurdish doctor, Dr. Neyman Ghafouri, who found the Yazidi mothers, and even though she was not able to participate in the actual physical repatriation on the Syrian side of the border, they only allowed me to do that. It was without her, none of this would have been possible. So I tell of this just to say that what we're talking about here is a small drop in the bucket of the human misery. But of course, the fact that ISIS had created so many victims is no reason not to help the children of the women who joined ISIS, because they too are completely innocent and they deserve a better life than what was depicted in that video. So what is the status of the European and Western children who are now in northeast Syria? And I might add, I've been going to northeast Syria since 2014. I think I've made 18 trips. And the Syrian Kurds had asked me and Bernard Kouchner, the founder of Doctors Without Borders and former French foreign minister, to start to look at this problem even before Barghouth fell. At the moment, the children are held in 2 prisons. And we need to use the right terminology here. Roj and Al-Hol are prisons, not camps. And I appreciate the fact that in your film you described it correctly that way. The word camps somehow suggests that the children and their mothers are refugees, which they are not. The foreign mothers, the European mothers, Western mothers, are almost without exception women who committed the crime of traveling to Syria for the express purpose of joining ISIS, a known terrorist organization which recruited people with videos of beheading journalists, burning pilots, throwing homosexuals off tall buildings, stoning women, and other heinous crimes. Some of these women committed a crime of endangering their children by bringing them into a war zone. A crime that raises a question of how could they be fit mothers. Others participated in the ISIS morality police, in the acts of persecution. Some recruited suicide bombers. Some made bombs. Some executed prisoners. Some assisted in the enslavement and rape of the Yazidi girls and women, and some fought for the terrorists. But I will say, most of the women, their most serious crime was simply going to join ISIS. And I want to say that this is different from the Syrian and Iraqi women, many of whom did not choose to join ISIS. But the foreign women all made that decision to go there. Some were duped. There's an element of trafficking with some of the younger women, like Shamima Begum, the famous case, 15 years old. But basically, these were people who made the choice. The second point is, all the crimes were committed in Syria. And as a matter of law, the appropriate place to try someone is the jurisdiction where they committed the crime. That's where the evidence is. The Kurdish administration in northeast Syria, however, has said it's not equipped to hold trials, and at various times have asked countries to take back their citizens or to hold international trials. Why international trials? Because they feel that there should be an accounting before the world of the crimes of the Islamic State and for their own people. At this point, 2.5 years later, they're now also considering local trials. Meanwhile, the women and children are held in prisons, fenced and guarded, from which they cannot leave, as you can see in the video, and subject to many of the usual rules which you would have in a prison, such as a ban on having cell phones. In the last 2 years, that you have some 10,000 foreign ISIS men and women and children. They remain in a state of limbo. Governments, for the most part, and there are significant exceptions, but for the most part, have refused to take their citizens back, sometimes making the argument it's too dangerous to send diplomats or military personnel in northeast Syria to extract their citizens. But I think the important point is this situation serves the interest of both the governments and of the Kurds. Western governments are quite happy to have the Kurds imprison citizens that, for good reason, they see as dangerous. Again, every adult that went to Syria went to join a terrorist organization, but for whom evidence to convict may be hard to come by back home. And of course, it's the great convenience that you have the Kurds who pay the cost of guarding and caring for the prisons. It's pretty expensive to incarcerate somebody in Denmark. It costs much less to have a Danish citizen incarcerated in northeast Syria. You know, the men, 20 or 30, or Natasha was saying where one of the prison cells she visited, there were 100 people in the cell. The ones I saw were somewhat smaller, but that's much less difficult than having your own cell, or I think what the mass murderer in Norway has, a three-room suite with his own TV and that sort of thing, Anders Breivik. The arrangement, though, has advantages for the Kurds. Why? The Kurds are desperate for any form of international recognition, and the fact that they hold so many ISIS fighters and family members keeps the United States and Western countries engaged. Further, the Kurds are very concerned about their international reputation. They want to be thought of as champions of human rights. Anybody who's been there know that the source of great pride is women's rights, strict gender equality in all government positions, military positions, so that they would like to deflect. They can deflect any criticism of them for holding people without trial by saying, no, we're asking governments to take back their people. And again, it's convenient for the government. So what has to understand is that this situation has served the purposes of both sides. But it is not sustainable. More than half the ISIS family members in northeast Syria are children. They have committed no crimes, but they're held in prison with their mothers. These camps, and I think you could see from the video, are miserable places. Freezing cold in winter, stifling hot at this time of year, minimal health care, no real schooling, and worse, particularly in Al-Hol camp, they are dominated by the most radical ISIS women who are raising their own children, and sometimes the children of women who have become disillusioned with ISIS, of which there's a significant number. They're raising their own children to be the next generation of jihadis, suicide bombers, rapists, and murderers. And none of this is in the best interest of the child, and of course, not for anyone else. Barring, and here I take some exception to what Thomas has said, the truth is that barring a major change in the situation in northeast Syria, the ISIS men and women could well remain in their respective prisons forever. There's no guarantee that they're going to get out and get back to Europe. They may, well, in fact, I think it's quite likely they will die there. But this needs not be true for the children and should not be true. Almost all governments are willing to take back their children. The Syrian Kurds, however, have been unwilling to forcibly separate children from their mothers for fear of being criticized by international organizations and humanitarian organizations. I want to stress that they have been willing to allow mothers to send their children out. I have brought out 3 German children where the mother wanted to send her children out without her because Germany is one of the moral leaders of the free world. At the last minute, they said they wouldn't object if the mother came, and so I was also able to bring the mother out. Most recently, in March, I brought out a Canadian child whose mother wanted the child to go and be with the aunt because that gave the child a future, but the mother couldn't come. In any event, in circumstances where governments are unwilling to get their children, we need to think about a change of strategy. I mean, it's fine to be lobbying, and I'm glad there's been success in Denmark and Belgium and maybe Sweden, Germany, but we have to recognize that for the most part, countries who are going to take their citizens have already done so. And 14 Danish children, again, it's the Danish children, but it's a small part of the total number of children. So it's time for a change of strategy. And while it is true that mothers should not be forcibly separated from their children, that is something that's bad for the child, bad for the mother, it's a human rights violation, potentially. It is an even greater human rights violation to keep children in prison. And as long as governments refuse to take back their mothers, the refusal to separate children from their mothers represents a potential life sentence for the child. Now, human rights and humanitarian organizations have responded by calling for governments to take back their children, and some, as we've noted, notably the United States, Finland, Denmark, Netherlands, are beginning to do or have so. But other countries will never repatriate their children. France is a case in point. And I have to say, the position of governments, even if you disagree with it, and I know everybody here disagrees with it, but I think one of the things about diplomacy is you need to put yourself in the other person's shoes to understand their perspective. And their position is not unreasonable. It's understandable. Many of the prisoners, certainly the men, some of the women, have committed horrific crimes while with ISIS, but evidence is hard to come by. ISIS returnees, people who went to Syria and came back, have been involved in horrific crimes in Europe, including attacks in Belgium and France that killed hundreds. Not unreasonably, the French government has chosen to prioritize the safety of innocent citizens over those who joined a terrorist organization. Perhaps it's not unreasonable to say people who attend a concert ought not to be prone to an attack because we've decided to bring back terrorists from Syria. Terrorists who, again, may never come back under these circumstances. So it's understandable. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm just putting myself in the other side's shoes. But the point is, in some countries, France is a case in point, they are never going to change their position. And we haven't talked, incidentally, about the countries where most of these children are from. In North Africa, South Asia, they aren't taking their people back at all. So to have a strategy that simply says government should take back their people when they won't is no strategy at all. So what do we do? Again, the problem is minimal health care, sanitary conditions that are beyond disgusting, prisons run by the prisoners who are radical, and incidentally, when children reach puberty, countries that are willing to take back children become unwilling to take them. The Kurds have a program for teenage boys, a Hori house. To de-radicalize them, they are taken out, they go to this program. They spend 4 years, 14 to 18 in the program, de-radicalized, and you know what happens to them after they graduate? They go to prison because there's no place else for them to go. They cannot be put in the local society. They're 18, their countries aren't going to take them back. So this is an argument simply for doing what is possible now. And again, what would a new strategy entail? First, it should be based on international law and human rights law. And here, the rule is very simple. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, which basically reflects both customary international law and the law as applied in every country in the world, in every Western country, you apply one legal standard. You do what is in the best interest of the child. Normally, it's in the best interest of the child to remain with her parents, or in this case, her mother. But there are exceptions in every country. Countries remove children from their parents when the parents are abusive, or where the parents are living in an environment that is harmful to the child. And every Western country considers it harmful for a child to be in prison, and therefore takes a child away from a mother or father who is incarcerated, who is in prison, even if the person is in prison, the parent, while awaiting trial. You do not, in our countries, you do not put children in jail with their mothers. And in most of our countries, this is automatic. It's certainly a human rights violation to imprison a person, and especially a child, when that person has committed no crime. And as bad as it is to take a child away from her mother, it is even worse to hold her in prison. And incidentally, I do not consider radical women raising their children to be terrorists to be good mothers, to be fit mothers. So, what would a new strategy involve? I would urge that the Syrian Kurds be encouraged to remove children from the prisons and therefore from their mothers. I would urge the creation of a system of foster care and children's villages modeled on what happened with displaced children after World War II, the Kinderdorfs, which were set up for unaccompanied children after the Second World War, where Syrian Kurdish families in the foster care system would look for the smaller children, or where the kinder villages would look after the older ones. The children could go to school, have access to health care, and most of all, not be confined to a prison run by hardened criminals. It goes without saying that Western countries should pay, and pay generously, for a system of foster care and kinder villages. And because systems of foster care and kinder villages do not exist in northeast Syria, NGOs with requisite expertise need to help set up the system. The cost isn't great. I estimated that a system of foster care, paying subsidies to families that take a child, could actually cost about $2 million a year. And whatever the cost is, it would be far cheaper than having the children grow up to be the next generation of ISIS. Once the children are separated from their parents, it should be much easier to repatriate the children. In my experience, every government is willing to take back their children. Not willing to take back their parents, they're not willing themselves to separate children from parents, but where the child is separated, they're willing to take them back. This could be accomplished quickly. Time, though, is of the essence. As the children grow up radicalized in these prison camps, countries will become reluctant to take them back. France has the largest number of European nationals in Kurdish-run prisons and prison camps. It's very clear that France will never take back its nationals back. And President Macron has told the Kurds that he will only take children below a certain age. I don't remember exactly, but it might have been even 9. If too much time passes, there will be no children younger than 9 to take back. Human rights organizations and international organizations have a key role to play in this process. As I've said, the Kurds are very sensitive to international opinion. They don't want to be accused of violating human rights. Human rights organizations need to focus on the reality that the choice is not between an ideal world, it is a choice among relative evils. And the reality is that holding children in prison, possibly indefinitely, is an even greater human rights violation than taking them away from their mothers, again, all of whom, when we talk about the foreign women, committed at least one crime. It can feel morally correct to say that countries should take back their children, take back their citizens, even though as a matter of law, people are usually tried where they committed the crime and not back in their own country. But again, we can be morally correct, we can shout that. The reality is that most countries are not going to do that. And the consequence of a morally pure stand, the practical consequence, is to condemn many children to a lifetime of prison, deprivation, and possibly early death. So, and this is the voice of a diplomat who's served in quite a number of war zones: Bosnia, Croatia, Afghanistan, Iraqi Kurdistan. I say East Timor, quite simply, don't let the best be the enemy of the good. Let's do whatever is necessary to repatriate the children. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. In some ways, it's, I believe in a Danish public, it's quite a radical idea, that you're quite a radical solution to separate mothers from children. And so I'm just being curious now. Have you had this conversation with mothers? How do you go to a mother and tell them you have to let your children go?
Well, let me just put the question back to you as a noted journalist and observer of the Danish political scene. Mm-hmm. How does the Danish public feel about putting children in prison who've committed no crime, possibly to life sentences?
Mm-hmm. Not good. That's for sure.
So perhaps you would agree with me that the problem is that the Danish public doesn't understand the actual choice here. And that's the actual choice. I'm not gratuitously favoring taking children from the mother. I'm saying there's on a practical level, for many of the children, this is the actual choice. And again, remember, we're not just talking about, we're having a lovely conference about fewer than 1,000 European children, but there are more than 5,000 children in those camps. So that's the issue.
But just to state my question again, how do you do it? Have you had this conversation with mothers? What do you say?
Well, but look, if you go to court with when you're in court and you have a mother who's abusive or endangering her child, do you say, okay, we're going to take the child away from you? Is that okay? No. Usually the mothers will say no. But nonetheless, the state will come in and do it because it's in the best interest of the child. And that's more or less the situation here. There are mothers, and I must say it's the mothers who, in my view, care the most about their children, who are the ones who have been willing to send their children out. In some sense, and incidentally, at least in one case, it served the mother well. I think it was like the judgment of Solomon. The fact that she was willing to send her children out then made her own government at the last minute decide she was a worthy person, and they agreed to take her.
We are certainly talking about hard choices here. You mentioned the example of France a couple of times in your talk. Could you perhaps just elaborate a little bit about why is it that we must understand that France is never going to take their foreign fighters back?
The French president has repeatedly said this. French public is totally against it. In France, you're balancing the safety of people. You think of the attack on the Bataclan concert, the safety of the population against, again, people who went to join a terrorist organization, their welfare. The French government and public opinion are totally against it. You have an election coming up next year, and the alternative to President Macron is Marine Le Pen. And I don't think very many people think that she's going to take a more generous view towards the French detainees.
Probably not.
Yes.
I'm a bit curious about this black box in the Danish debate, which is the Kurdish government. We are now having meetings between Danish representatives of government and the Kurdish locals trying to figure out a way to get the children home safely and the mothers in some cases too. It's sort of a black box. What is it that Denmark has to deliver to get the children home safely? What is it that they want?
Well, I think that's a very good question. For 2 years, the Autonomous Administration Northeast Syria, that's the formal term for it, is saying countries should take back their people, and definitely take the mothers with the children. All of a sudden, Denmark, and it's not just Denmark, there have been several other countries in this experience, said, okay, you're right, we'll do it. And they're now, oh, wait a minute, we're not really willing to do it right now.
Are we doing it wrong? Are we not talking
no, I
to
don't
the right
think you're
people?
No, well, there may be an issue there, but I don't think you're doing it wrong. I think you have to understand what it is that the Kurdish administration wants. It wants recognition, not as a separate state, but recognition of its existence. Every time a diplomat comes to Northeast Syria, that's a form of recognition. So, there's a kind of a political currency to all of this. And it keeps the world engaged for a people who are entirely dependent on their survival for international support. So it's an understandable tactic.
Oh. So you weren't really optimistic about solving this problem. You're actually talking about we're going to see people kept in prisons in northeastern Syria perhaps for decades. Is there no way we can change that?
Well, I've described a way to change it for some people, but if you reject the idea of saving those you can, I mean, imagine you're on a sinking ship and there are 1,000 passengers. You only have a lifeboat that can hold 100. Do you say, aha, well, we can't take everybody, therefore we take nobody? No. This is a question of the people we can get into the lifeboat, and we can get the children into the lifeboat. And the notion, I just want to be clear, the notion that these people will somehow make their way back to Europe and become a threat after they've been radicalized, it's possible. But it's also quite possible that this area will revert to the control of the Syrian government. The Kurds are adamantly against the death penalty. They don't apply it. I think it's fair to say that the Syrian government applies it with a certain element of enthusiasm. If they end up in the hands of the Iraqi government, and some of the French women and men were sent to Iraq, they had 15-minute trials, death sentences. So there's an excellent chance that the adults will never get out of there, and the conditions in the camp in terms of health and care. And again, the Kurds, incidentally, are doing what they can. It's simply, these prisoners get more care than the displaced Kurds who were displaced by the prisoners. And
why is that?
There are a lot of things, I think. These are people who have a moral compass. There's a kind of Kurdish cultural mentality to view foreigners as guests. Of course, there's international attention, like this conference, on the plight of the prisoners, and no conference is ever looking at the plight of the tens of thousands of Kurdish families that were driven out of Afrin and northeast Syria by Turkey, or driven out of places by the Islamic State. So, yeah, it's a cultural thing, but they are putting significant resources into these camps. It was just the Eid. They went out and they gave presents to every child in the camp.
Okay, Pisa, I think we have to wrap this up now. Thank you a lot for coming here. Thank you for a very, very thought-provoking speech.
Thank you.
I have to apologize for my foreign guests. I'll just speak a little bit of Danish now. Vores næste taler er Kasper Fisker. Kasper er stabschef i den kriminalpræventive enhed, og han er tidligere ledende kriminolog i PET. Og det, som Kasper vil prøve at give os et indblik i, det er Danmarks erfaringer med helt konkret at afradikalisere hjemvendte fremmedkrigere. Velkommen.
Tak for det, og tak for det her arrangement. Tak for invitationen. Jeg er stabschef i en kommune, og det er rigtig spændende arbejde, fordi, som jeg plejer at sige, alt starter og slutter i kommunen. Vi kan have en masse fantastiske tanker om, hvordan det hele systemet skal fungere, men i sidste ende, der er det kommunen, der afhænger lidt af kommunen, hvordan vores borgere udvikler sig, om kommunen har evnen til at reducere tilbøjeligheden til eksempelvis militant radikalisering. Kommunen har ansvaret for sine børn. Kommunen har ansvar for at resocialisere alle de her mennesker igen. Dels når de kommer fra voldsomme oplevelser i Levanten, men også når de er afsonet i fængslerne. Så alt starter og slutter i kommunen. Og der vil jeg sige, det var lige før, det var nemmere at være ansat i PET med et nationalt ansvar. Fordi, ja, det kan man nok regne ud. Og derfor vil jeg egentlig også gerne tale lidt omkring systemet. Fordi det er alt for svært, det der med at tale om, hvad man gør i det nære arbejde. Det har vi jo også en som Satya, der kan komme senere og fortælle lidt om. Og det ved hun alt om. Så jeg vil gerne tale lidt om det system, vi har til rådighed herhjemme, fordi det er der ikke så mange, der ved særlig meget om. Mit ansvar i PET, det var at opbygge en national infrastruktur, som kunne håndtere et nyt asymmetrisk trusselsbillede, som opstod i løbet af 00'erne i kølvandet på Mohammed-tegningerne. På det tidspunkt, der var vores nationale sikkerhedsindsats, det var meget sporet ind på, at det var en udenrigspolitisk sikkerhedsagenda. Med enkelte aflagringer fra den kolde krig. Så der sad stadigvæk tolke og aflyttere og alt muligt andet rundt i rummene. Men det vi så nu, det var en anden type trussel. Det var en trussel, der ikke kom udefra. Og hvor den her forestilling om, at alt det farlige, det kommer udefra, den egentlig ikke holdt hele vejen. De her sager, de var befolket af danske unge mænd, som havde gået i vores institutioner, som velfærdsstaten havde været med til at producere. Og derfor så var vi nødt til at problematisere, kan man sige, vores eget samfund lige pludselig. Det var meget ubehageligt. Fordi kunne vi, som et af verdens mest fremlige velfærdsstater, selv være med til at producere det her problem? Og det kunne vi. Så navnligt 3 store terrorsager i nullerne, de satte prikken over i det, og så fik jeg en opringning en dag, og så kom jeg derind og skulle opbygge den her infrastruktur. Det jeg valgte at gøre, det var, at jeg valgte at starte med at kigge rigtig, rigtig mange sager igennem. Kan jeg vide, hvad de her mennesker havde til fælles? Fordi det forskning, vi havde på det tidspunkt, det var ikke særlig anvendeligt. Man havde forsket i palæstinensiske selvmordsbomber og alt muligt andet, men ikke i, hvordan det er at vokse op i en dansk velfærdsstat og blive så radikaliseret, at man føler behov for at sprænge en bombe i sin egen baghave. Og derfor var jeg nødt til at kigge ned i al empirien selv. Og det, jeg som kriminolog selvfølgelig er interesseret i, det er ikke så meget langt skæg og høj turban. Det er mere, hvad kan der være, hvad kan de her mennesker have til fælles? Hvad er baggrundsfaktorerne? Hvad er de sociale baggrundsfaktorer i de her sager? Og der fandt jeg heldigvis et mønster. Og jeg fandt ud af, at langt størstedelen af det her, det kom fra præcis samme sted, som hele kriminalitetsproblemet kommer fra. Det havde en kæmpe stor social slagside. Og derfor så valgte jeg at fokusere på vores kriminalpræventive system, da jeg skulle lave den her infrastruktur. Kriminalitetsproblemer er komplekse problemer, og derfor er der altid mange aktører indenover. Og derfor har det kriminalpræventive system også en udvidet adgang til at dele information på tværs af myndigheder. Det er noget, man blandt andet misunder os rigtig meget i vores de øvrige nordiske lande, som vi faktisk sammenligner os mest med, som har hele velfærdsapparatet, men ikke har den samme adgang til at dele information på tværs af myndigheder, end når det drejer sig om forebyggelse. Det er ikke efterforskning, det er forebyggelse. Så den her udvidede adgang gør jo, at man kan samle, eksempelvis en kommune, kan samle hele forvaltningsstrukturen. Hele forvaltningsstrukturen, det kan være måske 7, 8, 9, 10 forvaltninger omkring et kriminalitetsproblem. Og særligt kan man dele information på tværs af de der meget sårbare områder, skoleområdet, socialområdet, psykiatriområdet, kriminalforsorgen, politiområdet, som er de sektorer, der typisk er mest relevante i den sammenhæng. Hvad man også vidste i det kriminalpræventive system, det var, at man vidste jo godt sådan noget som risikofaktorer. Man vidste godt, hvornår man skulle være bekymret for børn og unge. Man vidste godt, hvornår de begyndte at afvige fra deres normale adfærd osv. Så man havde de her dekoder til rent faktisk at gå ud og opdage sagerne tidligere. Det var jo nogle sager, som man ikke rigtig kunne håndtere inden for det sådan klassiske politiarbejde, fordi de ofte lå, altså det var ofte, ja, de lå ofte i et bekymringsstadie. Og derfor kan man også sige, at infrastrukturen samtidig var sådan en fremskudt forsvarslinje, altså noget med at opdage sagerne noget tidligere. På det kriminalpræventive kommunale system, hvor alt jo starter og slutter, der lavede vi så det, vi kaldte for en infohusstruktur. Det vil sige, at vi oprettede et ressourcecenter i hver politikreds, som havde til opgave at kunne give politifaglig sparring til kommunen. Så når kommunens frontpersoner melder ind til SSP-konsulenten, eller hvem det nu kan være i det kriminalpræventive system, så har SSP-konsulenten altså et go-to-sted i form af et ressourcecenter i politikredsen, hvor der sidder nogle politifaglige kollegaer og kan være med til at drøfte den her sag. Politiet er selvfølgelig koblet op direkte på PET gennem det almindelige politisamarbejde. Og det betyder, at vi nu har en ubrudt koordinationslinje mellem de mørkeste små rum inde i PET og ud til den lyseste, mest uskyldige håndboldhal i Sønder Omme. Det kan jo godt lyde lidt nordkoreansk. Alt efter temperament. At alle frontpersoner i Danmark, alle offentlige ansatte i Danmark i princippet er koblet op på PET. Ja, det er det vel egentlig også. Men det man bare skal huske er, at almindelige borgere, alle borgere, kan indberette alt om alle andre direkte ind til PET. Det her bureaukrati, det gør jo, at man først har en frontperson, som bliver bekymret, og der kommer en pædagogisk socialfaglig vurdering på sagen. Allerede her, der falder mange sager fra. Derefter går man til sin SSP-konsulent, som tager en radikaliseringsfaglig vurdering på det. Her sorteres rigtig mange sager fra. SSP-konsulenten kan gå videre ind i infohuset og få en politifaglig vurdering på. Og her ryger rigtig mange sager fra. Og endelig, hvis den her sag så klarer sig videre, jamen så ryger den ind til en vurdering inde i politiets efterretningstjeneste. Så det er faktisk et meget, meget grundigt system. Og det er et system, der er baseret på, at al information skal være relevant for sagsbehandlingen. Så man kan altså ikke bare sniksnakke og sprede sjove historier om hinanden. Men det giver faktisk nok det mest, den højeste, grad af horisontal og vertikal koordinationskapacitet i den frie verden, det vi har herhjemme. Og det her system opdager ikke bare sager, men det her system bruges også, når sager skal resocialiseres. Altså når man skal lave i resocialiseringsarbejdet. Og inden for det, vi kalder compliance, altså at borgere, som kan være meget, meget vrede og frustrerede, de stadigvæk holder sig nogenlunde inden for samfundets almindeligt accepterede normer. Og det gør de ikke ved, at de bliver overvåget nødvendigvis, men det gør de ved, at de får mulighed for at få en relevans i det land, vi lever i. Altså at de får nogle tilværelseskompetencer og nogle konkrete kompetencer til at gå ud og skabe en fremtid for sig selv. Det lyder jo meget lyserødt alt sammen, og der kunne være masser af kritik på det her. Men det var det system, jeg var ansvarlig for at bygge op. Og deri lå også en masse overvejelser omkring, hvordan gør vi det her på en måde, så det ikke bliver kontraproduktivt. Så det her med at sikre, at vi ikke var ude og skabe det problem, vi egentlig troede, vi løste, det var selvfølgelig meget, meget vigtigt. Og der lavede jeg et helt andet system til det, men det er tiden for knap til her. Men det er bare det, jeg vil sige, at med de lange velfærdsuddannelser, vi har i Skandinavien, der er vi rigtig godt rustet til det her. Og så vil jeg sige, at i Danmark har vi så en ekstra ting, og det er nemlig det her med, at retsplejeloven giver os mulighed for at dele information i forebyggelsessager på en måde, så jeg tror ikke, nogen andre lande har de muligheder. Og jeg tror, det er noget, der er et resultat af en mangeårig forvaltningsmæssig samarbejdstradition, som gør, at det er muligt, at vi fik den paragraf i 90'erne. Så når jeg bliver spurgt, om vi kan håndtere den her opgave, så fra en sikkerhedsmæssig vinkel, ja, det kan vi godt. Det kan vi godt. Navnlig fordi PET er en af verdens mest moderne efterretningstjenester, det vil sige, at de formår at arbejde med meget, meget komplekse opgaver. I forhold til forebyggelsesdelen, altså forebyggelse og resocialisering, ja, det kan vi godt, fordi vi har det det mest tætvævede filter, faktisk, der er, tror jeg, i den frie verden. Baseret på, kan man sige, socialfaglige kompetencer og høj grad af uddannelse. Jeg er jo meget enig med Thomas i, at det her med børn og radikalisering, det giver ikke voldsomt mening. Det er ikke radikaliseringsfagligt. Der er ikke meget belæg for at påstå, at børn i den alder skulle kunne være så kognitivt modnede, at de rent faktisk kan være radikaliseret. Virker det så? Kan vi se, det virker med de unge? Ja, det kan vi sådan set godt. Der ligger ikke nogen officielle, offentlige, tilgængelige målinger på det. Men hele tiden bliver der på grund af rigtig god forebyggelse ude i Danmark, mellem de kriminalpræventivt samarbejdende institutioner, lavet så god forebyggelse, at det holder mange operationer fra døren hos PET. Det vil sige, at der er mange sager, der aldrig bliver til noget. Og der går faktisk også PET, det kommer Tore nok ind på, PET en del fremmedkrigere rundt i vores samfund, som blandt os, som forsøger at få et fornuftigt liv i en kedelig velfærdsstat. Og der går også tidligere terrordømte personer rundt blandt os. Det kan være vores nabo. Det kan være alle mulige. Og de gør ikke noget. Det er ikke her, truslen kommer fra. Så selvom det ikke er noget, man kan få adgang til offentligt, så må I tage praktikernes ord for, at det har jeg set udspille sig for øjnene af mig. Så det er sådan en helt almindelig ting, at det gør man på daglig basis. Jeg tror, jeg vil stoppe her under hensyn også til den stramme tidsplan. Og jeg er selvfølgelig tilgængelig hele dagen for spørgsmål.
Tak Kasper. Jeg kunne godt tænke mig at spørge, når vi nu taler om hjemvendte syrienskrigere, mødrene eller børnene, hvis du skal pege på den ene ting, der er allervigtigst for, at en resocialisering lykkes, hvad vil du så gribe fat i?
Så vil jeg nok sige, at den måde, vi har valgt at gøre det på i Danmark, jeg plejer at sige, at radikaliseringsproblemet har en inderside og en yderside. Indersiden, det er, hvordan vi føler, hvordan vi tænker. Og ydersiden er, hvordan vi forvalter de tanker og de frustrationer. I Danmark har vi valgt ikke at gå så meget efter indersiden, fordi det bliver en mærkelig diskussion omkring holdning. Vi har valgt at gå efter ydersiden, at du kan, altså grundloven beskytter jo sådan set indersiden. Altså vi har den frie tanke, og vi må egentlig godt være galopperende ekstremister på indersiden. Men det handler om, hvordan vi forvalter det. Fordi så ryger vi ind i terrorloven. Og det er det, vi går efter. Og det vil sige, det er meget de her sociale faktorer, vi er inde og arbejde med. Det er meget det her med... Jo,
hvad vil det sige?
Jamen det vil sige, at her er et menneske, som har nogle behov. Ofte så er det her jo en kompensation på grund af siger kriminologen, en kompensation for nogle ting, der er gået galt tidligere. For nogle ting, der er gået skævt. Så her er et menneske, uanset om det så er inde i fængslet, vi er, eller om det er i jobcentret, vi er. Her er et menneske, som har nogle behov og måske nogle psykiske udfordringer. Så det er dem, vi arbejder med. Det kan være adgang til arbejdsmarkedet. Det kan være, at man går og slås med traumeproblemer eller andre ting. Man kan være både, kan man sige, være krigsflygtning, men man kan også være barn af en krigsflygtning. Og det kan jo også være et traume. Så gå ind og ser mennesket, ser på de behov, der skal opfyldes for, at mennesket kan komme til at fungere i et almindeligt liv.
Jeg tror, du brugte ordet relevans. Det synes jeg egentlig var interessant, at det der med at give mennesket en relevans, som måske var en anden end den, der havde været der før. Hvordan arbejder man med det?
Jamen relevans, det er jo noget med form for, man har jo både brug for, kan man sige, den nære tilknytning til eksempelvis nærmeste omsorgsgiver, men også til andre mennesker, ikke? Men man har også brug for en samfundstilknytning. Man har brug for at føle, at man er behøvet i et samfund, at man er en ressource, at man rent faktisk har en funktion. Og det er jo, og det får man jo først sådan rigtigt, når man så har noget, man kan gøre, nogle kompetencer. Så tilværelseskompetencer, det er med at opretholde eget liv, men også kompetencer, man kan give til arbejdsmarkedet og sådan nogle ting. Det er jo det, der gør, at man blandt andet kan føle, at man har en tilknytning til samfundet. At samfundet har brug for en, at der er brug for mig.
Det var jo meget smukt, som du startede med at indlede og på en eller anden måde at tale om, at i Danmark, det hele starter i kommunen, og det slutter i kommunen på en eller anden måde også. Og du beskrev jo en flot kæde i virkeligheden fra kommune til SSP'en, til det politifaglige, måske helt op til PET i nogle sammenhæng. Men den anden side af den mønt er jo også, tænker jeg, at nogle gange er kommuner stive, rigide, regelsyrede systemer, der ikke altid handler hurtigt, der ikke altid er lige gode til at dele information, og hvor man kan stå med måske ret store kriser i sit liv i virkeligheden som borger, og bare have en oplevelse af, hvad i alverden skal jeg bruge et forløb om 3 måneder til. Altså, hvordan takler I det?
Ja, nu kan jeg godt ryge op på den helt store klinge, ikke? Altså, fordi min kritik af kommunerne er mindst lige så stor som min ros. Byråkratiet er til for at sikre vores retssikkerhed. Det er simpelthen sådan, så vi ikke kommer til skade i systemet. Men det er også meget langsomligt. Og man kan sige, at det kriminalpræventive system står på en 30-40-årig tradition, som har hvilet lidt på en sovepude. Og derfor er der nu nogle bevægelser i gang i forhold til at komme til næste niveau i det kriminalpræventive system, hvor det er nogle andre styringstanker, der ligger, og et arbejde ikke bare med unge mennesker, men alle samfundets borgere, og altså en masse opgør, der er ved at blive taget lige i øjeblikket, og derfor vil man også se lige i øjeblikket, nu kommunerne begynder at ændre stille og roligt på deres, både organisationer og deres styringstanker omkring, hvordan man laver det kriminalpræventive arbejde. Ude hos os, der er det jo en stabsenhed, der er det ikke sådan en SSP-funktion nede i en skoleafdeling. Der er det jo noget, der ligger op under direktionen, og som har adgang til hele forvaltningsstrukturen. Så det er jo en helt anden måde at tænke forebyggelse på.
Så er det, du fortæller mig, når vi får fremmedkrigere hjem, når vi får kvinder hjem, når vi får børn hjem, så er I der faktisk og kan rykke hurtigt og kan hjælpe med relevant tilbud?
Ja, det kan vi, og det kan man i alle danske kommuner, altså fordi de her sager, de bliver prioriteret. Så lige i forhold til det her problem. Ja. Nu er jeg mere inde i det almindelige kriminalpræventive. Ja, der er vi i gang med at udvikle. Men det er klart, det almindelige kriminalpræventive system, det er jo det hviler på, for om vores radikaliseringsforebyggelse også virker. Fordi det er jo der, det står. Det var det valg, vi traf dengang. Ikke? Så det er jo, så jo mere effektivt de er, jo mere effektivt er det her, kan man sige, resocialiseringsopgaven jo også.
Tak for det, Kasper. Vi har en kort pause nu. Vi genoptager programmet 10:40. Kamal Daboussi is working with communities addressing disadvantage with asylum seekers, refugees and migrants. He is the CEO of Western Sydney MRC and has held numerous positions in community legal services, youth services and ethnic organizations. He's been working with Save the Children for over 2 years, trying to bring home his daughter and grandchildren who's been abandoned amongst the 20 Australian adults and 47 children in the Syrian-based camps, Al Rosh and Al Hol. Interacting with law enforcement and government agencies in Australia, he was told that keeping quiet would be in their best interest. That has achieved nothing. Later this year, he tells the story in his first book, A Father's Plea.
My daughter Mariam, her husband and her baby daughter went overseas in 2015 to Lebanon and Turkey in what was supposed to be their first overseas holiday. They have not been home since. After months not knowing where she was, I was informed by the Australian government that Mariam had been coerced into going into Syria, into the clutches of Islamic State. Much later I would learn from Mariam that she had been forced by gunpoint by her husband after being tricked into going to the Syrian border. Mariam's husband was killed around the same time my second grandchild was born. She tried to leave, she was caught, jailed and forced to marry another IS fighter. She soon fell pregnant and then she was trapped. When he was killed, she was forced to marry another IS fighter. Since the fall of IS in 2017, Mariam and my 3 beautiful tiny grandchildren have been classed as foreign fighters, left to languish in refugee camps with around 60 other Australians on the Syrian border. When Mariam turned 29, she begged me, "Dad, I don't want to be here on my next birthday." Today as we film, it's Mariam's 30th birthday, and we're no closer to getting her home. I've been told that by keeping a low profile, that would be the best chance of being reunited with my family. That has achieved nothing. This is our story.
Good morning, everyone. I believe I have the right time zone. I'm speaking to you from Sydney, Australia. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak today. I'm very sorry that I can't be there in person due to restrictions in this COVID environment that we are in. It's very difficult to leave Australia as it's difficult to enter Australia. Can I thank the organisers, Repatriation, the Children Denmark, for giving me the opportunity to speak? Can I also thank and acknowledge all the fellow speakers on the panel today? It's a very impressive list of speakers, and I'm very humbled to be able to speak to you and to speak alongside them today. Before I continue, I'd like to provide a traditional greeting to the original inhabitants of the land of which I'm speaking on today, the Cabral people of the Darug Nation, the Indigenous or Aboriginal people of the land on who we sit with today. It's important to note the original owners of the land and note that Australia is the only former Commonwealth country that doesn't have a treaty with its Indigenous populations, and someone who I stand with shoulder and shoulder for the path of true and lasting reconciliation. I've been asked to speak to you today as I am a father of a daughter that was suffered at the hands of IS. She was trafficked into Syria by her husband, and she has been there since 2015. She's been in a Kurdish camp since February 2019 in an attempt to try and get back to Australia. On her second escape attempt, she was stopped by the Kurds before the fall of Belarus and she was placed in Al Hol refugee camp. My story starts in 2015 when I had a knock at the door by the Australian government, in which the Australian government told me that my daughter was coerced into going into Syria. It wasn't till August 2019, some 4 years later, that I found out the awful truth that in fact she had been forced at gunpoint by her husband into going to Syria after being going tricked to the border. But if I go back 4 years earlier, when I had that knock at the door, it started me on a journey on which trying to piece what had happened, what had taken place, the information, the heartbreak, the journey has been an absolute nightmare. I have in those 4 years tried to piece together what happened. I have had scrambled messages, incomplete messages. I have asked information as to where she was. I was told that stop asking, Dad, I won't be able to speak to you if you keep asking me these questions. I did not know that her phone was being monitored so closely. I did not know that all the messages that I was receiving actually weren't from her precisely, but it's been a journey all the same. For those that don't know my story, my daughter was taken to Syria. Her husband forced her to go when she was pregnant. Before the birth of her second child, he was killed. After she gave birth to her second child, she tried to leave. She was caught. She was jailed. She was given the option of staying in jail and loss of her children or marrying a second IS fighter. Obviously, she chose to keep her children with her and she married again. We have a third grandchild as a result of that marriage, whom we love dearly. But then he died and she again was forced into a third marriage. So she was trafficked from person to person in horrendous circumstances. During that time, I had spent a 17-month period not knowing whether she was alive or dead. And 17 months not knowing whether your child is alive or dead is a terrible thing to go through. Before she'd made contact with me, I'd started grief counselling, believing that my child had died. And I was dealing with that inevitability, with that possibility, when I had this miracle of a phone call, of a message come through saying, urgent, urgent, Dad, I need to speak to you, I'm here. You would have seen some of the video a bit earlier of my journey. It gives it a summary. It's a 90-second video, but it contains a lot of information. What I'm trying to do now is to fill in a little bit more of that so you're aware as to what my journey is and what my story is. It's not easy being a father of a child caught up in those circumstances, of having almost a secret that you've had to carry around because the government's told you not to share it, not to speak to anyone about it. You're trying to pick up those pieces and get that information, trying to live a normal life. You have to put food on the table, pay the mortgage, pay the bills, and to continue in this nightmare that I've been carrying since 2015. My daughter arrived into Turkey and she sensed something was wrong. She tried to make contact with her mother to buy tickets to come out. She tried to arrange it. Her husband realised that and spun a story and kept her in Turkey longer, and then tricked her down to the border on the pretext that they were managing to get somebody out of IS territory. And it was actually at the border at gunpoint that he not only took my daughter across, he took his own mother and father and younger brother. So his whole family he managed to take across under gunshots and fire. In this time, I've talked to the Australian government at length. I've tried to work out how we can try and bring her back. Unfortunately, the Australian government was only interested in that point in time with information and intelligence. They didn't actually share any opportunity or mechanism which I could bring her back. They insisted on me providing them with as much information as possible, but no option or opportunity. The only thing they ever told me was that if she can find her way to a Kurdish camp, that this would be a way for her to come back to Australia. Well, it's been 2.5 years that she's been in a camp, and 2.5 years that we've been asking the Australian government to bring her home, her and the other women and children in the camp, and it's to date no action has been taken. When my daughter found herself in the camp in February 2019, she then was shifted again in April 2019 to be with the other Australians that were in the camp. And it was actually at that point that my daughter realised that together they could do more than being apart. And my daughter encouraged the other women in the camp to make contact with their families in Australia, and they in turn contacted me. And we organised a family group, and we have an organised advocated family support group of which I'm the face of. And we've been working with the Australian government to try and get them to take action together. And as a part of that advocacy, we have managed to then speak publicly also in the media. And whilst we still don't have traction on bringing them back to Australia, the topic is part of the mainstream discourse. There is actually an open dialogue. It's brought up in the Senate estimates meeting parliamentary process. It's talked about in the media. I have a public face to this particular exercise. So whilst we don't have them home, it's not a taboo subject. It's not a subject that's difficult to talk about, but we are organised and we are speaking about this. In our journey, and I'm going to share some information with you in a little bit about the public work that we've been doing, but in this journey, we have had three very clear objectives. Number one, we need to get them home. And this still hasn't happened, but we need to get these women and children home. Number two, we need to make sure that they are protected, they're managed, they're supported whilst they're there. Before they come home, we need to somehow make sure they survive the time that they are there, because they are facing risks every day. And they're facing risks from the other extremists in the camp that you're aware about. They're facing risks from health and disease issues. They're facing risks from a whole multitude of issues, and we need to make sure that they are somehow protected before they return and that they are managing to return. And lastly, we are also, third objective is that we protect them, because we do know that once they do make it home, and whilst they are there, they are the subject of media scrutiny, they're the subject of academic inquiry, they're going to be the subject of security forces, and so the third objective is to protect them. So it's under those three objectives that we've organised a family unit. And our bottom line as families, and our bottom line for them as mothers, is that we do not want the children separated from their mothers at all. And to us, this is an underscoring issue. Thankfully, the Australian government have never said to us that they're intending to separate the children from their mothers. They've recognised their international obligations of the rights of the child, and that these children are entitled to remain with their mothers. And they have told us that when they do decide to move, that they will repatriate the children alongside their mothers as well. So there's no intention on behalf of the Australian government to separate the children from their mothers. And to that point, we're very thankful, and we think our advocacy has gone a way to make that happen. For those that aren't aware, the Australian government's official position is that these women and children will be coming home. The question is when it is safe to do so. And at the moment, their primary objective, them coming home, is that Syria is not a safe environment for them to conduct repatriations. And it's under this environment that we're operating, and we would suggest to the Australian government that this is a false issue, that they can be brought home and they should be brought home. It is safe to do so. To that end, there has been various bits of media that's come about. So this is a quote from the ABC Four Corners program that aired in September 2019. And in September 2019, the ABC, which is the national broadcaster, this is the prime current affairs program nationwide. Mariam said on this program, "I'm finished, I am done, I'm broken. I've been through so much, I can't anymore. I'm a nervous wreck. I need my dad." To any parent that's in the audience, to hear their daughter or their child say such a thing is emotionally heart-wrenching. And to have her there in front of me and to hold her in my arms and not being able to bring her home feels criminal in my eyes. It's a very difficult exercise to be. What I'd also like to share is this graphic here, explaining that my daughter was the subject of a sophisticated trafficking operation. She was trafficked into Syria. Whilst she went at gunpoint, the stories of so many people were the same. We are talking about 67 women and children, 20 mothers and 47 children. The majority of children under the age of 6 were born there, and they are not listed in this graphic. But you could see at the top of the tree, Mohammed Dahab, which was my son-in-law's brother, a very senior member in IS, and he's managed to traffic all those people below that. His brother listed there, you'll see Khalid Dahab listed, and below that is my daughter, Mariam Debussy. But all these other people were trafficked as a result of this man. The majority of Australians actually are connected, that are still alive, are connected through this person here. And that's a really important distinction to make. These people have been trafficked, and they remain the risk of re-trafficking. The children, I have 3 grandchildren. One is born in Australia with Australian documentation. There are 2 more that are born in Syria that are without documentation, and they run a particular high risk. They are even more vulnerable because they don't have documentation, and they are at risk of exploitation, of trafficking, of slavery, of sexual abuse, and this danger is ever present and requires protection of their host country. And Australia since has not yet taken that action. I would also like, if I can, to show you the first few minutes of the ABC Four Corners interview in which my daughter spoke on the national broadcaster. She was very brave, and she undertook this action, and I would like to share with you approximately a minute and a half of this presentation, if I can.
My name is Mariam Debussy. I have 3 children. Their names are Aisha, Khalid, and Fatima. I'd like the Australian government to know that we're actually broken. Okay, we're shattered. We are broken people.
So, how did you end up here?
Long story short, basically I was tricked into coming into Syria by my husband.
How did that happen?
It started off as a normal holiday. My husband had never left the country at the time, so it was the first time he had agreed to take me overseas. So we had a really nice holiday planned. We went to Malaysia, took me to Dubai, we went to Lebanon.
So the links for that presentation can be made available, and you can see that online at a later stage. If for those that were interested in seeing the presentation with the Four Corners program. And Mariam was very, very courageous. She lifted the niqab off her face in Al-Hol camp, and she spoke to the Australian public directly without the face covering. Result of that interview, of course, she faced death threats. The Australian women had to hide her. She had to go from tent to tent at nights. The women had to put 24-hour guard on the camp, and still there was no reaction from the Australian government. It was a very horrendous exercise. In Father's Day 2020, last year, they were moved from Al-Hol to Al-Roj camp. And for everyone who knows, Al-Hol camp has less security, more phones, but it's much more dangerous. The offset was, whilst Al-Roj was more securitized, we do not have the same access and communication what we had when we had at Al-Hol. So that's one of the trade-offs. I'd also like to jump, if I can, to the issue about trying to bring the Australian women and children home. There have been numerous offers by international, by the Kurds themselves, by the United States, to bring the Australian women and children home. And I'm going to go to the interview with Nathan Sales in 2019, in which he made a direct approach to the Australian government through the ABC again, the national broadcaster, in respects to the women and children that are in the camp. And I hope that this shows properly on your screen.
And what's your message to Australia? Because at the moment there are more than 60 women and children, relatives of ISIS fighters who are in the Al Hol camp in northern Syria. So far, some have been brought back to Australia, but not many. What would be your message to authorities in Australia?
Well, our message is the same to all countries. This problem is a serious one, and we all have a responsibility to take our citizens back. In the past, the United States has helped facilitate returns to countries of origin. That's true both of fighters as well as women and children. Kazakhstan in particular has been a world leader in taking back hundreds of its citizens, prosecuting the criminals and reintegrating the others. So our offer to other countries that are interested in taking their citizens back is we are prepared to help. And we hope you'll accept that offer.
And have you actually made that offer directly to Australia?
Well, I'm not going to get into the private diplomatic conversations for reasons I'm sure you can appreciate, but we have made offers to all of our coalition partners that we're prepared to help if needed.
And how does the US do that? Because I know the Australian government has repeatedly said it's far too dangerous to send Australian foreign service or government employees into northern Syria to be extracting the women and children from the Al Hol camp. So how would the US government go about that?
Well, the details can be worked out. What we have done in the past is use U.S. military assets to exfiltrate the fighters and families from parts of Syria out of Syria where it's easier to transfer custody. There are also a number of non-governmental organizations that are working in northeastern Syria. It might be possible to partner with them since they have access to camps and other facilities. There's a number of different options that are on the table, and we're pursuing very much an all-of-the-above approach because regardless of what means we use, the bottom line is we need to get these kids and their parents and the fighters out of Syria and back to countries of origin.
So in response to the American offer, the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, was asked why they would not accept the United States offer. And I've highlighted it here, asked what reason there could be to reject the offer, given it would guarantee Australian officials would not be placed at risk. Mr. Morrison, our Prime Minister, said, "I don't engage in hypotheticals on national security issues." So I just want to make it clear to the audience that really the Australian government has been chasing itself and using misdirection in this issue. There is no reason why the Australian government cannot repatriate the Australian women and children, save for political will, and that's the only thing that stops them from doing so. And it is that political will that has forced us to go public with our situation, and it is what forced us into making a more public appearance about the situation and respects of public advocacy. I want to also share with you, this predates the United States offer, but share with you the Australian ludicrousy of the position that we have, which is what forced me to go into a public and do the Four Corners program to begin with. So in July 2019, the Home Affairs Minister, Peter Dutton, said that a temporary exclusion order would be issued against Australian citizens if the Home Affairs believed there is a chance that it could stop a terrorist attack from happening. In that legislation, Mr. Dutton said that 40 fighters had returned and there are still 80 people remaining in those countries. Now, I had already organised the family groups and I was already aware of the numbers at this stage. In order to get 80 remaining in those countries, I knew that the Home Affairs Minister actually said those 80 would have to include the children. To get 80, my own grandchildren would have to be included, the 1-year-old. They'd have to be included as a foreign fighter. In the following day, in an interview on the ABC, the radio, the national broadcaster, Minister Dutton, Minister for Home Affairs, refused to answer questions about how many children were in the numbers he'd used. Us not being public allowed the department, the minister, to actually indicate that our children, my grandchildren, were labelled or could have been foreign fighters. And so there it was. My grandchildren and my daughter were all labelled as foreign fighters and possible terrorists in the Australian Parliament. And that challenge had gone, and that statement had gone unchallenged, which then forced my hand into making a public statement and trying to advocate for their return. I'm not going to labour the points. I'd like to spend a bit of time just in summary. You will have seen the video, we'll seen some information that's there, and hopefully I'll get some question and answer from the audience. But if I could summarise the issue, from a human rights perspective, citizens have the right to return home. And my daughter and my grandchildren are citizens and they have the right to return home. Citizens enjoy the protection of their host country, of who they're citizens of. And at the moment, Australia is abdicating its responsibility, as all nations are abdicating their responsibilities by leaving them there in those conditions. From a humanitarian point of view, the conditions are deplorable. The Kurds are doing the best they can with the resources they have. The whole area is depressed. The whole area is facing a humanitarian crisis. Actually, to help that environment, we need to take back our nationals and allow the Kurds and the Syrians to rebuild and to concentrate on their own people. They shouldn't be having to babysit our children. They shouldn't have to be looking after our families. So there's a humanitarian reason for it. There's also a sustainability reason for this. Our key ally, the United States, and the key ally of many Western nations wants them to return home. Our key ally in the fight against IS wants them home. So sooner or later, they should be returning home. Question is, do you want my granddaughter to come back when she's 7, 17 or 27? Do you want my grandson to return when he's 5, 15 or 25? Because the only way they're not returning is if they die. And is that really the proposition that we're putting up there? That we'd rather see my children, my grandchildren die than return home? Our call to the government is very straightforward. Treat them as any other Australian you would treat them. If there is something wrong, if you've got a concern about them, treat them as you would any other Australian. Put them under control orders by consent. Charge them if need to. Put them in front of the courts. Do what you need to do. Treat these women the way they should be treated, but they need to come home to a safe environment. And the Kurds and the Syrians need to get on with rebuilding their lives what they can. So when we say bring them back and treat them as any other Australian, as you know, Westerners, our Western countries are very rich countries. Our systems are very sophisticated. If we can't handle the return of 20 women and 40 children, or 19 adults, or 19 children, or 30 children, what chance does the other countries have? If we can't lead with our sophistication, with our resources, then what else can other countries do? And lastly, I'd say, leaving our children, leaving our grandchildren in that situation, what does that make us to our own values? What do we stand for? What is our liberal democracy? What have we fought this abhorrent organisation called ISIS? If we haven't fought the ISIS to destroy these abhorrent values, we're keeping people over there locked up without charge, keeping children in detention when they should not be in detention. What does that make of us? What does that make of our countries? What does it do to families? What does it do to my family? What does it do to my grandchildren, to my daughter, to my relatives around me? How do we have trust and work with the institutions that are there to support us? So I'd call on the governments to act today, put them in a safe place, treat them as you would any other national. Stop pretending to saying it's dangerous to take them when clearly you can take them. It's only political will that's taking this action, and we'd ask them to act today. The conditions that they're in is atrocious, and the people that are looking after them have more important things to do to rebuild their lives. For all concerned, we must act today and not tomorrow. I hope I've added to the discussions today, and I hope that you found it of value, and I hope that I can answer your questions as well. Thank you.
Kamal Dabusi, thank you for joining us from Australia. Thank you for sharing your story. I can't even begin to understand how it's like not to know for 17 months whether your daughter is alive or not. It's extremely important that you speak out. We are a bit strapped on time here, so I'll try to make this brief. What is now your main strategy to get your daughter and your grandchildren home? That was point one when you made a strategy. What's your best option now?
Okay. I have had an excellent IT connection right up until the time you asked me the question. So I think your question was, what's my strategy?
Yeah, correct.
Continuing to undertake private advocacy to the government, and we are continuing to try and meet with ministers and policymakers to put the case forward. And in that environment,
Okay, Kamal, WC, we are having troubles hearing what you're saying here. I believe we have a very bad connection, unfortunately. So I think we have to wrap it up here. Thank you once again very much for joining us. It was very moving hearing your story, and we wish you all the best with getting your daughters and your grandchildren home safely. Sadia Khan er psykolog. Hun har deltaget i en række forskningsprojekter og arbejdet med rehabilitering af flygtninge og ofre for tortur. Og siden 2014 har hun faktisk arbejdet på et psykologisk behandlingsprogram, der retter sig mod fremmedkrigere. Derfor er det en stor fornøjelse for mig at byde velkommen til Sadia, som er med her. Værsgo.
Mit navn det er Sadia Khan, og jeg er ansat som psykolog ved Dignity, Dansk Institut mod Tortur. Jeg ved ikke, hvor mange af jer, der kender til os, men vi er et af de ældste i Danmark, som har arbejdet med flygtninge og torturoverlever siden 1980'erne. Jeg har været ansat i Dignity de sidste 10 år, hvor jeg primært har arbejdet med mennesker, som har været udsat for voldsomme traumatiske hændelser. Det er både flygtninge, torturoverlever, men også andre stærkt traumatiserede. Jeg har de sidste 6 år arbejdet med sager inden for bande- og ekstremistiske miljøer, og derudover ved siden af mit kliniske arbejde har jeg også bidraget med viden og min ekspertise på radikaliseringsområdet, blandt andet i EU's antiradikaliseringsnetværk. Formålet med oplæg er lidt i dag, at jeg skal fortælle jer lidt om, hvad kan man gøre, når det er, at de her kvinder og børn vender hjem. Men for at få kontekst og baggrund for deres aktuelle problemstillinger, så er det ekstremt vigtigt, at man forstår, hvad er det, de har været igennem. Indtil videre har vi hørt at mange forskellige spændende ting i forhold til, at de her kvinder har deltaget i krigshandlinger og på mange måder har påført andre menneskers smerte. Men det er også vigtigt at forstå, at en stor del af de kvinder, der er rejst fra Europa, har været relativt ung. De har måske selv været i en begyndt identitetsfase. De har måske søgt svar på livets store spørgsmål. Så det er vigtigt at huske sig selv på, at der har været en lang radikaliseringsproces, inden de er rejst til Syrien og Irak og har valgt at tilslutte sig ISIS. Altså man kan sige, at foreign fighter-fænomen eller fremmedkriger-fænomen, det er jo ikke noget nyt. Altså mange konfliktzoner har gennem tiden tiltrukket udlandske kriger, og det gælder både Bosnien, Tjetjenien, Afghanistan og Pakistan. Men der, hvor IS adskiller sig fra de andre organisationer, er, at den har været meget succesfuld i at rekruttere så stort et antal af mennesker med forskellige baggrund, status, etnicitet og alder. Så hvorfor er det lige, at IS er lykkes med det, når de andre måske ikke er lykkes på den samme måde? Det er vigtigt at huske på, at IS er jo en relativt ung organisation, som består af unge og karismatiske ledere. Og det, de tilbyder dem, der kommer ned til dem, det er, at de kan være med til at opbygge en islamisk stat. Udover det, det er godt, at jeg lige fik den, fordi jeg tænkte, hvordan jeg skulle navigere det her. Udover det, så er der selvfølgelig også det aspekt, at de taler til menneskets basale behov. I den her situation har der været oftest, hvis I kommer herned, jamen så tilbyder jeg jer et job, arbejde, men også en familie. Og man kan sige, at de mennesker, som er rejst, de er motiveret af flere forskellige årsager. For kvindernes vedkommende, så kan det være, at de er motiveret af ideologien. Men også det der med, at nogle af de kvinder, og især dem, som også er konvertitter, de har jo måske haft en oplevelse af, at de har levet i et samfund, hvor det er, at de ikke har fået lov til at kunne praktisere deres tro. Samtidig kan det også være, som jeg også nævnte tidligere, at de har været i en periode, hvor det er, at de har været særligt psykisk skrøbelige. De har været i kontakt med nogen, hvor det er, at de ligesom er blevet motiveret til at vælge den vej ud af det problemfyldte og depressive liv, som jeg vil kalde det. Nogle af de sager, jeg har haft, der har motivationen været at en grundlæggende ønske om at gøre en forskel, for at kunne få mulighed for at lave nødhjælpsarbejde. Og man kan så sige, jamen, når man ser de her videoer, der er jo ikke noget nødhjælp over det. Men det er kun ligesom en fraction af det, vi ser, og der bliver vist. Der er en hel masse processer i det, som vi ikke hører noget om. Så hvad har kvindernes roller været i Daesh? Ifølge CCA, så spiller kvinderne en aktiv og selvstændig rolle i rekruttering af andre kvinder, mænd og endda deres egne børn. Hvor mændene går ud og kæmper, så bliver kvinderne derhjemme, hvor det er, at de bliver pålagt ansvaret for at undervise deres børn i kalifatets kerneværdier. Derudover så har nogle kvinder, jeg har ikke hørt om nogle europæiske kvinder, men jeg har i hvert fald hørt om en del indfødte, som har været med i det her moralpoliti. Og hvor de både har modtaget våbentræning, men også har været med til at påføre andre mennesker smerte. Børn i Daesh, som allerede nogle af de andre oplægshold har været inde på, de er jo enten kommet derned sammen med deres forældre, eller er de faktisk født i Syrien og Irak. Man kan sige, at hvor farlige kan de her børn være? Jeg vil ikke mene, fordi de er så små, men der er i hvert fald en rapport fra RAND, som jeg også er en del af, som en EU's antiradikaliseringsnetværk, som viser, at børnene til en vis grad har været eksponeret for IS' ekstremistiske ideologi. Og kan have spillet en rolle på en eller anden plan i forhold til at være både, som jeg nævner her, spion, prædikant, værv, soldat og bødler. Men det er i hvert fald ikke det, jeg tænker er tilfældet for de her børn, fordi de er så små. Fordi selve rekrutteringsprocessen, den starter fra, jeg skal lige se her, fra de er 9, nu går det helt galt. Nu skal jeg lige tilbage. Nu er jeg kommet helt ud af det. Anyways. Det starter fra, at de er 9 til 15 år, så man kan sige, at mange af de her børn er alt for små til, at de har haft nogen form for aktiv rolle i organisationen. Men derimod, så kan det ikke udelukkes, at nogle af de børn har måske været udsat for voldsom indoktrinering og vold i forbindelse med opholdet i Syrien og Irak. Her er det også vigtigt, at man, når det er, at de kommer hjem, at man har en grundlæggende forståelse for, hvad er det for nogle oplevelser, de har med sig. Og det gælder også kvinderne. For at kunne hjælpe de her børn bedst muligt, så handler det også om, at... 2 sekunder, nu skal jeg lige finde slide. Bedst muligt at kunne forstå deres baggrund. Som vores tidligere oplægsholder var ind på, så har kvinderne jo levet under langvarig fangenskab. Det er måske ikke første gang, de er flygtet. Jeg har også siddet med sager, hvor der har været mange forskellige flugtforsøg. Det er sket gennem menneskesmuglere, hvor familien har engageret flugten ud af Syrien. De er blevet pågrebet, og så er de blevet sat tilbage i fangenskab. Nogle af kvinderne, som vores oplægsholder også var inde på tidligere, har været gift flere gange, uden om deres vilje. Så man kan sige, at udover at de har levet i langvarigt fangenskab, så har der også været nogle andre tab. Det kan være tab af nogle af de venner, som de har rejst sammen med. Det kan også være tab af deres mænd. Det kan også være tab af nære familiemedlemmer. Børnenes krigstrauma er jo, at de i hvert fald har oplevet nogle voldsomme ting, både under IS, men også i fangelejrene. Og der har de i hvert fald med 100% haft nogle fysiske og psykiske skader, som er meget vigtigt at behandle, når det er, at de kommer hjem til Danmark. Så når det er, at vi taler om PTSD blandt voksne og børn, så er det vigtigt i hvert fald at huske sig selv på, at PTSD er jo en psykisk lidelse, som kan optræde, hvis det er, at man har været vidne til, eller selv været udsat for traumatiske hændelser. Symptomerne de kommer typisk direkte efter traumet, eller kan optrædes nogle måneder senere. Men det, der er anderledes ved de her sager, det er jo også den målgruppe, som jeg sidder med som flygtninge og torturoverlever, det er, at PTSD'en dækker ikke alle deres problematikker. Og det er også derfor, at mange af de her mennesker, der kommer hjem og er flygtet eller har levet under fangenskab, vil have en kompleks PTSD. Og en kompleks PTSD er jo kendetegnet ved, at det er multiple traumer, og som kan påvirke ens liv mange år foran. De kan have problemer med relationer, de kan have mistillid til omgivelser. Nu skal jeg prøve at vise jer her. Ej, nu går jeg. Det går rigtig godt med det her. Nå, men jeg tror ikke, jeg fungerer så godt med de her PowerPoints i dag. Men PTSD i hvert fald, det er en væsentlig svær lidelse at leve med. Indtil videre så har der jo ikke været en formodning om, at små børn ikke påvirkes af traumer i samme grad som ældre børn og voksne. Men i dag er der jo faktisk flere studier, der viser, at helt små børn påvirkes af traumer i langt højere grad end først antaget. Og de kan på baggrund af disse oplevelser få svære psykiske følgevirkninger, som kan påvirke dem resten af livet. Nyere forskning på området viser også, at traumatisering i en tidlig alder kan påvirke barnets biologiske, emotionelle, sociale og kognitive funktionsniveau, både på kortere og længere sigt. Og man kan sige, at når børnene er så små, så deres psykologiske reaktioner på traumerne, det kan også komme til udtryk i form af psykosomatiske klager. Det kan være adfærdsmæssige vanskeligheder. Det kan være fysiologiske forstyrrelser. Men der, hvor litteraturen peger på, og vores erfaringer også for klinikken, er, at det relationelle perspektiv spiller en afgørende rolle i forhold til vurdering, men også behandling af traumer. Og det med at blive adskilt fra sine primære omsorgspersoner kan være stærkt traumatiserende. Og derfor anbefaler vi, så vidt muligt, at forældrene ligesom skal inddrages i behandling. Fordi børnene er for små til at kunne sætte ord på deres oplevelser, men samtidig så får man heller ikke hele den historie med, som de har levet som familie. Derudover så er det vigtigt, at når jeg bevæger mig ind på, nu er mit slide gået væk, i forhold til rehabilitering og resocialisering af hjemvendte børn, så er det vigtigt, at man starter med at normalisere deres hverdag. Og her er det rigtig, rigtig vigtigt, at de får lov til at genoptage skole, fritidsaktiviteter og kan interagere med jævnaldrende børn. Derudover så er det også meget vigtigt, at børnene bliver beskyttet for den stigmatisering, der kan være forbundet med deres families historik. Og her er det altafgørende, at der er en helhedsorienteret indsats, hvor det er, at de forskellige aktører samarbejder og koordinerer omkring familien. Nogle af de oplevelser, jeg desværre har haft, det er jo, at der kan være en manglende samarbejde mellem myndighederne. Nogle gange har man siddet med sager, hvor det er, at jeg så kun har haft det psykologiske ansvar, og så har jeg ikke fået de informationer, jeg har haft brug for, hvis patienten eller klienten lige pludselig ikke holder op med at komme til behandling. Så synes jeg, at det nogle gange kan være udfordrende at finde ud af, hvad er det, der har gjort, at de ikke kommer mere. Og oftest får jeg en besked, som siger, at de føler sig ikke klar til at arbejde med traumerne lige nu. Og jeg vil sige, at det er vigtigt i hvert fald, at både kvinder og børn får hjælp til at håndtere deres psykiske og fysiske vanskeligheder. Noget andet er jo, at ud over deres traumer, når de så kommer tilbage til Danmark eller EU og i samfundet, så fordi vi er så et lille samfund, hvor alle kender alle, så kan de risikere, at de kan blive socialt udstødt af andre mennesker. Og det har jeg i hvert fald set rigtig meget af. Jeg har set rigtig meget af, at man har ikke ville omgås de her mennesker, fordi man er bange for at selv at få problemer. Man er bange for at tale med dem, man er bange for at, hvis de inviterer en ud på en kaffedate, jamen det er for meget, det kan vi ikke. Og det gør jo, at de bliver yderligere isoleret og i deres hverdag, som gør, at symptomerne bliver meget mere forværret, end de er i forvejen. Udover det, så kan man sige, at familien, som er efterladt i Danmark, de kan jo spille en afgørende rolle i forhold til resocialisering og reintegration i samfundet. Mange af dem, der rejser, de har jo afbrudt kontakten til deres sociale netværk, og de har kun sporadisk kontakt til deres familie som forældre og søskende. Og når de kommer hjem igen, så er det den eneste kontakt, de har tilbage. Men selv den relation er under massivt pres, i og med, at de har valgt at tilslutte sig, men også rejse for at være en del af en terrorbevægelse. Familierne kan være efterladt med sorg, vrede og frustration, men nogle gange har de også selv ledt fremmedgørelse og modgang på grund af de på grund af den beslutning, som der er blevet truffet. Derfor er genetablering af netværk enormt vigtigt. Og det er også der, hvor jeg tænker, at hvis de her børn kommer hjem, og mødrene bliver fængslet, så er det meget vigtigt, at hvis man kan, at det bliver den tætteste netværk, der ligesom tager sig af børnene. Fordi der er stadig noget genkendeligt, der er stadig en relation. Som en af de andre oplægsholdere var inde på, at det er vigtigt at huske sig selv på, at børnene stadigvæk er i en overgangsfase. Og hvis der er separation og adskillelse fra deres primære kontaktpersoner, og de selv bor hos en plejefamilie, hvor der ikke er en grundlæggende forståelse for deres vanskeligheder, så kan det være en stor hindring for håndtering, men også bearbejdning af traumer. Og det kan jo også være med til, at det er svært at opbygge psykiske ressourcer hos børnene, til at de kan få et normalt liv. Slut, altså nu ved jeg ikke, hvor meget tid jeg har tilbage, men jeg kan jo blive ved med tale. Okay, godt. Ja. Og der tænker jeg i hvert fald, at her spiller jo de forskellige aktører en afgørende rolle i forhold til, hvordan det kommer til at gå de her børn. Og der mener jeg i hvert fald, at som plejefamilier, opholdssted, skoler, selv fængselspersonale vil jeg mene, alle skal på en eller anden måde have hjælp og støtte til at kunne håndtere de udfordringer, der er forbundet med disse sager. Jeg har også oplevet, at hvornår er det, man er radikaliseret, og hvornår er det okay at praktisere sit tro. Da jeg i 2009 skrev mit speciale i forhold til den sociale og morale eksklusion af unge muslimske mænd i Danmark, der var hele formålet med det her speciale var at belyse, hvordan religion rent faktisk hjælper mennesker til at finde fodfæste i livet igen. Hvordan religion rent faktisk kan bidrage til, at man kan komme ud af kriminalitet, eller komme ud af en svær psykisk tilstand. Og jeg husker i hvert fald, at på daværende tidspunkt, der var der en del, der sagde, at religion på mange måder havde hjulpet dem med at få en personlig livsførsel igen. At der var et mening med livet. Og der tænker jeg også, at det, der desværre kan ske med de her sager, det er jo, at børnenes, men også kvindernes reaktioner, eller deres måde at agere på, kan misfortolkes og tolkes ind i den del, der hedder, at de er stadigvæk radikaliseret, og de er farlige for samfundet. Og der tænker jeg i hvert fald, at skolen og skolens personale skal have en eller anden form for viden og forståelse af, hvad er det, vi har med at gøre? Hvad vil det sige at være radikaliseret? Eller have en ekstremistisk ideologi? Hvordan hjælper vi de her børn bedst muligt, når det er, de har fysiske og psykiske vanskeligheder? Men ikke mindst, hvordan er det, vi samarbejder omkring dem med andre mennesker, der er involveret i deres liv? Og der tænker jeg, at familien, der er ligesom efterladt tilbage, de har lige så meget brug for hjælp og støtte, som dem, som mødrene, som kommer hjem. Og på den måde kan man i hvert fald arbejde hen imod at lave et samarbejde, der er helhedsorienteret og hjælpsomt for både kvinder og børn. Jeg tror, jeg vil stoppe her.
Så hvad gør familierne egentlig? Er de åbne om deres situation, eller er man delvis åben, eller er det en hemmelighed, som børnene og kvinderne eller de her mænd går med selv?
Altså du tænker i forhold til forældrene til børnene?
Ja, jeg tænker egentlig også i forhold til deres omverden, der hvor de nu bor i deres miljø, i deres institution, i deres...
Ja. Altså det er en stor hemmelighed, fordi det har jeg jo også oplevet med mit arbejde med traumatiserede flygtninge, hvor de årvis har ledt af traumer. Men de har valgt ikke at dele deres oplevelser med deres børn, og hvor de tænker, at de her hemmeligheder vil skåne børnene. Men det er også det, der har ligesom været årsagen til, at børnene er blevet sekundært traumatiseret, eller har fået det væsentligt dårligere længere hen. Og det samme gælder de her kvinder. Altså de sager, jeg har siddet med, der har forældrene ikke ville dele historien med andre. Fordi det er forbundet med diskrimination og stigmatisering. Og selve familierne er jo også udsatte, som jeg også sagde, at de kunne også lide under den her fremmedgørelse, som der følger med at være tilsluttet en terrorbevægelse.
Så hvordan håndterer du det i din rådgivning, det her med, at man egentlig også beder børnene og familien om at bære på en hemmelighed, eller at være sammen om det?
Jamen, der handler det jo faktisk meget om, at der, hvor forældrene bliver mest motiveret til ligesom at arbejde med det, det er jo, når de finder ud af, hvor meget det rent faktisk påvirker børnene. Og det er jo også derfor, vi satser på en helhedsorienteret familieindsats, hvor hele familien er med. Fordi oftest, når det er, at jeg har holdt nogle pårørende samtaler, der har min klient jo selv været overrasket over, hvor meget de har vidst, og hvor meget de ikke har talt om. Og oftest handler det jo om at beskytte hinanden. Og det gælder det jo også for de her kvinder. En specifik sag, som jeg husker, hvor det var, at moren var i dyb sorg. Der var konflikt med søskende, når den her pågældende person var kommet hjem igen. Og man kan sige, at de har været væk så lang tid, at den person, som de var engang, det er de jo ikke længere. Og når de vender hjem og har svært ved at håndtere deres PTSD eller psykiske lidelser, så forvolder det jo også de andre i familiens skade. Og det er ligesom vigtigt at have med.
Tak, Sadia.
Jamen, selv tak.
Det er et vigtigt arbejde, I laver.
Tak skal du have.
Clive Stafford Smith is an Anglo-American human rights lawyer. Sorry, Sadia. A human rights lawyer who spent 32 years in the US defending prisoners on death row, and after 9/11, bringing the first litigation to open up Guantanamo Bay, before founding the legal action charity Reprieve and returning to the UK. In between continuing this work, he is currently focused on opening up what he calls Guantanamo on the Euphrates, the detention camps maintained due to the European pressure keeping detainees from returning home to the rule of law.
Hello, Denmark. I'm very sorry not to be there. This is Clive Stafford Smith. I'm in deepest Dorset, or I might be in America. I'm not quite sure by the time you get to see this. But I wish I could be there, and I'm sorry I'm not. But it's great you're having this conference on what I refer to as Guantanamo on the Euphrates. And part of the problem I have is that, that I'm still dealing with the other Guantanamo over in Cuba. And I thought today I wasn't going to just talk about everything. I thought I'd just focus on one aspect of this, which is whether we can replicate some of the due process that we were able to bring in Guantanamo way back when, in 2002, February, that we brought the first case in Guantanamo, and gradually solve the problem in Syria. And there are two things, and I'll talk about them as we go through. But first, this is only one aspect. The greatest sin that any of us can commit is to do nothing. But beyond that, pretty much anything goes. And what I'm going to talk about is just one facet of what I hope is a very broad way of trying to solve some of the problems. And the other issue on this is it's going to take a long time. I've been working on Guantanamo now for 19 years. And while we've had some great success, and we've personally, the group of people I work with have got 80 people out, and overall we've got 740 of the 780 people out. Nevertheless, there are still 40 people in Guantanamo 2 decades later, so it's a big problem. I should just mention before we go on that I'm afraid when I do PowerPoint displays, they always have pictures of my son, who's now 12, but I still use the ones when he's quite young, because he keeps telling me not to do it. And it's embarrassing, but at least no one can recognize him now. So let's go forward. I'm going to talk just about whether we can create a system to have local trials for the detainees in northeast Syria. And, that's only one facet. Obviously, we'd all like to just have them come home. But we can't snap our fingers and necessarily demand that. And they call it the, whatever it is, administration of northeast Syria. I've always thought we should call it the self-administration area of northeast Syria, because that's sane Syria, as opposed to the mad Assad, who's the one who deals with the rest of Syria. But anyway, I'll call it by their name, aims through this. And Einstein said this, that there are two things that are infinite, the universe and human stupidity, and he's not sure about the universe, but he's certain that humans are incredibly stupid. And one thing that's happened over the last 20 years since 9/11, and I speak as half American and half British, and actually I apologize for both of them at this point, is that the things that we've done, the policies we've applied, have made the world a vastly more dangerous place, not a better place, because we've abandoned our basic principles of presuming people innocent, of giving them trials, of all that sort of thing. And it's that sort of hypocrisy that breeds hatred around the world. There was indeed a intelligence officer in Guantanamo when I was first going there who said, for every prisoner we have there, we've provoked 10 people around the world to want to do us harm. I think he was underestimating it then, and he's certainly underestimating it now. I think that if you consider the list of all the members of Al-Qaeda on September the 10th, 2001, which was found when bin Laden was assassinated, there were like 100 people on a one-page list. And because we've behaved so badly over the last 20 years, we have made people think that everything we say about democracy and decency and whatever is just nonsense. Legal term is bullshit. And as a consequence, people have been disenchanted with the West and have gone for some of these mad other supposed solutions for our world. And that's in large part, in a very significant part, due to the way that we've responded to the issues in front of us. And one thing we need to do, all of us, is to recognize that actually the Kurds are not the bad guys here. The Kurds in northeast Syria don't want to be forced to run Guantanamo on the Euphrates. And indeed, I've been there a few times, and I've always been impressed with the level of participation in democracy. You know, which other countries have a system where you have to have one male and one female co-chair of each part of the government? I mean, that's better than Britain, and it's certainly better than America. And they don't want to do this, which is an important factor. But at the same time, it's difficult because they're in a dreadful situation and they're constantly being undermined by the West and stabbed in the back and so forth. But it's important not to hate them. And it's important to look at where the real problem lies, which I think in large part is that chap on the left there, Boris Johnson. You know, we have all these politicians on the West saying, oh, this is a massive problem and the West can't deal with anything. Well, it's not. It's actually really easy for the West, and it's just a political issue where they're exploiting hatred. But it's a real problem for the Kurds. And so I want to talk a bit about the lessons we learn from Guantanamo and the comparisons, because I think it's useful to think about that in terms of how we might approach northeast Syria. The first and most important thing, actually, is that starting on this, the reason I was able to get in to begin with, before I think there were certain forces that would rather keep lawyers out, was that the Kurds really didn't want to have a legal black hole, whereas it took us 2.5 years to get in for the very first time to Guantanamo Bay. We sued on February the 19th, 2002, and we won in the US Supreme Court in June 2004. And for 2.5 years, no one was able to visit anyone in a prison in Guantanamo. They could go there and have a propaganda tour where they were told all this nonsense about how everyone was so evil, but they could, the media could, but they couldn't talk to any prisoner. And those prisoners were all held totally incommunicado. And we didn't have a list of the people who were in Guantanamo until 2006, so that was 4 years on. All of that was considered secret. I got into Gitmo for the first time in late 2004, and I was one of the first people to do that. But this is a big problem, and at least the Kurds don't want it. But, you know, the sad truth is that the hostility to the prisoners is very similar. You know, you may think now that the West is actually generally opposed to Guantanamo Bay, and even the President of the United States is. But that wasn't true in the early days. And when we brought the litigation on behalf of the prisoners, I remember I went on television, which was really unwise, and I was accused of being a traitor to the United States 13 times in a 5-minute interview. And, you know, the death threats I got that night were quite lurid. And even in Europe at the beginning, the European countries were firmly on the American side after 9/11. It wasn't for a couple of years that we started to get traction, even in European countries. So it's a big battle. One of the really interesting aspects of the comparison between the two Guantanamos is, in Gitmo, eventually, everyone came to see the United States as the bad guys. And I always say this about Europe, our national sport is not the Euro football. Our national sport is bashing America, which, when you've got Trump or Bush as president, is a remarkably easy game to do. And we really enjoyed doing that over Guantanamo. But what's a bit shocking today is that the shoe is on the other foot now. And the real problem here are the British and the other Europeans and the Canadians who have gone along with them. Because even Donald Trump, you won't say this very often, you certainly won't hear me say it very often, Donald Trump was right and all the Western Europe governments were wrong. Trump said that we should take all our people back, and the Americans did. I actually was involved in the very first American case, and it was quite easy to force the US to take their nationals home. And yeah, they've prosecuted some of them, but it's just not been a big deal for America, with the single exception of Hodamathana, where Trump did one of his midnight mad tweets. But other than that, the Americans have taken all of their people home and helped a lot of other countries. And the problem here was really the British. I mean, the best example one can give of that is the experience of the Canadians. And I was somewhat involved in that 2 or 3 years ago, when the Canadians had originally reached an agreement. They'd had meetings with the Kurds. They had a memorandum of understanding about how they were going to take what they then thought was about 25 of their citizens back. They'd done passport applications. They'd done everything. And then, and this is clearly true, although obviously they'll deny it for political embarrassment reasons, it's clearly true that the mother country, acting rather paternalistically, ironically, Britain told Canada not to do it. And Canada suddenly stopped this process of bringing their nationals back. And Canada's been just as useless as Britain since then. But the problem was the British, and the British have promoted this ridiculous concept of Guantanamo on the Euphrates ever since. And they've been, from my experience, the main bad guys in all of this, which is too bad. And the Brits have gone around and started this whole nonsense about stripping nationality. The Americans, again, don't do that. There's a case from 1954 where the United States Supreme Court said that taking your American nationality is worse than executing you, which is arguable, obviously, but that's a very British thing to do, and it's very pernicious, and we're seeing it in other countries, Australia and various places, stripping people of nationality too, something we need to fight. Another comparison which is important to take into account is the size. When we dealt with Guantanamo in Cuba, there were 780 detainees from 46 countries. They were all men, and that was the bad side, because it was easier for the government to pretend that they all were bad dudes captured on the battlefield of Afghanistan, which turned out to be total bullshit. They were actually people who were sold to America for bounties, by and large. But still, it was a manageable number of people. One of our big problems on the Euphrates is we've got 100 times as many people. And even when you just look at the so-called foreign detainees, who are the ones considered not to be Syrian or Iraqi, they're from a similar number of countries, but there's just, 20 times as many people. And that makes this a massive, massive problem compared to Guantanamo. The good side, of course, is that there are a huge number of kids and a lot of women. And it's much easier to advocate for children than it is for bearded men who can be demonized, or even for some of the women. And that certainly provoked what's been my strategy in the limited work I've been able to do on this, which has been to focus first on the orphans, then on the kids, then on the women and kids. And we mustn't forget the men, of course, but they're the difficult political issue. And we have got some men out. I mean, the Americans have taken their men back. But this is a big, big problem, and we need to recognize that. The next real problem, which is why it's so important you're having this conference in Denmark, is in terms of resources. You know, to begin with, in Guantanamo in the US, it was just me and 2 other lawyers. So it was very small. But as the case percolated up to the US Supreme Court, a lot of other people came out of the woodwork and started getting interested and seeing it for what it was, which was anathema to the whole concept of the rule of law and the essence of America. And in the end, we had a cadre of 500 plus pro bono lawyers, many of them from big law firms with huge amounts of money. Because, of course, all of this has to be done for nothing. We were forced to sign in Guantanamo agreements. Before we could go down to Guantanamo, we had to sign something saying we'd never seek funding from the United States government and we'd always pay for everything ourselves. But we did also have the history of habeas corpus, which is something, it's actually written in the US Constitution. You don't have to go to the Bill of Rights to see the right to habeas corpus. And that's how legally we got into Guantanamo. And it was also a big benefit that Cuba was a long way from anything. I mean, it was very hard for anyone to say these guys were a threat to anybody when they were in Cuba, which was, you know, over 12,000 kilometers from the so-called battlefield. And, you know, it was a downside that the US had so much money. I mean, they currently spend $11.8 million per detainee per year. I think they've spent a total of $6 billion to hold these essentially almost nobodies, most of the people in Guantanamo. So then you compare it to Guantanamo on the Euphrates, and, you know, it's an enormous problem when we have none of the resources. So, so far, I think it's true to say that in terms of the lawyers who have actually got in to try to represent people, there's only been a couple of us. And the local lawyers, I've talked to some of them, but you know, they don't have any resources either. They have this sort of mad 2014 terrorism law that is never going to go anywhere. It's incredibly badly written and would cause them all sorts of legal problems. They're not 12,000 kilometers away. You know, the SDF is forced to keep on fighting on every front if they're not being attacked by mad Assad or by other ISIS lunatics. They're being attacked by Turkey, and it's really difficult for them. And they have very little funds. They have a hard enough time feeding their own people, let alone prisoners, you know, thousands of prisoners that they have. So it's a very different and very difficult situation in that sense, and it's why it's so important for all of you to be involved. And, you know, you have a real problem there too. Yes, eventually we won in Guantanamo in the US Supreme Court, but the Bush administration carried on fighting us. So we won in Rasool versus Bush, which was the case we brought on behalf of 3 British people who were being held there. But then the US government tried to push back, and we had to go up to the US Supreme Court 2 more times to maintain even the basic rights that we had. But at least we had the US Supreme Court, and we had a constitution. And the problem in Northeast Syria is that legal rights are meaningless unless there's a way to enforce them. And I've had people in Syria ask if we can't sue, you know, the prisoners ask if we can't sue the UN or sue this person or sue that person. But actually, it's impossible to do in many cases. And so it's very hard to find a legal forum where we can enforce the rights of people, which is why we may need to help create one. And, you know, all of these things are pretty multinational. It's not to say that you can't bring litigation in other countries. I definitely planned to when I was doing the American cases, because we could force the American government quite easily in court to do their job in terms of helping people. And, you know, when you think about the US passport or the British passport for that matter, and most of your others, it says right there on the inside front page that it's their duty to provide support to people when they're in trouble abroad. And we could have enforced that in the US because we have a constitution. We should definitely try to do it in other cases, as has been done a bit in Britain and done quite successfully in some of the continental European countries. And it's worth thinking that, yeah, we won in the US Supreme Court in 2004 on Guantanamo, but we'd only won once by 2006. And we'd won more cases in Britain that we'd brought suing the British or suing other people in Britain. So this multinational approach is really important, and the fact that there are so many people there in Denmark from different countries is really important because, again, it's good to coordinate, but the bottom line is you do whatever you want. And I don't think you have much chance of doing any harm. I'll tell you one story about Guantanamo. You know, people would bitch and complain about what each other did and, you know, you shouldn't do that or you should do that. But actually, there was nothing that harmed what we did, however crazy. And there was one lawyer who I'd gone to Yemen with, I won't name him, but he had this ridiculous idea of trying to illustrate how degrading Guantanamo was. And so to illustrate the way that the US government was degrading the prisoners, he stripped to his Y-front underpants. And this was a sort of 60-year-old white guy from Washington. And he just horrified the conservative Muslims in the audience. Quite understandably so. The Y-fronts are not great pants, are they? But anyway, even that didn't do any harm except his legal career because he got fired by his firm. But, you know, there was no harm done to what we were trying to do, however mad that was. So the absolute lesson is no matter where you are and what you're doing, as long as you're doing, it's almost certainly a good thing. One aspect of all of this is, while courts are important at some level, the court of public opinion is much more important. And one of the reasons that we need to get into northeast Syria is to get the truth out. It was Joe Margulis, one of the two other lawyers who I worked with on Guantanamo, who said of that place that that was only being used because then the Bush administration could say we were doing something to these evil, wicked people who had been behind 9/11. And all of that was a lie. And Joe said, if we open it up, they'll close it down because the people would see the truth and then suddenly they wouldn't be so supportive of it. And the same is true in Syria. And it's really worth underlining the fact that while we had a court that we could go to in America, actually the American law on this subject was pretty stupid. And it was really important to use the law to get in to see the prisoners, but it didn't help getting the prisoners out because the DC Circuit Court of Appeals held that the courts couldn't order the release of the prisoners. So actually, of the 740 people we've got out, 0 have been released as a result of a court order, and they've all been released ultimately because of public pressure. And so we would go to visit the prisoners. Everything was secretive. We couldn't say anything until we got it through the censors. But in the end, we were able to get the truth out about so many prisoners that it was just embarrassing to the US government and shamed them into releasing so many prisoners. And 740 out of 780 is also almost 95% that we've got out so far. And there are now 40 left, but we've already cleared 8 of them. So that's another 25% of them who'll get out pretty soon. And that's all really been through getting the facts out. And we've seen the same sort of vilification of prisoners in northeast Syria that we saw elsewhere. And yet we need to not vilify the people who have done those stories. I was really happy to see something just last week where the journalist who had first created the whole stigma for poor old Shamima Begum, the kid, she was 15 from Britain when she went to northeast Syria. The person who wrote the early stories on that made her look so bad has written a really good piece for the Times about how she's no threat to Britain. And I've talked to him personally about it, and I'm very pleased that he's felt guilty about it and went back to try to repair some of the damage. But we need to keep that up. Then, you know, one of the issues I want to talk about is just about whether we shouldn't be trying to help them create a legal system where we can get people out. And I think we should. And there are various questions. You know, lawyers argue about this stuff forever, and it's such nonsense. Of course they can do that. I mean, of course they can create whatever court they want. They don't need to have anyone's permission. I mean, the Nuremberg trials were just created. Guantanamo. The Americans just created military commissions, and there's no reason that a subsection of a country, even just northeast Syria, couldn't do that. Of course they can. And, you know, they can do it even when much of the so-called offense took place elsewhere. This chap here, Marion Albert Mad Dog Pruitt, is someone I represented facing the death penalty in the US. And he did a spree kidnapping with a bunch of murders involved and went all the way along I-10, which goes all the way from California to Florida. And, you know, each state could try him. He was tried in the end in New Mexico, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Florida for the things that happened all the way along the route. So, of course, the Northeast Syrians can try people for whatever. As long as there's some link to that, they have perfect power to try people there for whatever happened anywhere in Syria. But there are practical difficulties they face. I mean, if there are 13,000 foreign detainees, it's crazy to think that these cash-strapped people can do all those trials. Of course they can't. So, you know, we're thinking about trials not as a way to release everybody and try everybody. Of course not. It's just a mechanism to put pressure on the Western governments to behave themselves and take people back. And, you know, I've talked to the people in Northeast Syria, various levels, about why they want to do it. They're the victims. They do have the right to put people on trial much more than anywhere else. Not that the British shouldn't be doing it. Of course they should, and so should everyone else, if they've got any evidence. But the Syrians can too, Northeast Syrians. But, you know, it's also good for them because we've talked about it. And I've got to say, I'd rather be tried in a court by the Kurds than in a court by a number of other people, including probably the Americans, because they're not as vindictive. And so, but it's only as a way to highlight, you know, if we did trials in Northeast Syria, and it'd just be a few, the media would be all over them. And we need to have those things done in part to show that there's a lot of people who aren't guilty of anything. And so we want to highlight that. We want to show, have people, you know, people like me, for goodness sake, go down and help human rights lawyers to make sure that they have fairness and that people are acquitted. And, you know, if we do that, we can change the story and gradually move everyone towards sending people home. And we can do it with all the human rights provisions. One thing I like about the Kurds is, you know, they have no truck with the death penalty, and they'd like to have it all human rights compliant. So, you know, it's important for us to try to use that as one tool for helping to solve the problem in Northeast Syria. And we should take the parallel with Nuremberg, where they provided counsel for the person in, you know, in the language they spoke. So they got German lawyers to represent them. But, you know, they also, Nuremberg, one thing people don't remember is even in the trial of the very worst Nazis, the Nuremberg tribunals acquitted 5 of 24 people. You know, over 20% of them were found not guilty. And of all the 12,000 plus trials they had of Nazis after World War II, a third of them were acquitted, were found not guilty. And so what that does is highlight everything. Yes, you've got the mad people who really were doing crazy, mad things, but you've also got people who weren't. And one of the good ways to get that story out is if we can do it in a courtroom where people are acquitted. And we can all think of people who, if they were put on trial, would be fine. I mean, I'm not going to name names, but some of the Canadians who I'm well familiar with, you know, we know that so many of the women who ended up in Northeast Syria were coerced or were trafficked or were stupid 15-year-old kids. And also, you know, I put a word in for Jack Letts here, because I'm sure at some point John and Sally will be listening to this, and they know, and I know, that Jack's no more a terrible terrorist than my grandmother. And I would like nothing more than to represent Jack in a trial down there, because, yeah, he'd probably be convicted of coming illegally into the country and being a bit of a twit, but he's not going to be convicted of being a terrorist. And we'd do that very publicly. And I've met Jack down there. He's a nice kid, and he would speak well for himself. And so, those are just things we need to think about when we're thinking about whether we want to try to help them do it. But again, with those cases or with anything, it's in the interests of the Kurds as well as us to start off with the most sympathetic cases at some level. And, that's why I went down the very first people we actually had to get out, as opposed to the Americans, who were very easy, with these two Trinidadian kids, because they were just effectively orphans. And, it was really good to get the publicity for them. But we want to do the same with any trials we might do. And if people are convicted of something minor and are sentenced to some minor offense, and what the Kurds have said to me is they don't expect anyone to get more than a 20-year sentence, but most people would get something very minimal. And if they've done their time and facing time served, or if they're kids and they're obviously acquitted, then the pressure is stepped up on the Western countries to take them home. And that's really the point of doing it from my perspective. But I hope we can keep on working towards that as one idea. Anyway, none of that really matters in the great scheme of things. I only wanted to talk about these few ideas because of the ultimate rule in what we're all trying to do, which is that we're trying to do something. I think as a group of people, we didn't have much backbiting in the Guantanamo cases. It was just a bunch of stupid stuff every now and then. But the bottom line is people really got along and respected each other doing whatever they did. And obviously that's true for us. Anything that you do is good. The only sin is to do nothing. And pretty much anything. Look, we have a test I used to have in the office I ran in New Orleans, which was called the triple laugh test. And if you have an idea that's so stupid that just everyone bursts out laughing at you, then it's probably not going to do any harm anyhow, so I should go ahead and do it. But almost never would people have ideas when we were doing death penalty trials that we would reject as being harmful, because almost nothing is harmful except to do nothing. And so I encourage you to not just listen to what I have to say, but to listen to what everyone has to say, and then crack on and get on down to Syria yourself and do whatever you can do. Or if you can't do that, there's any number of things you can do to highlight the plight of people up here. And I suppose that's about it. This is a particularly embarrassing picture of Wilf, dressed up as Robin Hood, who I'm sure many of you will know as he's certainly my hero, who went around doing battle with the evil Prince John in England in about 1100 and something. But anyway, that's Wilf being dressed up by me as Robin Hood. And we all need to do it ourselves. We need to get out there and do whatever we can to help solve this huge problem of Guantanamo on the Euphrates. And with that, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry I can't be there in person. It'd be nice to meet you all in person. But it's good to be able to talk to you a bit from here. And I hope we'll work together on this for the years to come, which will be years to come, I'm afraid. Thanks.
Okay, time for lunch. Please be back at 12:45. And there'll be some music playing a minute before we are starting again, so please be seated. Remember to keep your distance, wear face masks when not sitting, and use hand wash or sanitizer. Enjoy. Beatrice Eriksson is the co-founder of Repatriate the Children Sweden. Along with Patricia Galvez and Gorgi Glaser-Müller, she launched RTC to provide advice to governments and families on how to safely facilitate the repatriation of children from northeast Syria. She was intimately involved in the efforts to repatriate the grandchildren of Patricia Galvez from the Al-Hol camp to Sweden and is currently providing guidance to other Swedish families who are attempting to secure the return of their own grandchildren. Patricia Galvez is a Chilean-Swedish freelance musician and co-founder of RTC Sweden. Along with Beatrice, he launched RTC to provide advice to governments and families. His journey, also in 2019, he repatriated his 7 grandchildren from the camps in Syria. He was the first man in Europe to do so. And his journey was followed by Gorki and made into the documentary Children of the Enemy, which premiered at CBH Docs in 2021. Please give a very warm welcome to Patricia and Beatrice.
Det är sista bilden jag har på Amanda. Jag har förlorat henne. Och barnen är ensamma, någonstans i norra Syrien.
There is the huge question of what to do with thousands of children born inside the caliphate.
Their own governments refuse to take them back.
Jag har kontaktat Röda Korset, Rädda Barnen och massa olika organisationer, men inte fått någon hjälp. Jag måste åka och hämta barnen. Hon kommer säga hon så snabbt radikaliserades. Varför tog hon den här vägen? Vad har man gjort för fel? Lo único que queda de Amanda, digamos, de su propia carne y sangre, son mis nietos. Det handlar inte om bara 2 terrorister som åkte iväg, utan det handlade om 7 små oskyldiga barn. Så de här grejerna händer för... Maybe some organization is take the children. Situationen är kaotisk. Mohammed is in the hospital. Alltså det här är sjukt. Jag måste agera. Oskyldiga barnens liv är i fara. Hallå?
First of all, thank you so much for hosting this conference. We admire our colleagues in Repatriate the Children Denmark highly, and we are so thankful for all the efforts that you made that's led to the decision from the Swedish government to repatriate Danish children. A big applause to RTC Denmark. So we were part of the rescue operation of Patricio's 7 orphan grandchildren left in Al-Hol camp in northeastern Syria after their parents who joined ISIS had been killed in the end battles. When we finally arrived to Sweden with these 7 children, and they were in safety, it struck us, why did the Swedish government choose to rescue only these 7 children and leaving the other some 30 Swedish children to remain in these camps? Or in these open-air prisons, I would rather say. As we could not accept this fact, together with Gorki Glaser-Müller, the director of the documentary Children of the Enemy, we formed the organization Repatriated Children Sweden with the aim of doing what we can to make the other children, for them to be brought back home. So the Children's Rights organization that we have founded, we are working through perspectives of humanitarian principles of global security and due process. But let's first go back to 2019.
I will speak English, Swedish, because my English is still bad, but I have my best friend Beatrice who will help me with the translation. She's best. Mina barnbarn, som då var mellan 1 till 8 år, bevittnade och genomlevde under kriget i Syrien den mest fruktansvärda upplevelse som en människa, och som framförallt barn, ska någonsin behöva uppleva under sitt liv på den här jorden. Det fasansfulla upplevelse intensifierades i början av 2019, där de 7 barnen som redan befann sig inne i slagfältet flydde för livet utan sin mor, utan mat, utan rent vatten, sjuka och helt förtvivlade.
My grandchildren, by that time between the age of 8 and 1 year old, they witnessed and they suffered the war in Syria. The most terrible experiences that any human being, and especially children, could ever experience. And these terrible events, they were intensified in early March 2019, where these 7 children that now had become orphans, their mother had been killed in the war. They were escaping for their lives without their mothers, without food, without clean water. They were sick and they were devastated. I want to put emphasis on that they were escaping without their mother, because she was the only human being in this living hell that could make them feel safe, respected and loved.
Efter månader av lidande, utmattning och extrem svält hamnade de 7 syskon i Baghuz, IS sista fäste. Där i Baghuz bekräftades det att det minsta av barnen för andra gången höll på att dö av hungersnöd och upptorkning, och att de små tjejerna som då var mellan 2 och 4 år gamla var nästan på tur. Den 1 mars 2019 i Baghuz brändes hundratals människor till döds. De flesta av dem var barn. Det grillades av en slungande regn av vit fosfor som föll hela natten från himlen. Precis där, under detta hänsynslösa regn av eld och kallblodiga bomber, fanns mina 7 barnbarn. De var nedgrävda under jorden. Att de 7 överlevde alla dessa fruktansvärda episoder är inget annat än en mirakel.
After 2 months of suffering, exhaustion and extreme famine, these 7 siblings were ended up in Baghuz, the last stronghold of ISIS. In Baghuz, it was confirmed that the youngest one, little Mohammed, by that time 1 year, he was very close to dying, and it was the 2nd time in his life already. Next to come was his siblings, the 2 girls, by that time 2 and 4. Beginning of March 2019, my grandchildren had to hide under the soil. They were buried under the soil to hide from the rains of bombs raining over them.
Under tiden, trots all kompetens vi besitter, trots alla dessa lagar och konventioner vi har för barn och mänskliga rättigheter, Trots all vår erfarenhet av ohyggliga krigsbrott som begåtts under mänsklighetens historia, historien som så många gånger har gett oss tankeställningar och varningar. Trots allt detta så verkar ingen av det räcka till för att lösa en sådan fundamentalt ohuman problem och till synes relativt så enkel som att rädda 7 föräldralösa barn.
That all these 7 children actually survived is nothing but a miracle. And despite all the competence that we have, despite the laws, frameworks, conventions that we signed on, despite our experiences of war crimes in the history, have we learned nothing? How could a problem that seems so urgent and so obvious, it seems so simple, how can it be so difficult for governments, for authorities? It was 7 orphaned children in a war zone. What was the problem?
Ur denna frustration och ur detta oförstånd uppstår den lilla människans kamp. Den lilla människan som med hjärtat i handen och med en liten dust av kurage ger sig iväg i humanismens namn för att ta ut med problemet. Det som för staterna verkar vara enormt komplext och närmast omöjligt att fixa är för den lilla människan och den lilla och naiva människan en enkel ekvation. Idag är jag superglad och optimistisk eftersom den lilla människans naiva mod har resulterat att vi blir flera och flera som ensamma eller genom organisationen som Repatriate Children gör stora insatser för att utan dröjmål eller står bakom barnens och människors grundläggande rättigheter.
From this frustration and from this lack of sense from governments, the battle and the struggle from one tiny person himself started. And the tiny person with his heart in his hand and a small dose of bravery, he went on a trip to northeast Syria to search for a solution from this problem. And what seemed to be for the governments a very complex problem, for this little human being whom I might have been naive, it was a simple equation. Today I'm happy, today I'm optimistic because one little person's naive bravery has resulted that there's many individuals and organizations such as Repatriate the Children continuing this struggle to stand behind children's and humans' rights.
Det är dit till den sanna och absoluta grundläggande mänskliga kärnan som jag önskar att världspolitiken ska enas och samsas kring. Framförallt när det gäller att fatta snabba beslut gällande humanitära och akuta katastrofer där barnens rättigheter kränks och försummas. I en akut och omfattande mänsklig tragedi ska inte byråkrati och en krångligt beslutsfattande maskineri gå före de humanitära insatser. Att stater och dess politiska ledare agerar och fattar sina beslut på basis opinion istället för att agera utifrån den mänskliga okränkbara värden som är inskrivna i FN:s resolutioner och konventioner är allt bortom sin kritik.
Is it too much to ask that the international community are gathering around the core of basic human rights? Is it? When it comes to making quick decisions regarding humanitarian issues in a very urgent catastrophe where children's rights are being violated and neglected, we cannot have bureaucracy as an obstacle. These are human lives, and these children's childhood is being wasted. I cannot enough criticize the governments for being this passive.
Den lilla människan lånade ut mitt ansikte för att ge ett gemensamt uttryck för den skam som samtliga av oss anhöriga bär efter det felaktiga och barbariska valet som våra barn tog i fördolda, att åka till Syrien och ansluta sig till terror. Med denna skam inpräntad i mitt ansikte och med tårar av sorg och vanmakt bad jag kurderna i nordöstra Syrien om nåd och förskoning för alla våra barns räkning. På så sätt, trots det politiska spelet som pågick och trots alla motvindar som konflikten och zonen i sig innebär, kunde jag, den lilla människan, öppna dörrar och gränser. Och allt detta tack drivkraften som var kärleken till mina barnbarn.
I, the small person, I exposed my face to give an expression of the stigma and the shame that all of us relatives are carrying after the very barbaric decision that our family members made to join this terrorist group. With this shame imprinted in my head, in my face, and with tears of grief, I went to Northeast Syria and I asked the Kurds for their forgiveness and for their mercy, for what my daughter and others among her had caused to them. Despite all the political winds, this managed to get me through doors that were closed previously. And thanks to this, I managed to find my grandchildren and convince the authorities. My drive was the love for my grandchildren.
Denna skärande historien ni fick nyss höra handlade om 7 småbarn. Endast om 7 föräldralösa syskon. Men nu vill jag att ni ska multiplicera denna fruktansvärda historia gånger 1000. Eftersom minst så många andra barn delar exakt samma historia som mina barnbarn. Och även om 100 av dem, inklusive mina barnbarn, lyckligtvis till sist fick komma till sina hemländer, så finns det ännu tusentals andra barn som ännu är inspärrade i helvetet och väntat på att deras stater agerar med samma mod och beslutsamhet som den lilla människan och skyndar sig för att hämta hem dem till tryggheten och en venerabel, kärleksfull och fri uppväxt.
This heartbreaking story that you just heard, it's about my family, it's about 7 children. But I want you to multiply my story with times thousands, because that's how many children that are still remaining in this dreadful situation. And so many other relatives are sharing the story that I used to be part of as well. I'm happy that in the end my grandchildren, they were rescued, they are safe, they are back home, and others are too. But still there are thousands of children imprisoned in this hell, waiting for their governments to act to rescue them with the same kind of being as deliberate and urgent as one tiny person to make whatever they can to bring them home under safe protocols and for them to have a childhood filled with love. For Patricio, for you, this had been a struggle for many years. Your daughter traveled there and you tried for years to try to convince her to return, to try to at least let the children come home, but it was impossible. So after her passing, you asked the authorities for help time and time again, but you did not get any response. You traveled to Northeast Syria. You spent 40 days in the Kurdish region of Iraq and Syria, trying to convince your own government that these children have rights as Swedish citizens and as very vulnerable children. By that time, we could never have imagined that now, more than 2 years later, there would still be children remaining in these camps. We could never have imagined that. What a betrayal, and what a waste of childhoods. We have just had a delegation from RTC in northeastern Syria. We just got back a couple of weeks ago, and meeting with the representatives from the Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria, the Kurdish self-administration, they described to us that holding all these families is a huge burden for them. Dr. Abdul Karim Omar, the co-chair of the Foreign Relations Commission, he told us that children are innocent. They are just victims, and their countries must take the responsibility. Their existence here will only create another generation of terrorists. And this generation will be even more dangerous than their fathers, because these children are growing up in that mindset of terrorism and in the mindset of taking revenge. The official position from the Swedish government is that children should be brought back home when and if it's possible, but adults will not be assisted to be brought home. We have long time claimed that it is possible, and the opportunity is now. Actually, the window for repatriation has been open for at least 2 years, but soon it can be too late. Few days ago, however, some development occurred with reports saying that Swedish women, possibly from other countries in Europe and abroad as well, that the self-administration don't have any evidence against, will be deported. A game with words, I guess. How could a non-state actor in that geographical area deport anyone? But however, what's new in this is that the Swedish government, for the first time, saying that they're willing to receive these Swedish citizens, these mothers, including their children. However, amazing news this is. The Swedish government also said that we will receive some of the Swedish families. They did not confirm that all the children will be brought back home. So the mistake that was made in May 2019, when the Swedish government chose to bring out 7 and leave the other 30, we don't have the time to make that mistake again. This time, all children need to be brought back along with their mothers at the same time, and it should not linger anymore. There's nothing new about this appeal from the self-administration. When we were there and we talked to representatives from the self-administration, they also told us that they have been appealing. You also know this, they have been appealing. They said 10 times we have been calling for countries such as Sweden, please come and get your citizens. Take these children and these mothers. This is our first priority. And the process is so easy. Governments just need to ask for them. Basically, what is needed is for governments to send an email with the names of the people they want to repatriate. And the self-administration will hand over them to the authorities. They will not give them to NGOs, they will not give them to families. It needs to be a formal request from the government. But that's what's needed, an email. So, Patricio, it's been more than 2 years now since this happened. What has happened since? How are your children today?
Barnen är lyckliga. Liksom. De har fått en ny chans i livet, och de känner så starkt att de kom bort från helvetet. Så de blomstrar, och de var underbart.
The children have recovered in an incredible way. They have left what was behind them, and they got a new chance in life. They started off in safety, and they are happy. They are developing, and they are just as any other children. They are strong, and we're so thankful that their lives were rescued. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story and a wonderful documentary. I was thinking if we could touch a little bit about this special aspect which I call lack of advocacy. The thing is that when you go to northern Syria as a private person, you're really on your own. There really isn't any support system legally or strange situation. So what I'm curious about is how, first of all, how did you find the courage and the energy to keep going? And also, as an NGO, how are you trying to build this advocacy now for the children still there?
Så det är ingen lätt grej att åka till nordöstra Syrien som en privatperson. Varifrån fick du modet? Varifrån fick du energin att göra det?
Det var kärleken till mina barn, alltså barnbarn. Själva sorgen liksom, att ha förlorat min dotter. Känner att du inte hade gjort så mycket för henne. Jag kunde inte rädda henne, men jag måste liksom rädda hennes barn.
The love for my grandchildren was the drive. I was sad that I couldn't rescue my daughter, so I promised myself I have to rescue my grandchildren. They were orphaned and no one cared about them. It was only me, so who else would act if no one else acted, so I had to. When it comes to repatriate the children, along with our Danish and American colleagues in RTC, Denmark and USA, and along with numerous groups that are advocating for the same cause, we have an international network, and there's representation in at least 14 countries in 5 different continents, and we are trying to, in all ways we can, advocate for this cause by lifting that humanitarian principles, global security and due process must be combined to find a solution in this atrocities that has happened.
And how do you address the problem about legal counseling? Because I guess you need lawyers, good lawyers.
We have good lawyers, and there is a lawsuit on the Swedish government in the European Court of Human Rights pending. So we're hoping these kind of processes can take some time. So we're hoping that the Swedish government will make the right decision. So before that, I mean, the situation is so urgent. There's no more time to waste.
Okay, no more time to waste. Thank you very much for coming, Swedish friends.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tore Refslund Hamming. Sorry, I can do this in Danish, I suppose. Forsker i radikalisering og med en Ph.D. i jihadisme, og Tore arbejder for European University Institute. Værsgo.
God eftermiddag alle sammen. Vi er halvt igennem dagens program, og det er varmt herinde, og man sidder og bliver lidt træt. Jeg håber, I har lidt energi til lidt flere timer, i hvert fald en halv time mere. Jeg er jo forsker, så jeg er vant til at gå til sådan nogle semi-støvede konferencer, hvor man sidder og gemmer sig lidt bag et langt bord. Så det at stå her, det er jo helt vildt imponerende, og også ret intimiderende faktisk. Og derfor vil jeg også gerne starte med at sige tak til Natasha og Knud og alle i RTC for at stå bag det her. Det er jo ligesom at være en eller anden Steve Jobs, der står til en eller anden Apple-arrangement. Det er en ret hæftig følelse. Men i hvert fald tak for det, og tak for at invitere mig, og tak fordi I afholder den her konference, som er så vanvittigt vigtig. Og jeg er simpelthen så glad for, at jeg får lov til at stå her og bidrage til debatten. Jeg skal lige huske den her, fordi jeg har et lille PowerPoint-show. Det er ikke, fordi jeg har så meget. Jeg har et enkelt slide, jeg godt vil bruge senere. Og så et skrækkeligt billede til at starte med. Jeg ved ikke, om den kommer på. Men den her debat, den har jo både et etisk, et juridisk og et sikkerhedselement. Og det, jeg ligesom er blevet bedt om at snakke om i dag, det er det her sikkerhedsben. Fordi jeg har jo en Ph.D. i terrorisme, eller har i hvert fald beskæftiget mig meget med Islamisk Stat og Al-Qaida. Så det er noget af det, jeg ved en smule om. Og måden, jeg tolker det her spørgsmål, som Natasha stillede mig, sikkerhedsrisikoen ved at lade børn og mødre blive i lejrene, det er ligesom, hvilken terrortrussel udgør de her personer, hvis de bliver i lejrene. Og det her med sikkerhedsrisiko, det er jo rigtig, rigtig svært at definere. Særligt hvis man skal gøre det kvantitativt. typisk så bruger man sådan en NATO-standard og siger, at der er 10-20% risiko for, at det her sker, eller 20-50% for, at det her det sker. Og det er jo typisk sådan noget, som sikkerhedsaktører, efterretningstjenester, de gør. Og mit indtryk, det er, at det ret ofte sker på den her måde. Og derfor vil jeg ikke gøre det. Simpelthen fordi det er så vanvittigt svært. Men trods alt kan man jo godt prøve at kvalificere den trussel, der nu engang er. Og det må man gøre på baggrund af den bedste viden omkring emnet. Og i det her tilfælde, der synes jeg, at den relevante viden handler omkring viden om terror som fænomen og terrors dynamikker, omkring viden om de her konkrete personer, som det omhandler, viden omkring deres kontekst. Det hænger rigtig meget sammen med, at jeg har en tese, at der ikke rigtig særlig mange personer her i verden, der gider at være terrorister eller jihadister i særlig lang tid, hvis de har et godt alternativ. Det er simpelthen ikke særlig sjovt. Det kan godt være, at det er meget interessant i starten, men når man har levet livet, for eksempel i Syrien i en periode, så er det faktisk ikke så sjovt. Så derfor, hvis folk har de rigtige alternativer, så vil de også gerne noget andet. I hvert fald på et eller andet tidspunkt. Og det sidste, der er rigtig relevant, det er viden om jihadistisk ideologi. Fordi når man siger jihadistisk ideologi, så tænker folk ofte én ting. De tænker, nu om dagen, islamisk stat, tilbage i tiden tænker man måske al-Qaida. Men jihadistisk ideologi er rigtig, rigtig mange ting, og det spænder bredt. Og det er vigtigt at forstå den diversitet, der er inden for jihadisternes ideologi. Fordi så kan du også godt forstå, at det ikke er alle jihadister, der gerne vil være terrorister. Det er ikke alle, der rejser til Syrien, der også gerne vil rejse tilbage til Danmark, Sverige, USA og begå terror. Det er faktisk kun en meget, meget lille del. Og det er sådan lidt, hvis du ikke har den forståelse, så ser du spøgelser overalt, fordi så er der over 6.000 mennesker, der er rejst fra Vesten, og som gerne vil rejse tilbage og blive terrorister. Det er simpelthen bare ikke tilfældet. Jeg vil gerne starte med lige at sige et par ord omkring hele debatten, der har været omkring kvinder, børn og mænd, fordi jeg synes, det er vigtigt. Derefter vil jeg gå videre og snakke lidt omkring noget fakta i forhold til, hvad er terrortruslen egentlig fra de her foreign fighters. Og så til sidst, så vil jeg bevæge mig ud på rigtig, rigtig dybt vand og prøve med noget scenarietænkning. Og det vil jeg komme ind på senere, hvorfor jeg synes, det er lidt dybt vand. Men hvis I synes her i starten, at jeg bruger ikke lang tid på at snakke om noget, der måske ikke lige har med det her at gøre, så må I lige bære over med mig, fordi det kommer. Jeg synes bare, at der er nogle vigtige ting at sige først omkring hele debatten. Og debatten startede jo rigtig, rigtig meget i 2019. I marts falder Islamisk Stats sidste territoriale kontrol i Østsyrien, i Barus. Og det er her, at debatten omkring hjemtagelse jo virkelig, virkelig starter, på trods af, som vi hørte tidligere, at der er folk, der har været i de her lejre siden 2017 og 2018. Men to ting, jeg synes, der er lidt interessante omkring debatten fra 2019 og frem, det er at den har handlet så ensidigt omkring kvinder og børn. Jeg synes, det er rigtig, rigtig vigtigt, at vi også snakker om mændene, netop fra et sikkerhedsperspektiv, fordi det er måske her, at det giver allermest mening at snakke om mændene, fordi det trods alt er dem, der udgør den største sikkerhedstrussel. Men der kan vi bare se, at der er vi måske ikke helt modne nok i debatten endnu til også at forholde os til mændene. Så indtil nu er det jo meget med fokus på kvinder og børn. Det andet punkt, det er timingen for den her debat. Fordi som Kasper sagde tidligere, så kommer jeg også til at snakke omkring, at der er rigtig, rigtig mange fremmedkrigere, der er vendt hjem allerede. I Danmark er det nok et tal omkring 70, måske 80 mennesker. Der er mange af dem rejst afsted tilbage i 2012, 13, 14, kæmpede for al-Qaida, Islamisk Stat eller andre militante grupperinger, og så vendte de hjem igen. De var nogle af de heldige, der slap ud. Mange af dem mænd, der har været i krig og virkelig fået våbentræning, altså nogle af dem, vi burde være rigtig, rigtig bange for. De kom hjem, og der har aldrig rigtig været sindssygt meget debat omkring sikkerhedstruslen ved det, på trods af, at det egentlig nok er dem, vi burde langt hen ad vejen være rigtig, rigtig bange for. Men nu, der bruger vi rigtig, rigtig meget tid og mange kræfter på at diskutere, hvor farlige 3 kvinder og hvor mange børn er det nu, Knud? Der kommer 14 børn, der skal komme hjem, på trods af, at vi har over jihadister, der har tilbragt flere år i Danmark i hvert fald, uden der på noget tidspunkt har været et terrorangreb eller en terrorplot i Danmark, der er knyttet til nogle af de her personer. Det er bare lige for at perspektivere, at så farlige behøves fremmedkrigere eller deres familier simpelthen heller ikke at være. Indtil videre har det jo meget været en debat, hvis man skal sige lidt firkantet, der har involveret 4 aktører. På den ene side, og igen det her det er firkantet, politikere og befolkningen, fordi det er virkelig ikke alle politikere, der er i hvert fald en her i rummet, der ikke er i den gruppe. På den ene side, og så på den anden side sikkerhedsaktører, altså tjenesterne og fageksperter, forskere, analytikere, der arbejder inden for det her felt. Og hvis vi skal være lidt firkantet, så kan vi ligesom sige, at politikerne og befolkningen har været på den ene side, fageksperterne har været på den anden side. Men i og med, at det er førstnævnte, altså politikerne, der sidder med beslutningskraften inden for det her emne, så er der også indtil nu været politikerne, der har truffet nogle politiske beslutninger omkring det her emne, der går imod alt, hvad fagkundskaben siger. Og det er ret sjældent. Det er faktisk ret sjældent, som Maja her i rummet også mange gange har sagt i medierne, at du har et fagfelt med tjenester og med fagpersoner, der faktisk er ret enige. Der er en risiko ved, at fremmedkrigere kommer hjem, men den risiko er mindre, end hvis de bliver dernede. Og det gælder også deres familier. Så det er faktisk ret enestående, at vi har den her situation. I stedet for har vi set den her politiske kampagne for ligesom at frame de her børn og kvinder på en særlig måde. IS-børn, Syriens børn, terrorister, landsforrædere, hvis det sidste Stoklund har sagt. Og der kan jo ikke være nogen tvivl om, hvad målet med den her retorik er. Det er jo ligesom at male de her folk på en måde, så man virkelig ikke har lyst til, at de skal komme hjem. Det lidt komiske ved det her er så, at de selv samme politikere efter efterretningstjenesten så gik ud og sagde, at det er sgu nok bedre rent sikkerhedsmæssigt at få de her hjem. Så har de fandme været stille. Fordi så kunne de ikke længere gemme sig bag, at nogle af de her sikkerhedsaktører måske lidt for lang tid har været lidt for stille omkring det her. Lidt fakta, lidt tal, fordi tal kan jo nogle gange sige en masse omkring, hvor farlige fremmedkrigere egentlig er. Og den data, vi har, den vidner egentlig om, at fremmedkrigere slet ikke er så farlige, som vi troede. I hvert fald hvis vi sammenligner med tidligere konflikter, jihadistiske konflikter, hvor fremmedkrigere er taget afsted, de har været i træningslejre, de har været i krig, de er kommet tilbage til Vesten, og i relativt stort antal begået terrorangreb. Det her det er det med tal fra 2014 og terrorangreb, der på en eller anden måde kan knyttes til Islamisk Stat. Terrorangreb til venstre, terrorplots, altså angreb, der mislykkedes til højre. I Vesten, det vil sige Europa, Nordamerika og Australien og New Zealand. 62 angreb er blevet udført i den her periode, og nu skal jeg være helt sikker på, at jeg siger det rigtige tal. Kun 6 af de angreb har der været fremmedkrigere i. 52 af de angreb er blevet begået af folk, der aldrig nogensinde har været udrejst. Det vil sige, at de er født, eller i hvert fald levet lang tid i et land som Danmark, og ikke været afsted i Syrien, og så begår de et terrorangreb på et tidspunkt. Nogle af dem, der ved vi det simpelthen ikke endnu. Det er omkring lige under 10%. Det er ikke særlig meget. Det er ikke særlig meget. Jeg vil i hvert fald som forsker inden, hvis nogen havde opsat det her scenarie for mig tilbage i 2014, at så mange fremmedkrigere rejste afsted, så ville jeg tro, at det ville være meget mere dominerende. Det er stort set det samme billede, hvis vi kigger på antallet af plots, altså angreb, der mislykkes. Det er så 11% af dem, hvor der har indgået fremmedkrigere, i hvert fald i forhold til den data, vi kender. Det er meget, meget let. Det sidste angreb i Europa, eller i Vesten, hvor der indgik en fremmedkriger, det var 2017, angrebet i Manchester, det her fuldstændig forfærdelige angreb, hvor en libysk brite, han springer en bombe til en koncert. Vi har kun én gang oplevet af de her 62 angreb, at det er begået af en kvindelig fremmedkriger. Det var i Tyskland. Hun var så også et barn, hun var under 18 år, så vi har faktisk kun et eksempel på en kvinde eller et barn ud af 62 angreb, som er blevet begået af en kvinde eller barn, det er et lille tal. Det er for at sige, selvfølgelig er der en risiko. Risikoen er bare meget, meget lille, hvis vi kigger på data. Og som sagt, så er det ikke, fordi der ikke er fremmedkrigere, der er vendt hjem. Altså, der er over 70 i Danmark, som har levet her rigtig, rigtig længe. Mange af dem, de vendte hjem måske i 13 eller 14, og så er de levet her i forskellige år. Og forskningen viser jo, at hvis du har været fremmedkriger, og du gerne vil gå et terrorangreb, så gør du det stort set lige så snart du kommer hjem. Maks 1 år. Nogle gange op til 2 år. Men efter det, så begår du ikke terrorangreb længere. Så er du ligesom kommet videre med dit liv. Nu har vi ikke lange fængselsstraffe i Danmark, men hvis de her kvinder kommer hjem og skal sidde, lad os sige, 3 til 4 år, så tror jeg sgu ikke, de begår terror i hvert fald, når de kommer ud. Derfor handler det jo selvfølgelig også om, når man laver de her trusselsvurderinger eller risikovurderinger, at være bevidst omkring den her diversitet, som jeg startede med at sige, der er i jihadistisk ideologi. Det er simpelthen bare ikke alle jihadister eller familiemedlemmer, der gerne vil begå terror. Det er ikke engang inden for Islamisk Stat. Vi har jo et eller andet billede omkring, at Islamisk Stat, det er de her vanvittige mennesker, som ikke laver andet end at hugge hovedet af folk. Der er også rigtig mange, der er rejst ned for at leve i en Islamisk Stat. De er ikke særlig interesserede i terror. At de så har en lidt mærkelig, eller får en lidt mærkelig opfattelse af, hvad en Islamisk Stat er, det er så, hvad det er. Men det er bare for at sige, selv de mest fundamentalistiske typer, der tilslutter sig Islamisk Stat, de gør det ikke nødvendigvis, fordi de synes, at terror i Vesten er hverken det fedeste i verden, eller legitimt. Og nu vil jeg så prøve det her svære med at prøve at snakke lidt scenarier, og jeg synes egentlig ikke, sådan noget scenarietænkning er særlig fedt, fordi det nemt bliver meget flyvsk og hypotetisk, hvad nu hvis og sådan noget. Men det giver en mulighed for, at vi prøver at være lidt konkrete. Og jeg tror, det er ret vigtigt i den her debat, at vi prøver at være lidt konkrete omkring nogle ting, fordi ellers bliver det meget sådan på et meget højt flyvende og ukonkret niveau. Og man kan jo overordnet set identificere 2 scenarier, og under dem selvfølgelig flere underscenarier. Men 2 scenarier. Vi tager dem ikke hjem, vi vil lade dem blive i lejrene, eller vi tager dem hjem. Hvis vi lader dem blive i lejrene, så er der jo en risiko for, at kurderne lige pludselig siger, at vi hverken kan eller vil administrere de her lejre længere. De kommer på fri fod. Så er skrækscenariet selvfølgelig, at de rejser til Danmark, uden vi finder ud af det. De krydser grænserne og begår et terrorangreb. Den risiko er næsten ikke eksisterende for tiden, fordi at vi har så godt styr på de her folk og på krydsen af grænser. Det er simpelthen rigtig, rigtig svært på grund af, at vi har biometrisk data og alle sådan nogle ting. Så det tror jeg ikke rigtig på længere. Så er der selvfølgelig en risiko for, at de kommer tilbage til Islamisk Stat eller en anden jihadistisk gruppering. Det har vi heller ikke lyst til, fordi så bliver de jo fastholdt i den her radikaliseringsspiral, og de kommer ikke ud af det, og Islamisk Stat får opfyldt deres depoter af mennesker. Det er jo virkelig det, vi overhovedet ikke har lyst til. Og så er der jo et tredje underscenarie, der hedder, at de tager et andet sted hen og bor. Tyrkiet, nordvest, Syrien op i Idlib måske, hvis de kan komme derhen. Det er en mulighed. Den er svær, men det er selvfølgelig muligt. Så er der selvfølgelig også den mulighed, at de bliver befriet af Islamisk Stat. Islamisk Stat angriber en af de 2 lejre, befrier folk, tager dem med tilbage til ørkenen i det sydøstlige Syrien, og så har vi igen det der eksempel, hvor de egentlig bliver hævet tilbage i en verden, som mange af de her, de i hvert fald ikke har været i et par år, og endda måske har forsøgt at flygte fra. Så igen, det er noget, vi virkelig ikke har lyst til. Hvis de bliver lejrene, så det, vi skal vide om de lejre, nu har jeg jo ikke selv været der, men jeg har jo trods alt fulgt meget med og interesseret mig meget for det, og ved noget omkring radikaliseringsdynamikker. Det er, at de her lejre, de er rigtig fertile områder i forhold til, at folk bliver radikaliseret eller bliver yderligere radikaliseret. Som en sagde tidligere, det her det er jo ikke bare lejre, det er jo fængsler. Og fængselsradikalisering er et rigtig, eller har i hvert fald været et stort problem, er det stadigvæk. Og hvis vi kigger på en lejr eller et fængsel som al-Hawl, så er det måske allerbedst at sammenligne som en kvindelig version af Buka, som vi havde i Irak år tilbage, som jo udviklede sig til, som jihadisterne selv siger, det bedste jihadistiske universitet, der nogensinde har været. Det var her, folk blev radikaliseret, det var her, de blev mobiliseret, forstået som, at det var her, de lærte andre jihadister at kende. De kom jo ud, og så tog de bukserne af, tog underbukserne af, og så har de skrevet navnene på alle deres nye terroristvenner i kanten på underbukserne. Det var simpelthen her, man lærte folk at kende. Det samme kan de her lejre jo være. Det kan jo være et sted, hvor man virkelig etablerer eller genetablerer noget netværk, og hvor man bliver yderligere radikaliseret. Og det er jo virkelig det, hvis vi har de lange briller på, at vi ikke ønsker. Det sidste underscenarie er jo selvfølgelig, at de dør. Og det er der jo rigtig mange, der for hvem det er sket siden januar i år, hvor forholdene i lejrene har været helt forfærdelige, og hvor kynisk det end måtte være eller lyde, så er det her måske nok drømmescenarie for mange politikere. Så er man fri for at forholde sig til dem og tænke på dem. Man er endda fri for at betale irakerne penge for, at de skal dømme i deres domstol, fordi der skal også lige følge $1 million med, hvis man gør det. Så det er måske langt hen ad vejen det mest ønskværdige. Det jeg jo bruger stort set alle mine vågne timer på, det er jo at sidde og følge med i, hvad Islamisk Stat og Al-Qaida de skriver om på nettet, på krypterede platforme. Der er rigtig meget til stede. Og en af de ting, de har skrevet allermest om IS og IS-tilhængere de sidste 2 år, det er jo netop de her lejre. Og de her folk, der er i lejrene. Og hvor vigtigt det er, at de bliver befriet, at de bliver behandlet godt. Det er en, en obligation, de lægger på deres medlemmer. Nu skal I sende penge til dem, I skal hjælpe dem på alle de måder, I kan, og I skal kæmpe for at befri dem. Fordi de her folk, de skal ud igen, så de kan tilslutte sig Islamisk Stat. Senest her under ramadanen har der været en stor online IS-kampagne, hvor man netop har kørt på det her med, nu skal I sende penge, I skal befri dem, det er for dårligt, alle de der IS-krigere, der er i Syrien, hvad laver I, hvorfor sidder I bare tilbage i ørkenen, hvorfor angriber I ikke lejrene, og sådan nogle ting. Så der er selv her, over 2 år efter Barghouthis fald, meget, meget fokus på det fra IS og Al-Qaida. Og udover den her ret konkrete trussel, der er, hvis de bliver lejrene med, at de bliver yderligere radikaliseret, eller de bliver genradikaliseret, hvis der er nogen af dem, der allerede er påbegyndt en eller anden proces med afradikalisering. Det er hele den værdi, rent narrativsmæssigt, som det her det giver Islamisk Stat. Vesten efterlader sine borgere. De er ligeglade med jer. Og hvis der er én ting, grupper som Al-Qaida og Islamisk Stat er rigtig gode til, så er det propaganda. De er rigtig gode til at lave fortællinger. De er rigtig gode til at bruge events som Guantanamo eller Abu Ghraib eller sådan noget til ligesom at sige, prøv at se, hvordan det er, I bliver behandlet i Vesten. Prøv at se, hvilket systematisk angreb der er på muslimer i Vesten, og hvor ligeglade de er med jer, og bla bla bla. Det her det kan være med til at mobilisere muslimer i Vesten og andre steder i verden i så mange år fremover, fordi de ret legitimt kan sige, at vi har behandlet de folk i lejrene rigtig, rigtig forfærdeligt. Så det er ikke engang noget med, at de behøver at spinde den så meget. De kan faktisk bare fortælle, hvordan tingene virkelig var. Har jeg okay med tid? Ja. Det andet overordnede scenarie, det er jo selvfølgelig, at vi tager dem hjem. Og lidt firkantet, så kan man tegne 2 scenarier op her. Kvinderne vil nok blive sigtet, tiltalt og dømt for et sted mellem 3, 4, 5 år, alt afhængig af, hvilke beviser der er. I den periode, hvis man tager den positive hat på, så vil de indgå i et struktureret, skræddersyet forløb. På engelsk, der har man sådan et rigtig godt begreb, disengagement, og det er lidt svært at oversætte til dansk, men demobilisering er måske det bedste, og det er egentlig det, som Kasper tidligere refererede til som ydersiden. Altså at man fokuserer på at få de her folk til ikke nødvendigvis ikke at synes om Al-Qaida eller Islamisk Stat eller jihad eller et eller andet, men i hvert fald sige, at I skal ikke agere på det. I skal ikke begå terror. At de indgår i nogle forløb, hvor man arbejder med netop at demobilisere dem. Man arbejder med at behandle dem for de traumer, de kommer hjem med efter rigtig, rigtig lang tid. Og giver dem nogle kompetencer, som Kasper sagde. Det er rigtig, rigtig vigtigt, og Satya vist også, giver dem kompetencer arbejder med identitetsopbygning. Fordi det her, det er folk, der kommer hjem, både børn og kvinder, og skal starte på en frisk. De skal have kontakt til familie og venner, og de skal ligesom opbygge et nyt jeg. Og børnene, de vil jo nok blive anbragt ved noget familie, eller ved eller ved nogle andre, der kan tage hånd om dem. De vil starte i danske institutioner, hvor de også ligesom skal lidt genopbygge eller genfinde sig selv. Det er jo i hvert fald solstrålehistorien, at de begynder stille og roligt at blive behandlet for deres traumer og dermed rehabiliteret. Den anden side af mønten er jo selvfølgelig, at kvinderne kommer hjem, de bliver dømt, de reagerer ikke så godt på de her forløb, de kommer ud, de begår et terrorangreb, eller også begynder de at radikalisere andre. Børnene, de kommer også hjem og begynder i de her institutioner, kan ikke rigtig tilpasse sig, bliver meget udadreagerende og kommer ind på en eller anden dårlig løbebane. Måske de bliver yderligere radikaliseret, men de tilpasser sig i hvert fald ikke. De bliver ikke rehabiliteret, de bliver ikke demobiliseret over tid. Det er jo selvfølgelig skrækscenariet. Nu skal jeg lige huske, at jeg havde en vigtig pointe. Det er jo et vigtigt emne, så jeg valgte simpelthen at skrive det ned den her gang. Men det vi bare skal huske på i forhold til det her skrækscenarie, at der ikke bliver reageret godt, og de her folk, de udgør en direkte eller en indirekte trussel, det er, at vi er så hamrende heldige i Danmark. Vi har så få mennesker dernede, så få kvinder og så få børn, så det er sgu ikke skidesvært. Det er ikke skidesvært for myndighederne at overskue den opgave, fordi vi trods alt har ressourcerne til det. Og når de kommer ud, så tror jeg ikke, der er nogen mennesker i Danmark, der bliver overvåget tættere end de her folk. Så selvom de har intention om noget, så er det rigtig svært for dem. Og det er jo ikke sådan noget, man nødvendigvis kan lægge sig til at sove trygt om natten, velvidende, men det gør trods alt noget ved, hvor stærk den her terrortrussel er, selv i de værste af alle scenarier. Men risikoen ved hjemtagelse er jo selvfølgelig ekstremt meget forbundet, som Satya også sagde, med hvordan vi håndterer den her hjemtagelse. Fordi den kan gøres på alle mulige forskellige måder. Og her er det faktisk ekstremt vigtigt, at vi starter fra dag 1 af. Lige så snart de kommer hjem, de bliver varetægtsfængslet, allerede der skal vi ind og arbejde med dem. Fordi det er jo folk, der både skal igennem nogle forløb, og de skal have noget behandling. Så det er vigtigt, at der er nogle skræddersyede, strukturerede forløb til at håndtere det. Så det er vigtigt, hvordan vi taler om dem. Fordi mange af dem er rigtig, altså en af grundene til, at mange tog afsted, det var jo den måde, de ligesom blev italesat i samfundet. Og hvis de kommer hjem og bliver italesat som IS-børn eller som terrorister hele tiden, så påvirker det også deres muligheder for at rehabilitere sig. Så derfor er det rigtig, rigtig vigtigt, hvordan vi snakker om dem. Og så skal vi gøre alt det, som mange af os måske ikke rigtig har lyst til. Vi skal hjælpe dem. Vi skal netop hjælpe dem med at give dem kompetencer og hjælpe dem med at genopbygge deres netværk, finde en bolig, alle de der ting, fordi det er ekstremt vigtigt. Og hvis vi ikke gør det, så kæmper vi lidt mod os selv, fordi så har vi valgt at tage dem hjem, men vi vil egentlig ikke hjælpe dem med at gøre det, de skal, altså blive reintegreret eller resocialiseret. Så det er vigtigt, at vi gør de ting, vi måske umiddelbart ikke har super meget lyst til. Her afslutningsvis, så er det ikke fordi, jeg vil underkende, at der er en risiko ved at tage folk hjem, der har været i krig i mange år. Jeg mener bare ikke, at den er særlig stor, og jeg mener ikke, at den skal gøre, at vi ikke tager dem hjem, fordi jeg mener, at risikoen ved at lade dem blive, trods alt er større. Og det handler langt hen ad vejen om at have tiltro til, at vi er dygtige til det her. Som Kasper snakker om, det er jo et system, der er blevet udviklet over mange år, og vi må have noget tiltro til vores institutioner og til vores medarbejdere om, at de godt kan håndtere det her under afsoning og efter afsoning. Det er simpelthen altafgørende. Og for noget tid siden, jeg tror i DR-radioprogram, der sagde Per Stig Møller, at det her det er noget, en dansk statsminister vil undskylde for om 50 år. Selvom jeg ikke er enig med ham i alt overhovedet, så tror jeg virkelig, at han har ret i det her. Jeg tror, det er noget, man vil undskylde for om 50 år. Og forleden der sad jeg og snakkede i 3 timer med en pige, der havde været afsted i Syrien og havde været hos IS i nogle år. Og hun var så en af de heldige, der var sluppet ud inden. Og det var hun rigtig glad for. Rigtig glad for, at hun var kommet hjem til Danmark. Og hun var også rigtig ked af det, for de kvinder, der stadig sidder dernede, og hun kender nogle af dem selvfølgelig. Fordi selvom de træffede dumme beslutninger, så sagde hun også, der er ikke nogen af dem, der er terrorister. Og det vælger jeg faktisk at tro på. Og lige som aller sidste afslutning, så vil jeg bare gentage, vi er så heldige i Danmark. Vi har så få, vi er ikke Frankrig. Vi har ikke 200 mennesker, vi skal tage hjem, og en uoverskuelig stor udfordring med at skulle håndtere dem. Vi har så få. Lad os nu for helvede udnytte den chance. Tak.
Tore, hvem bærer ansvaret for, at den her debat er blevet så relativt skæv? Hvem bærer ansvaret for, at vi tror, at syrienkrigerne er farligere, end de er? Vi glemmer at tale om mændene, og vi glemmer, at vi i virkeligheden står med et relativt lille problem sammenlignet med andre lande. Hvem har ansvaret for det? Og måske endnu mere interessant, hvordan gør vi den debat bedre?
Jamen det første, altså nu er jeg jo en part i det her, fordi jeg har jo selv været en del af debatten, så det er jo meget nemt for mig at skyde med skarpt på den anden fløj. Men jeg synes, politikerne ret bredt set altså, står med ansvaret for det her, fordi den måde, de har italesat problemet på, den måde, de konsekvent ikke har været interesseret i at lytte til fagkundskaben, det synes jeg har været et kæmpe problem. Det er jo fordi, det er blevet så politiseret en debat, at vi er fuldkommen ligeglade med fakta. Så du kan jo godt vise nogle tal om, at fremmedkrigere, de udgør faktisk ikke, hvis du kigger på tallene, en særlig stor sikkerhedstrussel. Det tror jeg ikke vil virke. Og når vi først er kommet så langt ud, så er vi måske kommet så langt ud, at det er svært at se en løsning på det. Fordi hvis gode argumenter ikke virker, så er det også svært at overbevise modparten. Og nu er det bare sådan i det her tilfælde, at modparten er dem, der har magten. Og det, er jo, det synes jeg jo i hvert fald er rigtig, rigtig ærgerligt.
Det man kan gøre er i hvert fald at komme her og fortælle om sin forskning og dele den med vi andre. Endnu en gang tak, Tore.
Selv tak.
Vi skal introducere en ny taler. Nej. Nå. Ej, hvor herligt. Det er Jørgen Vestergaard, professor emeritus, som vil fortælle os lidt om, hvad er det egentlig for nogle straffesager, vi kigger ind i, når vi får kvinderne hjem. Så jeg vil give ordet til dig, Jørgen. Velkommen til, og godt du kunne være her på den her måde.
Tak for ordet. Tak for ordet. Ja, Thor Hamming sluttede med at sige, at det er vigtigt at hjælpe de hjemkommende udrejste. Og nu skal jeg så snakke om, at det også er vigtigt at få dem straffet. Altså, jeg har jo ikke mulighed for at gå i alle enkeltheder med de strafferetlige muligheder, der findes. Så de af jer, som er interesseret i at dykke bag om det, som jeg siger i mit oplæg her, kan med fordel kaste sig over den artikel, som I kan se titlen på den første planche her. Og hvis nogen er interesseret i det, så send mig gerne en besked, så skal jeg nok sende et særtryk den anden vej. Jeg synes, det er vigtigt i første omgang lige at dvæle en lille smule ved, hvad det egentlig er for et behov, der helt åbenbart er for at beskæftige sig med strafferet i den her forbindelse. Og mit bidrag, det kommer altså til at handle om strafferettens betydning i forbindelse med behandlingen af hjemvendte udrejste. Og som alle ved, så er det jo sådan, at de er alle sammen, i hvert fald de voksne, under anklage og under meget sådan vidtløftige, diffuse anklager. Og de er også alle sammen udsat for, at der er ganske alvorlige og retlige og faktiske konsekvenser af de anklager, som rettes mod dem. De retlige indebærer jo blandt andet administrativ fratagelse af statsborgerskab og fratagelse af muligheden for konsulær bistand. Og de faktiske konsekvenser har vi jo hørt ganske meget om i løbet af dagen, og det er jo hjerteskærende. Så hvad er det så, strafret kan gøre godt for i den her sammenhæng, hvis jeg kan udtrykke det på den måde? Altså, der er jo tydeligvis et meget stort behov for i befolkningen, og ikke mindst blandt politikerne, for at markere samfundets afstandtagen fra det, som de pågældende har foretaget sig, i det mindste fra det forhold, at de er taget afsted for at tilslutte sig Islamisk Stat. Før i tiden var det faktisk sådan, og sådan er det stadigvæk generelt, at det at tage ud og slås i fremmede lande, det er jo ikke i sig selv strafbart eller forbudt. Man kan være lejesoldater, man kan også bare være sympatisør med nogen, som er i væbnet konflikt med nogle andre. Men i det her tilfælde, så er der jo meget stærke kræfter på spil, som altså ønsker en hård og konsekvent afklapsning af de pågældende på den ene eller den anden måde. Og strafretten har jo så også den funktion, at hvis man nu får iværksat retsforfølgning og får udmøntet straffe, ja, så er der under fuldbyrdelse af straffen og også efterfølgende en effektiv adgang til overvågning, sådan som tidligere oplæg også har været inde på det. Og så er der et punkt, som jeg har til sidst på planchen her, som jeg synes er kolossalt vigtigt i sammenhængen. Og det er ligesom set lidt fra den modsatte vinkel, nemlig at når man tager i betragtning, hvad der har været af forhåndsopfattelser af, hvad disse kvinder har gjort sig skyldige i, så er der i hvert fald set fra et strafferetligt sådan normalt, fra en strafferetlig normal synsvinkel, et stort behov for også at værne om de anklagedes retssikkerhed. Altså som det jo også er kommet tydeligt frem i løbet af dagen, så er det jo helt utænkeligt, at de alle sammen er skyldige i at have deltaget i halshugninger og bombeangreb og voldtægter af yazidi-kvinder osv. Nogle af dem har måske været involveret i den slags, men vi ved det ikke, og som det fremgår også klart og tydeligt af den aktuelle taskforces rapport, så har man ikke oplysninger i det kurdiske selvstyre, som giver mulighed for at gribe ind over for den slags dramatiske terrorhandlinger eller krigsforbrydelser. Så har der jo været meget diskussion om ikke man kunne få opfyldt disse ønsker om en strafferetlig opfølgning på hele det historiske forløb. Og for nu at sige det helt kort, og jeg har ikke tænkt mig at gå i enkeltheder med det, det er sådan set også fuldt belyst i andre sammenhænge. Et lokalt retsopgør, det vil være helt uforsvarligt. Altså hvis det kan ikke foregå inden for de syriske grænser, og det kan heller ikke foregå inden for de irakiske grænser. Irak har dødsstraf og har faktisk idømt dødsstraffe i forbindelse med ganske summariske rettergange. Spørgsmålet, altså især nogle politikere har lagt stort vægt på, at det helt rigtige, det vil være at få etableret en international straffedomstol, eventuelt det, som man kalder for en hybrid court, altså bestående dels af lokale dommere og dels nogen, der kommer udefra. Det har man jo så diskuteret nu i årevis, og det jo viser sig at være fuldstændig urealistisk. Hvis det på et eller andet tidspunkt skulle blive til noget, så er det noget, der i hvert fald ligger langt ude i fremtiden. Og i mellemtiden, så er de både de voksne og børnene, altså indespærret, og jeg synes for den sags skyld, uden videre, jeg kan tilslutte mig beskrivelsen af fangelejrene som fængsler. Sådan vil de også blive kategoriseret efter en dansk målestok. Så der er nok ikke nogen vej udenom, at hvis man skal strafforfølge, så kræver det national retsforfølgning. Og det vil med andre ord også sige, at som det er blevet meget tydeligt i debatten, at hvis et tilstrækkeligt stort flertal af politikere skal være overbevist om, at man i et eller andet omfang er tilhænger af repatriering, uanset om det så er sikkerhedsmæssige grunde eller andre grunde, så kræver det altså, at det strafferetlige system træder i kraft i det øjeblik, de pågældende sætter foden på dansk jord. Og her er så min pointe, og det er nok i virkeligheden mit vigtigste budskab, nemlig at man kan roligt indstille sig på, at der i dansk strafret er det fornødne potentiale til at gennemføre sådan nogle straffesager. I flere omgange er der indført terrorpakker helt tilbage fra 2002, og der er simpelthen en kaskade af bestemmelser i straffeloven om alle de former for lovovertrædelser, som er listet op på planchen her. Og det vil sige, at dansk strafret, for eksempel også i sammenligning med svensk strafret, er meget vidtgående, meget mere vidtgående end for eksempel svensk strafret og til dels også norsk strafret. Så man har altså etableret sådan et fremskudt værn, der skal med andre ord ikke handles særlig meget, hvis man gør det for at vise sympati med terrorisme, så kommer man i den sorte gryde strafferetligt set. Og her for nogle få år siden, der udvidede man så kataloget af bestemmelser med de to, som står på planchen her. Og jeg synes måske også, der kan være grund til at nævne, at når nu spørgsmålet om bevisvanskeligheder er til dukker op, så er det jo faktisk sådan, at Forsvarets efterretningstjeneste har fået sådan rimelig gode muligheder for at foretage overvågning, også i udlandet, når det gælder danskere, hvilket man ikke havde lov til tidligere. Så skal det måske også lige nævnes, at der er en gammel bestemmelse i straffeloven om, at hvis man er for åbenmundet og offentligt billigere terrorisme, som andre har begået, så kan man godt få en tur i brummen, og det er der faktisk flere nyere domme for, og også i sager vedrørende de hjemvendte, nogle af de hjemvendte, som tidligere blev nævnt. Så selvom man ikke har mulighed for i et konkret tilfælde at starte en retsforfølgning, som indebærer en tiltale for egentlige terrorhandlinger af den type, som jo selvfølgelig er de mest alvorlige i sammenhængen, og som har sådan en temmelig vidtløftig definition i straffeloven. Så, og selvom man ikke kan regne med, at der kommer sager, ligesom alle dem, som vi i tidens løb faktisk har fået gennemgået, som er gennemløbet i danske domstole, så er der alligevel nok at tage fat på i straffeloven. Støtte til terrorisme kan man blive straffet for, og når jeg tager den bestemmelse med, så er det blandt andet fordi, som I kan se nederst på planchen her, at den første sag, som blev gennemført mod en hjemvendt fremmedkriger, ham som sådan lidt festligt kaldes for pizzabageren fra Ishøj. Det var ham, som fik 6 års fængsel, udvisning, fratagelse af det danske statsborgerskab. Han blev faktisk som et mindre alvorligt forhold også dømt for at have taget nogle penge med ned til Islamisk Stat. Men det, som især nok vil være relevant at tage i betragtning med hensyn til hjemvendte kvinder, det er de bestemmelser, som er spredt ud på 2 paragrafer i straffeloven, som gør det muligt at straffe hvis en person har ladet sig værge eller har ladet sig oplære til at begå terrorisme, altså har modtaget våbentræning for eksempel. Det er nogle ekstremt vage og vidtgående gerningsbestemmelser, og de er blevet brugt i vidt omfang. Første gang i den sag, som nu er oppe på planchen her, det var så ikke lige Islamisk Stat, men Al-Shabaab, det drejede sig om. Og så er der ellers frit løb for anvendelse af den bestemmelse. Og så er der en bestemmelse, som er endnu mere vidtgående, som simpelthen handler om fremme af terrorisme. Den er blevet brugt i sådan nogle forskellige sager, som ikke har noget specielt at gøre med hjemvendte fremmedkrigere eller udrejste, men den er faktisk også blevet brugt i sådan nogle sager. Igen kommer pizzabageren fra Ishøj ind i billedet. Han blev dømt efter flere forskellige bestemmelser, og herunder altså både for det her med at modtage våbentræning, men også efter den der sådan lidt ubestemte bestemmelse om at fremme terrorisme. Og den slags sager, og det har jo en vis betydning, når man skal prøve at bedømme det realistiske i at få dømt kvinderne for et eller andet strafbart, når de kommer hjem, hvis de kommer hjem. Den bestemmelse er blevet brugt faktisk over for en 10-11 tiltalte, hvoraf de fleste selv var vendt hjem, så det er altså en delmængde af dem, som de 70 personer, som tidligere blev omtalt. Det, som jeg synes, der især er grund til at fremhæve her, det er den bullet, som står nederst på planchen, hvor der står 4 unge udrejsende. Det var en sag med 4 ganske unge, som ville til Syrien for at tilslutte sig Islamisk Stat. Det lykkedes ikke for nogen af dem. De 3 af dem blev anholdt af de tyrkiske myndigheder, før de nåede over grænsen til Syrien. Og den sidste nåede ikke engang ud af Kastrup, fordi hendes forældre havde været så snarrådige og fornuftige, at de havde taget hendes pas fra hende. Disse 4 unge fik 4 års fængsel, og som Tore og andre har nævnt i løbet af dagen, så er det så at sige tariffen i de her sager. Så jeg synes, at sagen med de 4 unge, den viser jo med stor tydelighed, at der skal altså ikke ret meget til. Selvfølgelig skal der være en eller anden form for rejseaktivitet eller forsøg på rejseaktivitet, og så skal det kunne dokumenteres, at formålet har været at tilslutte sig Islamisk Stat eller en anden terrororganisation. De 3 af de der 4 unge havde dobbelt statsborgerskab, det har de ikke mere, så det er jo altså også et led i den strafferetlige proces, at man fradømmer statsborgerskab i det omfang, det er muligt. Så kom der de der 2 nye bestemmelser i 2016, og bestemmelsen om landsforræderi, den er der foreløbig ikke nogen, der er blevet dømt efter, men i sagen om den hjemvendte fremmedkriger Al-Hajj, så er der rejst sigtelse efter den her bestemmelse. Og det er altså vel at mærke en bestemmelse, som med hensyn til strafferamme virkelig vil noget. Så det bliver lidt spændende at se, hvad der kommer ud af det, og så skal man selvfølgelig i den forbindelse hele tiden være opmærksom på, at man kan jo selvfølgelig ikke bruge de nye bestemmelser på noget, som er sket før de trådte i kraft. Og det vil jo så variere fra sag til sag, om det er muligt. Nu kørte vi den forkerte vej. Tilbage igen. Så er der den bestemmelse, som formentlig også er velkendt, som blev indført også der i 2016, som indeholder et strafsanktioneret zoneforbud. Og indtil videre, så er det sådan lidt paradoksalt, fordi de 2, som er blevet dømt efter den bestemmelse, det er Tommy Mørker, en ganske ung mand, som faktisk rejste til Syrien og bevægede sig sådan lidt frem og tilbage over konfliktlinjerne for at bistå kurderne i deres kamp mod islamisk stat. Men de havde ikke fået tilladelse med hjemmefra, så det fik de begge to hver især et halvt års fængsel for. Men der er altså også noget der, som sådan så de der zoner oprindeligt ud, hvis man kan se de der streger omkring Al-Raqqa og Mosul, og senere er de kommet til at være lidt mere indskrænket. Det er den nyeste bekendtgørelse, som det der bilag er hentet fra. Men der kunne også have været straffemuligheder. Så alt i alt så er der altså nok muligheder for at iværksætte straffesager. Og så synes jeg bare lige, jeg tror ikke det tidligere har været nævnt i dag, at jeg vil have den her planche med, som altså Thor Hamming var helt korrekt inde på, at stort set hele sagkundskaben går ind for repatriering. Herunder også med henblik på, at man kan få straffet, resocialiseret og reintegreret de pågældende. Men der er jo altså også en hel del internationale organer, som har været inde som er inde på samme linje. Og nu har jeg med vilje ikke sat Donald Trump i toppen, men det kunne jeg sådan set godt have gjort. Og så synes jeg, det er vigtigt lige at afslutte med at knytte an til det, som også tidligere har været nævnt i flere indlæg, nemlig at formålet med at idømme fængselsstraffe, vel at mærke, hvis man så ikke samtidig tager det danske statsborgerskab fra de pågældende, fordi så gør man ikke så meget. Men hvis de stadigvæk har dansk statsborgerskab, så iværksættes der selvfølgelig forskellige tiltag med henblik på deradikalisering og exitprogrammer og reintegrering. Og paradoksalt nok, og det skal så være min sidste pointe her, så har det jo i hvert fald indtil for ikke så længe siden været sådan, at i den internationale debat, i den internationale litteratur, på internationale konferencer, der har Aarhus-modellen, som er den her model, som vi tidligere har hørt om i dag, den er ligesom blevet fremhævet som altså løsningen på de selvfølgelig vanskelige problemer, der kan være med deradikalisering og reintegrering. Og det er på en eller anden måde sådan lidt tankevækkende, at Danmark er altså berømt ude i den store verden, fordi man har det setup, som vi tidligere har hørt om, ikke kun i Aarhus, men faktisk i hver eneste politikreds. Så altså ud over at der skal straffes med forholdsvis hård hånd, sådan at de hjemvendte kan forvente at få de der 4 års fængsel plus minus, og plus selvfølgelig, hvis det kan bevises, at de har deltaget i strafbare handlinger, som rækker ud over selve det at tilslutte sig islamisk stat og være i det forbudte område på det forkerte tidspunkt, så er det selvfølgelig vigtigt, at der sker en opfølgning og et supplement til selve den strafferetlige sanktion. Ja, så som sagt, flere detaljer kan leveres, hvis det skal være, så jeg kan ikke se jer, jeg håber, I kan se mig, så jeg holder inde her, og så afventer jeg, hvad der sker.
Tak for indlægget, Jørgen. Du gjorde jo meget rigtigt opmærksom.
Hvad siger du? Ja, jeg kan godt høre dig.
Du gjorde meget rigtigt opmærksom på, at Forsvarets efterretningstjeneste jo faktisk har fået nogle muligheder for at indhente oplysninger i udlandet. Men du kom måske lidt let hen over noget af det, der har været et stort tema i pressen, nemlig uanset sådanne muligheder, så bliver det afsindigt vanskeligt, rent bevismæssigt i nogle af de her sager, at afgøre, hvad har disse kvinder faktisk foretaget sig på landjorden i Syrien. Kunne du knytte et par kommentarer til det?
Det kan jeg da godt, fordi du har jo fuldstændig ret, Morten. Min grundlæggende pointe, den er jo sådan set, at selvom man ikke kan bevise, at tiltalte har deltaget i sådan, hvad skal vi kalde det, fritstående strafbare handlinger, altså ikke har været med til at iværksætte bombeangreb, ikke har deltaget i selvmordsaktioner, som andre har udført, og alle de der sådan egentlige terrorhandlinger, så kan man jo under alle omstændigheder straffe for selve det forhold, at vedkommende har tilsluttet sig Islamisk Stat. Og jeg tror egentlig, at det var lidt en mangel, at mine plancher ikke noget sted indeholdt udtrykket tilsluttet, fordi det er sådan set det, som er det afgørende, når man bruger for eksempel den der bestemmelse om at fremme terrorisme. Det, at man tilslutter sig Islamisk Stat, det er ensbetydende med, at man fremmer terrorisme. Og jeg kan jo så ikke lade være med at nævne den sag, som for nylig blev afgjort i Oslo tingsret. Den har også været omtalt i dansk presse, og det, som den handlede om, det var jo en kvinde, som altså udelukkende var anklaget for, at hun havde ført hus og hjem for sine ægtemænd, sine skiftende ægtemænd. Og det blev hun jo dømt for. Og den norske bestemmelse, den er faktisk ikke nær så vidtgående som den der i den danske straffelov om at fremme terrorisme. Fordi den norske bestemmelse, den handler om at deltage i en terrororganisation. Og det springende punkt, det var det, hun var skyldig i. Ja, sagde tingsretten, det var hun. Og det tager jeg, altså når man kan dømme efter den bestemmelse, så kan man også forvente, at der bliver dømt efter den danske straffelov, sådan som der jo er blevet det i de sager, som jeg nævnte. Altså herunder blandt andet den der med de 4 unge. Så jeg ved ikke, var det svar på det, du spurgte om?
Det tror jeg, det var. Jeg sad også undervejs og tænkte lidt over tidsaspektet i det her. Hvor lang tid nu har vi i forvejen haft kvinder og børn, der har ventet i måneder og år på at komme tilbage til Danmark, hvis de sætter på dansk jord, og nogle af dem bliver anholdt osv. Hvor lang tid tager det at gennemføre sådan en strafretssag og få en afklaring på, hvad der skal ske?
Jamen, der er jo ingen tvivl om, at forberedelsen af sådan nogle sager, den vil strække sig over flere måneder. Vi har jo et glimrende appelsystem i dansk strafret, som vi lige har fået det dokumenteret i en anden sammenhæng. Så inden de her sager er afsluttet, så vil der være gået en rumtid. Jeg kan ikke sådan sætte et præcist antal måneder på, men der kan gå både halve og hele år. Så hvorfor er du hen med spørgsmålet?
Jamen, jeg var egentlig mest... jeg prøver at sætte mig ind i de der familiers situation i virkeligheden, og prøver at forstå, hvornår... Det er jo ret afgørende for at få en hverdag igen, eventuelt med mor. At man får en form for afklaring.
Må jeg komme med et par kommentarer til det? Altså, nu kaster jeg mig ud i det rene gætteri, men jeg vil jo have en forventning om, eller i hvert fald et håb om, at når nu de 3 kvinder i hvert fald, og deres 14 børn, ankommer til Danmark, at så vil det dog være det dummeste, man kan forestille sig, hvis kvinderne så bliver placeret i hvert sit arresthus, Vestre Fængsel osv., og børnene så bliver fjernet. Det kunne jo være meget ønskeligt, hvis det var muligt for de sociale myndigheder i samarbejde med PET og eventuelt at domstolene brugte mulighederne for at varetægtsfængsle i det, som hedder surrogat. Det vil sige, at man altså finder et egnet sted at anbringe de pågældende, mens straffesagen kører. Det er måske lidt for optimistisk at forestille sig sådan en model, men jeg tror heller ikke, den har været fremme i debatten. Jeg synes i hvert fald, at det kunne være meget, meget ønskeligt af hensyn til børnenes tarv, at man brugte sådan en model, fordi som det rigtigt er blevet sagt tidligere, så har arresthusfanger, de har altså ikke børnene hos sig. Og så vidt jeg kan læse i Taskforcens rapport, så er der jo et stort behov for, efter sundhedsfaglige og socialfaglige vurderinger, at børnene faktisk fortsat får den omsorg, som mødrene tydeligvis hele tiden undervejs har givet dem.
Tak, Jørgen. Jeg har ikke yderligere, og dermed er der pause. Det tror jeg, vi trænger til, og så ses vi igen 14:25. Tak. Professor Fionnuala Ní Oileáin is a University Regents Professor. She was appointed by the United Nations Human Rights Council as United Nations Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms while countering terrorism. As a senior UN rapporteur, she has criticized Denmark for failing to repatriate children from the Syrian camps Al-Hol and Al-Rosh.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm really pleased to be joining you, albeit remotely, for this very important conference, and appreciate that such attention is being given to the rights of children and addressing this really contentious and difficult challenge of ensuring and protecting the rights of children, particularly the most vulnerable children who find themselves located in northeast Syria. I think it is particularly important in my role as United Nations Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms while countering terrorism to underscore the importance of a human rights-based approach to the protection of children's rights, including the rights of Danish children found in northeast Syria. My mandate has been working actively for a number of years on the situation in Syria, and I want to share with you a little bit of our findings on first of all, on the situation in the camps, where Danish children find themselves without any possibility of exit until they are safely brought home to Denmark. I and a number of special UN procedure mechanisms have found that the conditions in those camps constitute torture, inhuman and degrading treatment under international law. Let me explain a little bit why that's so. These camps are found in an arid desert. They were established as temporary places for people seeking refuge. They were never designed to hold the thousands, almost 60,000 people, women and children primarily, who find themselves there. The structures in which children are living are temporary structures, mostly tents, that are flimsy and incapable of providing the kind of warmth in the winter and capacity in the summer for them to live healthy lives. The camps are also really experiencing profound humanitarian challenge. Latrines are overflowing, water is scarce, food supply is dependent primarily on humanitarians, and access to fresh food, including fruit and vegetables, essential for the growing bodies of young children, is limited. For all these reasons, and for more than that, the threat of violence, the ongoing legacies of violence that these children live with, it is clear that these conditions, these tents, these structures, this place of detention constitutes torture, inhuman and degrading treatment under international law. No child should have to live in such conditions, and no child should be punished by virtue of the presumed or attributed actions of their parents. When we do that, we actually take away the fundamental dignity of the child, and we say some children are worth protecting, but other children, because we think their parents have done certain things, are not. And that's one of the tragedies that we find today for Danish children in northeast Syria. The second thing I want to talk about is the detention, the fact that these children are held arbitrarily. So in international law, as an international lawyer, if you are going to deprive someone of their liberty, if you're going to hold them in detention, democratic, open societies require process. We need legal process to ensure that people are treated fairly. No one in these camps has been subject to a legal process. And I should state the obvious to say that we don't place children in detention by virtue of the presumed actions of their parents. And so the conditions that these children find themselves in are conditions of arbitrary detention under international law. Let me talk about the other rights that are taken away from these children. They include the right to health. I've already described the conditions in the camps as meeting the conditions of torture, inhuman, and degrading treatment under international law. But let me talk about the kinds of diseases that these children are exposed to precisely because of the places where they're held. These children are exposed clearly now to COVID-19 in situations where the kinds of things that most of us can do to prevent ourselves being sick, separation from others, access to clean water, are simply not available. So the capacity to protect themselves is almost non-existent. Beyond that, we know that children are dying and exposed to easily preventable diseases. In the wintertime, we've seen deaths from pneumonia and from other illnesses, but also diseases like scurvy and tuberculosis spreading in conditions precisely because the conditions are so. The other rights, we think about the most basic things that children are entitled to, the right to education. There are, of course, no schools in these camps. There were set up as temporary detentions that have now become permanent. And there's no infrastructure of education. And one thing I would stress as the Special Rapporteur on counterterrorism and human rights is that if states say that what they want is long-term security, if their goal is to prevent radicalization, if their goal is to prevent extremism, leaving children in a situation of no exit, no education, no access to critical thinking, none of the tools that will make them functional and dignified in their adult lives, when you deprive children of all of those things, you continue to perpetuate the cycles of violence that have, in many cases, been the trigger for so much of the violence we've seen in northeast Syria. So on a human rights argument around an access to education, we can stress the importance of ensuring that these children have access to education. But on a security basis, we should also be making the same argument, because unless we ensure their return, their reintegration into society, their access to education, their access to critical thinking, to views of tolerance, diversity, and acceptance, then what you do is continue to perpetuate the cycles that have seen us all struggle globally to address the problem in Syria and Iraq over the last decade. Let me talk a little bit about non-discrimination here. So one of the fundamental principles of the Convention on the Rights of the Child is that each child will be treated equally, without consideration to their religious upbringing, their race, their culture, their identity along multiple markers. One of the things that's profoundly concerning is the view that these children in many ways are being treated distinctly by their countries of nationality, not only because of the believed or supposed or alleged affiliations or actions of their parents, but also because of their religious and cultural identity. We have seen since 9/11 the marking out of Muslim minority communities in many countries, including and disappointingly in many European countries, as communities of suspicion per se, communities who are stigmatized, excluded, and subject to exceptional legal practices simply by virtue of their religious and cultural identities. It is extraordinary to me particularly that when these children who have the same rights of claim to dignity and to human rights as any Danish child might have are treated differently, we have to ask really compelling questions about why. And I think it's profoundly uncomfortable for many of us to ask, to create the associations that we see between the religious and cultural identity of these children and their treatment by the state. And I think that's one of the reasons why European societies, and Denmark in particular, has this overwhelming obligation to affirm the dignity of each child, regardless of their religious or cultural identity, and regardless of actions that their parents may or may not have taken. Let me say a little bit about what we've been seeing on the security side of discussions around return. And many of you listening to this will be aware that the Danish government has in fact engaged the security agencies to assess and make a determination related to the threats that are posed and the value and requirement of bringing home Danish children. And what I want to stress as Special Rapporteur in the work that I do, which means that I work closely with intelligence agencies across the world, is that we see an enormous gap between what governments are saying politically about their inability to return and what security services are saying about the security necessity of return. Because many security agencies, including, I think, much of what has been put into the public domain on the views of the Danish security agencies, accept that there are long-term security risks in leaving Danish citizens overseas. And most particularly that there are long-term security risks in leaving them in these conditions. Those risks are tangible. They can be observed. We have seen them in the cycles of extremism that have been born out of the kinds of exclusions, discriminations, and harms that are being experienced by children in a daily way in Al-Hol and Raj and other places of detention in northeast Syria. And so there's a profound security argument to be made, which is about bringing back children to ensure not only their security, but actually our security in the long run. That the capacity of Denmark to bring back these children and their mothers actually supports and enables the long-term security interests of Denmark. So I think that a point is really important, that we're not only making a human rights argument for return, a humanitarian argument for return, but we're actually making a security argument for return, and that these things are all connected together, that security isn't something separate from human rights or from humanitarian obligation, but that they function together to protect the best interests not only of the child, but also of the state in this context. Let me now reflect a little bit on just what it means when you don't return children, what it does to Denmark's standing globally, and the impact that it has had on Denmark's capacity to speak as a voice and a champion for human rights, the rights of the child, women's rights, and as a champion of humanitarian protection around the world. So in the fact that we have this, and I should say very small number of Danish citizens in northeast Syria, and I want to stress that fact that it's a very small number. I work with countries who have hundreds of nationals detained in the camps, and many of those countries have made heroic efforts to bring their nationals back. So I share with you all the example of Kazakhstan. I was in that country just over 2 years ago before the beginning of the pandemic. And we were there when Kazakhstan brought back 530 plus women and children from Iraq and Syria, from the camps in Syria via Iraq. And we were able to see firsthand the kind of operationalization of the rights of the child in the process that was used by the government to bring back. And we're talking about hundreds of individuals. In the case of Denmark, we're talking about less than 24 individuals total. And the point I made then in Kazakhstan and the point I make today in Denmark is that of all countries, European states like Denmark, with all of the health, social services, welfare, education, child protection services that you have available, you are actually in the best position to do this return and reintegration well, and to be a model for other countries who want to, and are doing return, but are working with much fewer resources than Denmark is. And the consequences of non-return for Denmark is, I think, extraordinary on the global level. Because non-return signals not only an unwillingness to address responsibility for one's own nationals, in a way dumping your nationals onto other countries as their problems. And bear in mind that northeast Syria is a place where those problems cannot be dealt with adequately. But more than that, it signals that Denmark has an a la carte approach to the protection of international law. We tell others that they should deal with hard problems, but we won't deal with our own hard problems. We export those hard problems to someone else to fix. And I think the signaling that engages, the idea that we can selectively decide that we won't implement the Convention on the Rights of the Child, that some children don't deserve the protection of the Convention of the Rights of the Child, that some women are outside the scope of international human rights law. All of that sends signals of selectivity to other countries. And what it says is that we can pick and choose which nationals we give protection to and which nationals we don't. And the consequence of that is that we undermine the universal protection of international human rights law. But more than that, we undermine the universality of the protection of the rights of the child. And that has consequences far beyond these children, this place, this particular political moment, because it weakens the entire structure of protection internationally. And the other thing it does is that it weakens Denmark's voice. Denmark's voice has historically been strong and robust and seen by others as a kind of a watchlight on how to do human rights, even in the hardest of circumstances, how to be the global conscience. Denmark played that role most notably during the Second World War. It did that in a way that stood up for minority communities, in particular the Jewish community, something that is a legacy Denmark holds of standing up to and protecting human rights, even in the most difficult of circumstances. And that, in my view, is a legacy worth defending for Denmark, because when Denmark doesn't do that, other countries take notice. And what they say is, we can do this too. We get to pick and choose when we return. So I'll close by noting that the mandate I hold has been extraordinarily positively and responding positively to the Danish government's public announcement that it will return a sizable number of women and children. I think that public commitment is extraordinarily important. I know that it has been difficult politically, but courage in human rights is what's required to protect human rights, even in the most difficult of circumstances. I have implored and have offered my technical support and the support of my office to help the government deliver on that promise, because every single day that children are left in northeast Syria is a day where harm accrues to them, and the work that we need to do is harder on their return. I would also continue to highlight and implore the government that they reconsider the position of women who have been stripped of their Danish citizenship as a result of their decision to travel to Syria, leaving their children in a legal limbo with what we might call a Hobson's choice, the choice to be separated from their mothers or to return. No child who has experienced the trauma and the harm of war should be forced to make the choice between family and country. All of us have a right to both country and family, and for those children, they need both. And so my plea to government is that you seriously and fundamentally address the rights of all of those children and the mothers who've been stripped of their citizenship, and really grasp the mantle of being a leader for other states, demonstrating that even in hard political contexts, rights-affirming decisions can be made, and really to affirm and validate the historic role that Denmark has played regionally and internationally in being a defender of children's rights and the rights of women, even in the most precarious of circumstances. Thank you all. I wish you well in this conference and hope that your proceedings continue to influence and shape public debate on these issues.
Finula Nialoin berørte kort det særlige problem, som er administrativ fratagelse af statsborgerskab for folk, der sidder fanget i Syrien. Og derfor så er det jo fuldstændig fantastisk for mig at kunne byde velkommen til en af dem, der ved allermest om den type problem, nemlig Eva Ersbøl, seniorforsker, tidligere Institut for Menneskerettigheder. Værsgo.
Ja, jeg skal jo sige noget om lidt andet end børnene, men det hænger jo i virkeligheden rigtig meget sammen. Og det er jo et fantastisk stikord at have fået fra den forrige taler om, hvorfor vi er nødt til at gøre noget, og så se på det her med fratagelse af statsborgerskab. Jeg har lavet nogle powerpoints, og de er alt for mange og alt for omfangsrige, så jeg prøver at gå hurtigt igennem dem, eller måske lidt hen over dem. Vi har jo vedtaget i 2019, og det skete inden for 3 dage, at Folketinget vedtog den her bestemmelse, som nu er i indfødsretslovens paragraf 8b stykke 3, om at den, der udviste en handlemåde, der er til alvorlig skade for statens vitale interesser, administrativt kan fratage sit statsborgerskab. Og sådan en regel har vi jo ikke haft før. Flere lande havde det værste eksempel, kan man sige, måske af Storbritannien. Det er i hvert fald det, der har været mest kritiseret. Og vi havde måske ikke troet herhjemme, at sådan en regel så hurtigt kunne blive vedtaget, men det kunne den altså. Og faktisk må man sige, hvis man sådan ser komparativt på det, at så ligger den danske regel tæt op af den britiske. Men der er jo en række kritikpunkter af den danske regel, og det er det, som jeg vil forholde mig lidt til på den måde, at jeg hurtigt vil gentage nogle af dem. Og det er jo sådan, at tusind tak. Det er jo sådan, at flest af de her kritikpunkter, de har været fremme, dengang man vedtog bestemmelsen. Alle mulige internationale, eller ikke internationale, alle organisationer, Institut for Menneskerettigheder, advokatrådet, alle stort set kom med en række forbehold over for den her bestemmelse. Og jeg vil lynhurtigt sådan remse op, men så har jeg taget sådan et par punkter, jeg vil gå mere i detaljer med. Måske fordi det er noget, der ikke har været debatteret så meget, og som man måske kunne overveje at bringe frem i forbindelse med retssager eller eventuelt anmodning om genoptagelse. Jeg er forkølet, jeg tager lige noget vand. Den danske regel er sådan, den omfatter alle statsborgere. Når man ser anbefalinger andre steder fra, så anbefaler man nogle gange, hvis man overhovedet skal have sådan en fratagelsesregel, at man kun fratager statsborgerskab, hvis det er sket relativt hurtigt, efter man har fået statsborgerskab. Ligesom at man anbefaler, at børn selvfølgelig, vil jeg sige, ikke skal være omfattet. Men i Danmark er der faktisk ikke sådan en nedre aldersgrænse. Fratagelse kan ske uden forudgående dom. Vi har jo i forvejen en bestemmelse, som er relativt gode retssikkerhedsgarantier i indfødsretslovens paragraf 8b stykke 1. Og der sker fratagelse ved dom i strafferetsplanens former, og det vil sige, at alle parter bliver hørt, og der er de nødvendige retssikkerhedsgarantier. Og navnlig så bliver en afgørelse først endelig virksom, når der er faldet en endelig dom i sagen. Her er der ikke nogen foregående dom, og der er ikke engang en garanti for efterprøvelse. Det begrebet der, vi opererer med alvorlig skade for statens vitale interesser, det kan faktisk ske også for ting, der ikke er strafbare, står der i lovforslagsbemærkningerne. Der kræves ikke forsæt, og forholdet behøver ikke være kriminaliseret. Den anden bestemmelse, vi har, der skal det jo være omfattet af straffelovens kapitel 12 og 13 om forbrydelser mod staten. Men det er ikke nødvendigvis et krav for den administrative fratagelse. Så er der en meget lav bevisstandard, der kræver en rimelig sandsynliggørelse af, at der har været det fornødne grundlag for at træffe afgørelsen. Og så er der efter min mening ikke tilstrækkelig vejledning om proportionalitetsafvejningen. Jeg vil komme tilbage til det. Det er faktisk noget af det, jeg synes, vi er nødt til at se nærmere på. Så er der heller ikke efter min mening tilstrækkelig vejledning om EU-rettens betydning. Heller ikke noget, der har været diskuteret så meget. Så er der utilstrækkelige retsgarantier, og det er retssikkerhedsgarantier. Og det er jo fordi, at når man navnligt taler om mennesker, der er tilbageholdt i lejrene, fanget, i fængsel kan man sige, så kan man ikke lige gå ud fra, at de har adgang til deres e-boks, men det er faktisk den måde, man får underretning, eller både bliver inddraget og bliver partshørt, men også får underretning om afgørelsen. Og hvis det ikke kan lade sig gøre, og man i øvrigt er tilmeldt e-boks, så kan det meddeles i Statstidende, som man næppe heller læser i lejre i Syrien. Så er statsløshed muligt. Det er ikke noget problem i de danske sager, men man tillader faktisk, at en person kan fratage statsborgerskabet, uden at have et andet statsborgerskab i det øjeblik, man fratager statsborgerskabet, hvis vedkommende kan registrere sig, forventes at kunne registrere sig og let få statsborgerskab i en anden stat. Så er der de her vanskelige vilkår for adgang til domstolsprøvelse. Der er en 4-årsfrist, og der kom ind efter høringen, kom ind en mulighed for genoprejsningsbevilling, hvis man af undskyldige grunde ikke har kunnet få indbragt en afgørelse for domstolene. Men der står også i forarbejderne, at hvis man selv er skyld i, at man ikke har kunnet blive underrettet, så gælder det ikke. Det er jo interessant, hvis det bliver prøvet ved domstolen, for det er jo noget bekymrende, kan man sige, at man så ikke har den mulighed for domstolsprøvelse. Og så er der som sagt ikke nogen opstændende virkning, hvis man indbringer en sag, og heller ikke, hvis den bliver anket. Det, jeg synes, som der kan være grund til at se på, det er det der med, at det vage begreb. Der har UNHCR har udgivet nogle guidelines om statsløshed, og det er faktisk dem, regeringen har støttet sig på, da man lavede den der fortolkning om, at statsløshed kunne opstå i en kortere periode i hvert fald. Men her har man altså ikke fulgt det, nemlig at det skal være fuldstændig klart og præcis, så enhver kan forstå, hvilken handlemåde, der er forbudt. I dansk ret, som Jørgen Vestergaard talte om, der kan man jo straffes på grund af indrejse eller ophold i konfliktområder og tilslutningsstøtte til en terrorgruppe. Og som Jørgen også sagde, det er takseret, jeg tror nu til 3 år, men det er i hvert fald, man får en flereårs fængselsstraf. Og hvad hedder det? Men hvor klart det så er for de pågældende, fordi som sagt, der er ikke noget krav om forsæt, og vi har også hørt her i dag tidligere, at der er kvinder, der kan være tvangsgift eller tvunget ind, osv. Og det er jo det er derfor, jeg siger, det er et samspil mellem det vage frakendelseskriterium, det der ikke er noget forsætskrav, også de svage retssikkerhedsgarantier kan spille sammen på en meget uheldig måde, hvis man ikke får hørt sagens fuldt ud, og derved ikke har tilstrækkeligt oplysningsgrundlag. Og hvis der så ydermere ikke bliver domstolsprøvelse, så er det jo galt. Proportionalitetsafvejningen, der står i forarbejderne, at den skal ske på samme måde, som når man frakender statsborgerskab ved dom. Og det er efter min mening også problematisk, fordi her sker det jo uden forudgående dom, og på et løsere grundlag. Der er ikke noget, der endelig er bevist i en gensidig proces, efter med garanti for, at der er sket høring forinden. Derudover så anføres det også, at man kan lægge vægt på, og det er jo ligesom man gør i den anden sag, hvor folk er i Danmark, og der kan man lægge vægt på personens familiemæssige forhold her i landet og i udlandet, og rødder og tilknytning til Danmark. Det er sådan helt efter bogen i proportionalitetsafvejningen. Men der nævnes i lovforslagsbemærkningerne ikke noget om hensynet til barnets tarv, eller børnenes tarv. Det vil sige, den, der fratages sit statsborgerskab administrativt og har børn, der står der ikke noget om, at der skal man også inddrage hensyn til de børn. Og det åbner mulighed for, som jeg faktisk tror er sket, at børn, som for eksempel er født i udlandet, ikke har nogen tilknytning til Danmark, og man så af den grund måske ikke vægter hensynet til deres tarv. Men det er vi jo forpligtet til menneskeretligt set, når vi foretager handlinger, tilbyder evakuering, måske med samtykke, hvad det nu er. Men alt skal jo ske under hensyn til barnets tarv. Det er der ingen vejledning om. Det fremgår så også, at man skal vurdere vedkommendes unionsborgerskab og hvad det betyder. Men her står det meget, at der kan indgå tilknytningselementer, hvis en person også har familie eller arbejde i en anden EU-medlemsstat, så kan det indgå. Men det er for begrænset efter min mening. Jeg kan sådan set undre mig over, at det ikke har været diskuteret lidt mere, hvad det betyder for børnene, som de pågældende børn. Det er jo sådan, at når man fratager statsborgerskab, hvad enten det sker ved dom eller administrativt, så kan det ikke medføre, at børnene også bliver frataget deres statsborgerskab. De skal ikke undgælde for forældrenes forkerte handlinger eller forbrydelser. Men det vil sige, at de her børn, som forældrene har, de bliver ved at være danske statsborgere. Og som dansk statsborger, der er man jo også unionsborger. Og der har EU-domstolen for en del år siden, efterhånden siden er kommet flere domme til, talt om det her, der hedder, at unionsborgere, børn, de har ret til at nyde. Man må ikke forhindre dem i at nyde kerneindholdet af deres rettigheder som unionsborgere. Og de her kerneindhold, det er først og fremmest retten til at være på unionens område. Så de her børn har formentlig en ret til at være i Danmark. Men det er heller ikke noget, der er nævnt i forhold til det. Det er jo ikke et forhold til andre lande. Det er et forhold til forældrenes statsborgerskabsland, som jeg mener, man burde inddrage i en fratagelsesbeslutning. De må som sagt ikke, man må ikke bringe deres effektive nydelse af kerneindholdet af deres rettigheder i fare. Og så må man selvfølgelig indrømme, at EU-domstolen endnu ikke har taget stilling til en situation, hvor børnene opholder sig uden for statsborgerskabslandet. Så om børn, der opholder sig for eksempel i de syriske lejre, også kan have ret til ifølge EU-retten at komme til Danmark med deres mor. Fordi det domstolen har sagt i Zambrano-sagen og de andre sager, det er, at hvis der er et sådan afhængighedsforhold, og det er jo et begreb, vi har hørt flere gange i forhold til børnene, hvis der er et sådan afhængighedsforhold mellem for eksempel en mor og barnet, så barnet bliver nødt til at følge moren. Hvad enten moren måtte blive i lejrene, eller måske rejse til et andet statsborgerskabsland uden for EU, så vil det jo i sig selv kunne bevirke, at barnet ikke kan komme til EU og til sit eget statsborgerskabsland. Og der vil jeg sige, at det er der ikke taget stilling til ved domstolen. Man kan se i Udlændinge- og Integrationsministeriets vejledning om afledt opholdsret, altså det er forældrene som udgangspunkt har ret til at få en opholdstilladelse i landet. Og der har været nogle sager også forældre, der har udvist, at de alligevel kan få ret til at være i landet, fordi det er betingelsen for, at deres børn kan nyde kerneindholdet af deres rettigheder som unionsborgere. Og det er der heller ikke diskuteret. Og hver gang EU-domstolen taler om det her med børnenes rettigheder som unionsborgere, så siger de også, at når man går ind i en afvejning, så skal det ske, ligesom det skal efter menneskeretten, i overensstemmelse med charteret, som jo også har regler om beskyttelse af familieliv og hensyn til barnets tarv. Og der er det sådan, at EU-retligt, der er et direktiv om, at mennesker, som er en umiddelbar, akut fare for en stat, der kan man faktisk godt nægte opholdsret, også i sådan en unionsborgerbarn-situation. Men man kan ikke efter EU-retten henvise til, at vedkommende har begået noget strafbart. Man kan heller ikke henvise til, at vedkommende er straffet. Det man skal, det er, at man skal tage en konkret afvejning af, hvad det betyder, og den konkrete afvejning skal ske under hensynet til barnets rettigheder og barnets ret til et familieliv og barnets tarv. Så der vil ikke kunne gives afslag efter EU-retten, hvis man vedkender sig, at der kan ske sådan en afledt ret til ophold, uden at der foreligger en konkret vurdering. Så det er nogle ting, jeg mener, at man godt kan gå ind i forbindelse med de her sager og få prøvet, når der kommer til en domstolsprøvelse. Det er også for begrænset noget af det, der står i forarbejderne, hvis man ser på Tjebbesdommen, som er sådan en dom, der faktisk gjorde, at vi indførte det der med, at EU-retten skulle tages i betragtning. Fordi der ser det også ud, som om det er hensyn til de andre relationer i andre medlemsstater. Men det er det faktisk ikke kun i de der domme. Der var blandt andet 4 klager, og en af dem var en kvinde fra Iran. Og det er helt klart, det domstolen har lagt vægt på, når de siger, at der kan også lægges vægt på, om der er en væsentlig forværring af vedkommendes sikkerhed, fordi man ikke har mulighed for at henvende sig. Det er jo også en EU-ret, at enhver statsborger i en EU-medlemsstat kan henvende sig til en anden stats repræsentation, konsulat, hvad det er. Og den ret fratager man jo også, hvis man fratager morens statsborgerskabet. Det hensyn skal også gå ind, når man afvejer, hvad det betyder for moren. Og det er jo ikke kun knyttet til andre regler, det er rene EU-retlige regler for den pågældende. Så der er flere ting her, som man godt kunne overveje at gøre gældende i forbindelse med de her spørgsmål, som opstår nu, om de her 3 mødre, som man ikke vil tage tilbage til Danmark, fordi de er blevet frakendt eller frataget. Det er jo ikke en kendelse, det er en administrativ beslutning. De er blevet frataget af deres statsborgerskab, men som sagt, uden at det er efterprøvet endnu, i hvert fald. Og så vidt jeg ved, uden at nogle af de her hensyn til børnenes rettigheder som unionsborgere, eller hvad det betyder, hvis man har statsborgerskab i en anden stat. Det er heller ikke noget, der er nævnt i forarbejderne, at det er jo ikke alle lande, om jeg så må sige, der er lige gode at have sit andet statsborgerskab i. Det er ikke lige så godt at være dansk-svensk statsborger, eller det er godt at være dansk-svensk statsborger, eller dansk-norsk, eller dansk-schweizisk, eller som i Tjebbes-sagen, dansk-kanadisk, eller det var så hollandsk-kanadisk, og mindre godt måske at være hollandsk-iransk, med de risici, der kan være, og her for kvinder, som er frataget statsborgerskab på grund af terrorvirksomhed, som de lande ikke ser positivt på. Og det er også noget, man har udladt, og man kan nok ikke sige, tror jeg, selvom den diskussion har været oppe, at man ikke må fratage statsborgerskabet, hvis de kommer fra et andet land, fordi udsigten og forudsigeligheden i forhold til, at de bliver udvist dertil eller ender op der, nok ikke er tilstrækkeligt forudsigelig, kan man sige, til det. Måske ændrer det sig, hvis man virkelig, kurderne skulle gøre alvor nu af at ville tilbagesende. Jeg ved ikke, om man kunne genoptage en sag på det grundlag, men indtil nu kan man næppe bebrejde, at det ikke er indgået som en artikel 3-vurdering, men det burde efter min mening indgå i forbindelse med en proportionalitetsvurdering, fordi det ikke er ligegyldigt, hvor man skal ende op i givet fald. Fordi det er jo sådan, at hvis man ikke tør vende tilbage til sit andet stat, så er man jo ikke meget bedre stillet de facto, end hvis man havde været statsløs. Så har man i realiteten ikke nogen anden stat, der skal yde en beskyttelse, Og det må også være et hensyn efter min mening, der indgår, når man fratager statsborgerskab. Det er væsentligt mere byrdefuldt at have statsborgerskab i en stat, man faktisk ikke kan være i. Der er nogle af de der ting, der godt kunne kræve nogle nærmere overvejelser. Og det, man jo kan sige i det her, det er en diskussion, man sådan fører i forskellige lande, at i diskrimination kan det, at vi har jo bjergdomme fra Menneskerettighedsdomstolen om indirekte diskrimination, hvis en i sig selv neutral regel rammer en særlig gruppe mere. Og det gør sådan en regel som den her jo, den rammer dobbelt statsborger. Dobbelt statsborger har tit en anden etnisk baggrund. Jeg ved ikke, om man kan føre, men der er en berømt Meyers Committee i Holland, meget velanskrevet, der siger det der med, at staterne kunne løse begge problemer og ikke burde fratage statsborgerskab i de her sager. I hvert fald kun i ganske alvorlige sager. Men i hvert fald er det noget, man kunne gå ind og overveje, og så kan man jo ved at slutte af med at sige det her med, at man kunne ønske sig, at de her mødre ville komme hjem, hvis man ligesom lavede en anden proportionalitetsafvejning og sagde fare på den ene side, men hvor alvorligt farligt er det. I domstolssager, i de der sager, hvor man fratager statsborgerskab ved dom, der siger man straffe, der udmåles til 2 år for alvorlig kriminalitet. Så kan der opstå spørgsmål om fratagelse. Men her er jo ikke den der forudgående domstolsprøvelse. Så det, man siger fra UNHCR's side, det er, at hvis en afgørelse bliver udfordret, der bliver klaget over en afgørelse, så burde man ligesom starte på en frisk med inddragelse af de pågældende. Og hvis man ikke gør det, så må man i hvert fald sikre, at der er adgang til appelprocedurer og suspendere den afgørelse, der allerede er truffet. Det er jo det, der er problematisk, at nu, hvor vi har de her sager, der bliver prøvet for domstolene, hvis domstolene skulle komme frem til, ud fra en bevisvurdering, ud fra en proportionalitetsafvejning, at de ikke skal fratage statsborgerskabet, så har de jo, hvis de ikke kommer hjem, kan man sige, lidt under den der manglende, det at afgørelsen har haft umiddelbar effekt. Så det burde man så også overveje. Det vil man nok ikke lige ændre de der regler, men det er i hvert fald en argumentation, der kan indgå i et større hele i forhold til bevis og proportionalitet. Ja, så det var det.
Tak, Eva. Tak for en spændende gennemgang. Altså, jeg hæfter mig jo lidt ved, at der i virkeligheden er en lang liste af forbehold, som jurister har haft allerede før vi vedtog reglerne om administrativ frakendelse. Og alligevel så kan jeg jo ikke se, at det har fundet meget lov eller vej ind i regelsættet. Og jeg synes, der er en lidt interessant parallel til nogle af de andre eksperter, vi har haft tidligere i dag, som har arbejdet meget med sikkerhed og også har prøvet at fortælle ting til de mennesker, der træffer beslutningerne, men som har haft meget svært ved at lytte. Ja. Altså, hvordan er det at komme med sit juridiske indspark og så se, at det ikke rigtig finder vej ind i reglerne?
Men det er da super ærgerligt. Altså jeg vil sige, der skete dog en lille ændring undervejs, fordi der skete det der med, at der blev givet adgang til oprejsningsbevilling. Ja. Og det var faktisk en indvending mod det. Men ellers så er det rigtigt, så er det begrænset effekt, det har haft.
Jeg hæfter mig også ved, at vi altså har nogle danske regler, hvor når vi skal på en eller anden måde skal finde noget at stå på, der handler om beskyttelse af barnets rettigheder. Ja. Når vi skal finde noget, der hjælper os til at få hensynet til barnets tarv allerlængst frem, så er det EU-retten, så er det menneskeretten i virkeligheden. Ja. Hvorfor er det blevet sådan?
Ja, det er jo en politisk beslutning, at man vil have den her regel, og der har været gennem temmelig lang tid. Jeg troede ikke, den ville være blevet vedtaget, fordi der er jo partier, der har ønsket at få den her regel om administrativ frihedsberøvelse, ikke frihedsberøvelse, administrativ fratagelse. Og som hele tiden har sagt, de kan i Storbritannien, de kan der, hvorfor kan vi så ikke? Så der har også været et pres, tror jeg, på regeringen, og både den nuværende og den tidligere, eller det var jo den tidligere, der hvor det blev forberedt, på, at man ønskede den her handling. Og det er jo meget, altså nogen siger jo, at det er mere, fordi vi gør noget, fordi du er fuldstændig ret. Det er også det, jeg synes, hver gang man siger noget om det her, så må man sige, at alle gode grunde taler for, at de her kvinder kommer hjem. Hensyn til børnene, selvfølgelig først og fremmest. Sikkerhedshensyn, sikkerhedseksperter siger det samme. FN's Sikkerhedsråd, hensynet til, at forbrydelser bliver straffet, og der ikke er nogen, der går straffri. Altså hele paletten taler jo i virkeligheden for, at man tager dem hjem, fordi den eneste sikkerhed, man har for, at de bliver straffet for deres forbrydelser, det er jo, at de kommer til Danmark. Det kan godt være, der sker noget med tiden andre steder, og jeg ved ikke, hvordan med kurderne og måske med en international strafdomstol, men det kommer til at gå lang tid. Så alle hensyn taler for hjemtagelse.
Kan du prøve at uddybe en lille smule, hvorfor det er, at det her statsborgerskab er så værdifuldt i den her situation? Det er måske meget selvfølgelig for en jurist, men for alle de andre, der ikke ved præcis, hvad det egentlig er, et statsborgerskab medfører. Hvorfor er det?
Men det er det jo, fordi for det første er det jo adgangen til konsulær beskyttelse. Den har man så i Danmark frataget. Man har givet mulighed for at fratage nogen, men det er dog, at man har en stat, der føler sig ansvarlig. Og børnene har jo i hvert fald deres ret til konsulær beskyttelse, fordi de har statsborgerskab. EU lægger jo enormt meget vægt på statsborgerskabet, og går meget vidt i forhold til nogle meget firkantede garantier for statsborgere. Og så er det selvfølgelig alt, hvad statsborgerskabet i øvrigt betyder. Men her i den her situation, det er jo FN's børnekomité, og nu formentlig også Menneskerettighedsdomstolen, der kommer til at tage stilling til, hvad betyder statsborgerskabet? Er det det, man hænger det op på, når man siger, at en stat er forpligtet til at handle? Og det er jo det, de har sagt med internationale FN-rapportører, og det er også det børnekomiteen siger, de eneste, der kan løse det her problem for deres egne statsborgere, det er jo deres stater. Fordi staterne har, det er jo det, man har diskuteret internationalt retligt meget, er, diplomatisk konsulær beskyttelse. Er det en ret for den enkelte? Nej, det er en ret for staten. Men staten har den ret. Vi kan kræve at beskytte vores statsborgere. Og det er jo så det, de siger, når vi kan gøre det, og vi er de eneste, der kan både beskytte det og kræve det, så skal vi også gøre det.
Det er jo noget af det, det kan være svært at forstå, det her med, at en stat, som egentlig ikke kan udøve nogen effektiv kontrol over det territorie, som de her lejre ligger i, stadig har et ansvar.
Men det er jo fordi, at de kan ikke udøve jurisdiktion. Det er jo fuldstændig rigtigt. Spørgsmålet er, som er uafklaret, det er, kan man sige, at de kan udøve jurisdiktion over for deres statsborgere? Og det er jo det, FN's børnekomité har sagt. Netop fordi de har retten til at sige, at vi vil tage vores statsborgere hjem. Kurderne anerkender det, amerikanerne anbefaler det, osv. Og man har det efter international ret, en ret til at evakuere sine statsborgere, når de er i nød.
Nu er jeg journalist, så jeg forsøger mig lige med en journalistisk stramning. Hører jeg dig sige, at Knud vinder sine sager?
Det vil jeg håbe. Det vil jeg håbe. Fordi, jeg synes, det grundlag er klart utilstrækkeligt. Og det igen, der er jo, altså det er jo også en anden ting, der er international enighed om, at fratagelse af statsborgerskab, det er ikke den bedste løsning for noget som helst. Det er
Hvorfor ikke?
Fordi det løser ikke noget problem, fordi de bliver jo ikke straffet, som de skal, når de har begået forbrydelser, og staten kunne sørge for det. Og der er så dem, der siger, det kan også være counterproductive, også i forhold til sikkerheden faktisk, at man fratager statsborgerskabet og frelægger sig ansvaret. Så der er alle grunde, ligesom der er alle grunde til at tage børn i dem, så der er altså også alle grunde til i de her situationer at sige, og det er også det, man siger, når man siger, vi har her, det er jo så nemt at sammenligne, man har 6 kvinder, 3, der er dansk statsborgerskab, fordi de var monostatsborgere, og ikke kunne fratages deres dansk statsborgerskab. 3, som havde dobbelt statsborgerskab, og som derfor kunne det. Men der er ikke noget, der tyder på, i de her rapporter, heller ikke fra taskforcen, at der skulle være forskel på, at dem, der har frataget statsborgerskabet, har begået noget værre, end dem, der ikke er. Så det er sådan lidt randomly at man gør det på den måde, fordi de tilfældigvis, kan man sige, har et andet statsborgerskab. Navnlig, når de har et statsborgerskab i nogle lande, de måske meget nødigt vil tilbage til.
Det du siger, det virker arbitrært, og det er i hvert fald ikke et udgangspunkt i barnets tarv.
Ja, for dem må det virke. Altså, det er jo tilladt efter international ret, fordi man beskytter retten til ikke at blive statsløs. Men i de her situationer, og der var også en anbefaling fra 1961-konventionen om begrænsning af statsløshed, som ikke kunne blive til en konventionsbestemmelse, men den kunne godt blive til en anbefaling, der hedder, at staterne bør behandle de facto statsløse på samme måde, som de behandler dem, der er de jure retligt statsløse.
Eva Asbøl, tak fordi du kom. Letta Taylor is the Senior Terrorism and Counterterrorism Researcher at Human Rights Watch. Her focus includes the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda, counterterrorism policy at the United Nations, drone strikes and other targeted killings, and measures in countries around the world on foreign ISIS suspects and family members. She's worked in more than 36 countries as a human rights defender and in a previous capacity as a journalist. In 2013, she wrote the report Between a Drone and Al-Qaeda, the civilian cost of US targeted killings in Yemen.
Good morning, good afternoon. It's an honor to join this event organized by Repatriate the Children Denmark. Groups like this are critical to persuading both home countries and the local authorities in Northeast Syria that they need to do everything possible to bring home these children. And we at HRW, Human Rights Watch, would argue it's critical that countries bring home the women and the men too. Human Rights Watch and I personally have been carrying out advocacy with a number of countries, Western countries around the world, to press them to bring home their nationals from Northeast Syria. Most recently, we sent a letter to 4 Nordic countries, including Denmark, urging them to repatriate their citizens as soon as possible. We very much look forward to engaging with Denmark and the other 3 Nordic countries, which are Finland, Norway, and Sweden, on this urgent issue. We have heard media reports just this week of a recent Zoom meeting between authorities from Denmark and other Western countries with the Northeast Syrian authorities who are holding these thousands of foreign nationals for suspected links to ISIS or for being their family members. We hope that this meeting is a sign of renewed movement to resolve the impasse on this crisis. Human Rights Watch calls on all those involved in these negotiations, and here I mean home countries, but also regional bodies like the European Union and the authorities in Northeast Syria, to do everything possible to swiftly and safely bring home these foreign nationals. We understand that these negotiations can be complex, but these vulnerable foreign nationals should not become victims of political maneuvering by any party responsible for their well-being. You may ask why the position of Human Rights Watch is that men and women should be brought home too. The answer is twofold. First, because family unity is an essential component of the rights of the child. In addition, the right to family life is an essential component of the European Convention on Human Rights. No child should be separated from their parent except in exceptional cases where it is clearly in their interest. Here you have a situation where these children are deeply traumatized, first by ISIS and now by living in these camps for 2 or more years. And their mother is perhaps the only person that they know and trust. To remove them from this situation and transport them home without their mother is only going to contribute, in most cases, perhaps not all, but in most cases, to their trauma. For this very reason, we laud Denmark's announcement last month that it intends to bring home 3 mothers along with their 14 children from northeast Syria. This is a dramatic policy change, and we think it's a brave and important announcement, and we hope it is followed up with action swiftly. However, we are concerned that Denmark has also said that it will only bring home 5 of the other Danish children held in northeast Syria if their mothers stay behind. Now, this is because the mothers of these particular 5 children have been stripped by Denmark of their citizenship. All are considered by Denmark to be dual nationals. But the proceedings in which their nationality was revoked are controversial. In addition, these 5 other Danish children whose mothers were stripped of their nationality should not have to be denied their right to family unity in order to exercise another fundamental right, which is to live in their country of nationality. So we urge the Danish authorities and all other countries who consider separating parents from children to consider both the legal consequences in terms of the violations of the rights of the child, but also the moral implications and what it means for trying to truly reintegrate these children into Denmark or other home countries. As for the adults, why should men and women without children be repatriated, you may ask? Well, one reason is accountability for horrific ISIS crimes. There are no trials in sight for foreign adults in northeast Syria right now. And while the Kurdish-led coalition that is detaining these nationals has called for help from foreign governments to conduct trials in accordance with international fair trial standards, so far the support has not been forthcoming. Not one of these detainees, and here I include not just the adults, but the children, have even been brought before a local judge to determine whether it's necessary and legal for them to be detained. This is a flagrant violation of international due process rights. And what it means is that any war criminals among the foreign nationals in northeast Syria are not being held to account for their despicable crimes. And here I'm not speaking necessarily about Danish citizens, because I'm not in any position to opine on whether Danish citizens may or may not be guilty of any particular ISIS crimes. Many of them may not be. Some of them may be. I really don't know. That's not my role. But speaking broadly, failing to bring perpetrators of ISIS crimes to justice is an affront to the legions of ISIS victims. We have a situation here where there's no due process in northeast Syria. Perpetrators are not being held to account, and meanwhile, more than 27,000 foreign children are being indefinitely detained in what amounts to collective punishment for any acts committed by their parents. We recognize, turning to security issues, that bringing home all nationals is not an entirely risk-free endeavor. And we appreciate, we very much appreciate this fact. We recognize the response of governments to keep people on their territory safe. And we mourn the victims of terrorism in Denmark and everywhere else in the world. But Human Rights Watch is not saying that everyone suspected of a serious crime or of being a security threat should simply go free. To be clear, we are calling for rehabilitation and reintegration of foreigners, but we're also calling for monitoring and prosecutions of adults as warranted. We think that in the long term, moreover, that the security risks are far greater of leaving these foreigners in northeast Syria than they are of bringing them home. Left in northeast Syria, they can break out of camps and prisons and go who knows where. And children can be recruited by ISIS or other extremist armed groups as they grow older. Indeed, I would argue that the longer Western European detainees remain held in horrific conditions with no due process, the more it fuels the narrative of ISIS that the West is willing to dispense with universal rights when it comes to Muslims. That is a very dangerous argument. Moreover, governments don't just have the responsibility to protect the people on their soil from harm, such as attacks by groups like ISIS. Governments also have a responsibility to protect their nationals abroad when they face serious violations of their rights, where these governments, in cases where the governments have the practical power to provide such protection. The serious violations that Danes and other foreigners face in northeast Syria include the loss of life and torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. Let's just look at the camps for a moment, where the women and children are held behind locked gates and barbed wire, surrounded by armed guards. This is not a camp where foreigners move freely. They are prisoners for all practical purposes. Inside these camps, drinking water is frequently contaminated. I myself saw worms in the water in Al Hol camp. The detainees face food shortages, particularly of fresh food, acute shortages of medicine and medical help and other essential supplies. The latrines are overflowing. They're living in tents that leak in the rain, that blow over in the wind, and that catch fire from kerosene used for heating and cooking. Hundreds of camp detainees have died since 2019, and many of them are children, often in horrible accidents like tent fires or from preventable diseases. Others have been killed by alleged ISIS hardliners. Most children have no schooling. They have no games. They have no nationality. They have no sense of what their future will bring, and therefore they have no hope. Women have told us of being held in horrific conditions in a camp jail or in local prisons elsewhere in northeast Syria when they try to escape or to break rules such as bans on possessing a cell phone. These are punishments in these cases, based on what we've heard. They are grossly disproportionate to the infractions or crimes that they may have committed. And particularly in cases of mothers, the mothers who are jailed, their children in these separate jails or prisons, their children are either brought with them to the prisons or camp jails, and the conditions there are much worse than they are even in the regular camp sections, or they're left in the camps to fend for themselves or to rely on help from adults and other children in the camps. This is only a situation that is only going to compound the trauma of these detainees. During 3 visits to Al Hol in June 2019, I was overwhelmed by not just the sights, but also the smells and sounds of suffering. Children coughing, wailing, lying still and sweaty, covered with flies and dust. Children gaunt with distended bellies. Children with amputated limbs and crutches that were the wrong size, or in some cases, no crutches at all. Children playing half naked in the dirt with rocks as toys. Children staring vacantly, looking simply lost. Now, that was in June 2019, but aid workers and detainees tell me the situation remains horrific, including in some cases at Rouge camp, which is supposed to be the newer, improved camp for detainees in contrast to the larger camp Al Hol. One foreign woman described the situation to me in a clipped text message in March. She wrote, "It never gets better here, always worse. Majority of the children in the camp are sick. Almost every day, something bad happens. Children trapped in burning tents and dies. We have water tank that contains worms. I want to go home." I heard this refrain, "I want to go home," over and over again during my visit and in subsequent conversations with detainees, or in letters forwarded to me, texts and other notices forwarded to me from their family members. Now, of course, I cannot vouch for the sincerity of all of these women, but many genuinely appeared broken, simply desperate to try to get back home, to restart their lives, make amends for any crimes they may have committed, and to give their children a future. We should not forget that several of these women are victims of trafficking themselves, either groomed or lured by ISIS to come over to Syria, sometimes even themselves as children, or in some cases brought by husbands, and they were afraid to say no. I'm not saying some didn't go voluntarily, of course, but there is a line between victim and perpetrator, and we have to be cognizant of that at all times. Some of these women are victims, others are perpetrators, others are both. But under international law and principles, victims of trafficking, even when they're perpetrators, should really be treated as victims. This is essential under principles for victims of trafficking. And as for the children, they're all victims, both of ISIS and now of the impasse in bringing them home. The prison conditions are even worse than in the camps. 700 or more boys are in these prisons along with men, including 300 or more foreigners. This is a growing population of boys because they are culled from the camps as they reach mid-adolescence, as most likely the UN Senior Special Rapporteur on Counterterrorism will have noted in her own presentation for this event. These children are often snatched in the middle of the night from their tents where they were sleeping with their family members and brought to prisons where they have no more contact with their families. Some are also placed in a so-called rehabilitation center called the Huri Center. But when I visited that center, I didn't find any rehabilitation going on. And the administrators of the center said that they were hard put to provide rehabilitation because they weren't getting enough money from foreign governments. This is to do so. The Kurdish-led authority in northeast Syria is strapped for cash, and they're fighting a war on multiple fronts. They do not have the resources of Western countries to help in rehabilitation programs. They desperately need help. So even in these situations, I would not call these rehabilitation centers something positive. It's warehousing of children. And when I spoke to these adolescent boys, they cried and trembled as they spoke about the traumas of being boys under ISIS, and in some cases being brought by their parents and told they were going on vacation and then suddenly finding themselves in Syria, having no idea that this is where they would be brought. But they cried and trembled even more when they talked about how they missed their mothers and their siblings, how they wanted to visit them, connect with them. So separating these boys from their siblings and their mothers and putting them someplace else, such as prisons or so-called rehabilitation, that's not rehabilitation. That's incarceration with no due process. And it's a clear violation of the rights of the child on multiple levels. Only 1 in the 14 prisons holding ISIS suspects is fit for purpose, according to a US military report issued last summer. And hundreds have died in the prisons since 2019, including a small number of Europeans. At least we know of a small number, and there may well be more. I would like to add also that while there may be cases of physical torture, we don't know how many. We also consider that the conditions in the camps and prisons, in and of themselves, combined with indefinite and arbitrary detention, may well amount to torture on their own. Foreign donors are providing some aid for the camps in northeast Syria. And meanwhile, the United Kingdom and the US-led coalition against ISIS are reportedly looking at expanding or building more prisons, as well as so-called rehabilitation centers for adolescent boys. This is ostensibly to ease overcrowding and other inhuman conditions. And of course, we laud efforts to make conditions better. But let's be clear. Improving horrific conditions does not change the fact that indefinite detention without judicial review is unlawful. And expanding prisons and locked rehabilitation centers to warehouse hundreds of children who never chose to live under ISIS is unconscionable. So as I wrap up, I pose the question, what do we have here in northeast Syria? What we have is the risk, unless countries move fast, we have the risk of it to repatriate. Unless countries move fast to repatriate, we have the risk of a new population of so-called forever prisoners, indefinitely held without charge. This is what prisoners are called to remain in Guantanamo. But in this case, this would be a Guantanamo in the desert of northeast Syria with thousands rather than hundreds of prisoners, and a majority of them young children. Governments that actively contribute to this unlawful, abusive, what I want to say is that governments that actively contribute to this abusive confinement may actually be complicit in these detainees' unlawful detention and their collective punishment. I ask, is this the legacy that Denmark and other countries that champion human rights and rule of law seek for themselves? I don't think so. I certainly hope not. Therefore, we commend governments that are moving swiftly on this issue. And even those that stalled, if they're moving now, that is fantastic. And we implore other governments to do the same. Let's bring these children home and the adults along with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lita Taylor, and thank you for joining us online now. It's great to have the opportunity to ask you a couple of questions. Now, you paint quite a dire picture of the conditions in the prison camps, also currently, actually. And that just, I want to ask you one question. Should the children be removed from their mothers if that's the only way out of the camps? Wouldn't that be a logical conclusion?
Well, first, thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me okay?
It's fine, thank you.
Yes, it's such an honor to join this event, and I think it's so important. I do not think that the children should be removed without their mothers. I don't think that there is such an obstacle to bringing the mothers home as well, particularly in the case of countries such as Denmark, where the number of children is very small and the number of mothers is even smaller. This is a manageable problem for a country with the resources of Denmark, for example, and many, many other Western countries. As the Special Rapporteur on countering terrorism noted, look at Kazakhstan, and indeed look at many other Central Asian countries, which combined lack the resources of most single Western European or Nordic countries. So I really don't think that this is an issue to even explore. If some of these women are indeed security risks, they can be monitored, they can be investigated. If appropriate, they can be prosecuted. And if they need to serve time in jail or prison, then at least they're serving time in a jail or prison that meets international standards, and their children can visit with them unless it's clearly not in the best interest of the child to do so. Now, if there are cases where it is not in the best interest of the child to be with the parent, that needs to be determined and verified by independent experts on a case-by-case basis. So thank you for the question. I really don't see that this is an option that needs to be explored. Children should not be separated from their parents as a blanket policy.
I think what I'm trying to raise here is that in a lot of Western European countries, there's still very strong opinion against repatriating mothers and foreign fighters. Also here in Denmark, we have actually seen government make these bargains where mothers are basically accepting the removal of a child just to protect the child. But then I want to ask you another question. There seems to be sort of a standstill now. We have so many mothers, children still in the Syrian prison camps. How do you see a solution out of this? There's not the political will here in Denmark just to take them home tomorrow.
Well, I think time will tell. We're seeing quite a lot of movement actually recently. We don't know if this is just if the discussions that have been underway even just this month between Western countries and the Northeast Syrian authorities are simply more dialogue that will lead nowhere, but at least the discussions are continuing. And I think this is significant. And we are seeing repatriations. We saw some repatriations just the other day or week to the Netherlands, for example. The announcement by Denmark that it is now considering repatriation of most mothers and all the children. I mean, as I noted in my pre-recorded talk, there is still the issue of these children whose mothers are stripped of citizenship. But the fact that Denmark has made this move, this policy announcement, I think is in and of itself significant. Of course, time will tell what happens, but I don't think we should consider this an entire impasse. And that's why it's really important that all of us who care about this issue continue to press, continue to engage with governments on why it is important that they do the right thing here. As Fionnuala Nialan said just now, This a la carte approach that we're seeing now is extremely dangerous, not only for the victims of the particular country adopting an a la carte approach, but to the world at large. It sends this perilous signal that it's okay to be selective about rights that are really universal. And if I may just take the opportunity, I wanted to center in on your question about opposition to, quote, foreign fighters. Now, this term is being used as if all the men and perhaps some of the women are all foreign fighters. Well, who is a foreigner and who is a fighter and who is a terrorist? There's no definition in international law for any of for who is a terrorist and who is a fighter. And as we've seen with some of the citizenship revocations, there's a big question as to who really is a foreigner and how they qualify. So I think we need to be very careful with these terms. Let's not forget that not one of these individuals in northeast Syria has been prosecuted locally. Now, some have been tried or charged by their home countries in absentia, but that's not the same thing. So the terminology is very important here because it's laden. And yes, some of these individuals may well be fighters, and some may well be war criminals, and some of them may well have participated in acts, atrocious acts, that I think all of us would agree are acts of terrorism. But not all are. Some may be cooks, some may be cleaners, and perhaps the punishment, if any, that they deserve for being cooks or cleaners is quite different than that. I mean, I hope that it's quite different than the punishment that of course someone merits for carrying out a war crime.
Though we are seeing progress in some countries bringing back citizens, other countries seem to do very little. So I acknowledge that you see progress, but when will Kurdish authorities be able to shut down Al-Hol and Lodz? When will the camps be able to?
I don't want to overstate my optimism. I'd say that the progress has been marginal, but it's still heartening to see that there is some. I think it's important to note also that the negotiations have been hard on both sides. I mean, we have heard reports from some countries, and I'm not at liberty to say which, but some countries have expressed concern that the demands of the Kurdish-led authorities are unreasonable in their view. Now, I'm not in a position, without knowing the details, to know if the demands are unreasonable or not. But I think it's very important that all parties work together here. So, for example, the Kurdish-led authorities, if they're making demands, what are they? Individuals who are victims in particular should not be held, but all individuals should not be held hostage to some kind of negotiation, some kind of quid pro quo that has nothing to do with their rights. So I think it's really important that we all advocate, we engage constructively with all parties, and this includes the Kurdish-led coalition, and it also includes blocs like the European Union and the United Nations, where we're seeing a battle going on right now over the word repatriation in negotiations to renew the so-called UN Global it's not so-called, excuse me, the formal name is the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy. Now, this strategy says that human rights are one of the 4 pillars of an effective counterterrorism policy. It's the UN's blueprint for addressing groups like ISIS, for countering them. And yet, many Western countries do not even want the word repatriation in this renewing resolution for the global counterterrorism strategy. So there's a lot of work to be done. But I think the first step toward ensuring that this impasse ends is bringing everybody to the table and putting aside the political demands. I also think that the task force in Denmark was quite an effective vehicle, from what I understand, in bringing in moving the government forward on the repatriations issue. So I think that similar task forces with a broad coalition of participants and security experts in the mix can really help as well.
Liz Taylor, we are out of time. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you so much.
Så skal jeg sige, at nu har vi en pause igen, og der er frisk te, og der er frisk kaffe, og der er lidt kage, og så ses vi til en fælles diskussion, og det gør vi kl. 16. Tak. this is where the fun part of the program actually starts. I've been joined by 2 new panelists who I have not introduced yet. And also, this is the time where you get the chance to ask questions to our guests here and to make comments. So please, before I make a short introduction round, start thinking about what is a really good question here. What would I like to share with everybody here? Just raise your hand and we'll have somebody coming around with microphones. And please introduce yourself before asking your question or posing your comment. Thank you. Now, this is a round table where we're here to discuss how do we stop the children in the Syrian prison camps and their parents in becoming the next generation of terrorists. Maya Greenwood, you're associate researcher in international security and radicalization in the Danish Institute of International Studies. How do we do it?
I think it's been very clear from the start, because the advice that came out from every single security institution was basically there is a very clear way, it's not have them in a very dangerous environment. So the advice that came out from the security institutions were not initially related to children. There's a very awkward way in for security to this question about children, because perhaps we were naive, perhaps it was just not something that was seen as relevant in a security context to talk about the children as being dangerous. Our way into it was because it became the political narrative for why they were abandoned there. And when that happened, the entire security environment kind of had to raise their hand and say, well, from a security perspective, the advice is clear. The moms, the dads, and obviously the children should not be in this environment. So the first step is very obvious. If you don't want an individual to become a part of a terrorist organization, you can start by removing them from that environment. And that was also the reason behind this law that we heard that was quite problematic in many ways. It put in place to, initially, the restrictions of people to travel to the place, and then the restrictions on people bringing those places. The logic was we don't want our citizens in these places because it's not a positive development for security. And along the same lines of those reasonings and that same logic, it follows that if you don't want that, if that's not desirable, the first step you make is to remove them from that context, so that we don't have, as someone put it, the pockets in the IS organization refilled with new individuals.
Now, I know that you have been studying UN reports on this issue in the camp for quite some time, and also you've seen a development there.
Yeah, again, I mean, like the reports, because you have these, twice a year, you have these reports come out from the UN Security Council's Anti-Terrorism Department that tracks the development in the area of IS. And it took quite a while before children started to feature in these reports. I mean, they were about adults. The conversation we were having at meetings, at workshops, at conferences were about the adults and the necessity to bring them home, for all countries to bring back their adults from the area, and the responsibility each country had to make sure that we didn't have these people roaming around conflict zones. And then it sort of begins to become this topic. Again, as I say, I think there comes an awareness that actually the states are not going to do anything about this subject with the children. So then it becomes mentioned initially, and then the tone becomes more and more harsh. So it goes from, and the children should also be taken back, to the most recent one that came out, I think in February, says, this is of utmost urgency. And it's mentioned in I think that was also a public session that was as one of the most urgent challenges we face right now because of the lack of political will to take an action around it. So there's you can trace a very, very clear development in the language from, and obviously also the kids, to of utmost urgency that there is a solution that's found for these.
Mm-hmm. And why does this shift happen, do you think?
Well, I think because that we gradually realize that actually steps are not being taken to take them back. And at the same time, IS are developing capacities in the area that are very, very worrying. I mean, the entire why they're in the camps in the first place was because we went to great effort to go through an entire operation to make sure that IS was to some degree defeated in the area and that people were put into these places for them to be picked up, right? And then when that's not happened, and IS continues to regain a capacity, we learn from some of this leaked information in the Danish media that our security services know that not only are children being smuggled out, I know we've known that for a long time, but they are being smuggled out probably by IS, or at least there exist quite well-developed plans by IS to take children out of the camps, train them to commit attacks in the countries they left from. I mean, those are informations that when you piece them together, from a security perspective, it would be quite worrying that no steps were taken in that regard. And I think that, together with the situation, like the worry that there's been all along for the moms to not have been taken back, we don't have a lot of men sitting, but there's also a concern about all the men in the camps, right? Like just that when you take all those pieces of concern together, then the language just becomes more and more strong about the complete lack of willingness to take them back. And I think in a Danish context, it was even more stark because the language for why you weren't taking them back had to do with security, which went directly against what our own security service was saying, it went directly against what the UN was saying, what NATO was saying, what we as researchers were saying about what would be most responsible to do in terms of security. Mm-hmm. And that's what I mean by it's a little bit awkward that security becomes a focus of this question about the kids, but it does become that because it becomes, the rhetoric of security becomes a way to defend a policy that the UN Security Council, amongst many others, were condemning because it was irresponsible for security reasons.
Mm-hmm. Now, Janne Tunnel, you are acting General Secretary of Save the Children Denmark. How does this look from a child's perspective?
Yes, I would very much like to echo Maya here, because I think, especially now, it's very important that instead of talking about the threat of radicalization of the children, instead of asking how do we prevent them from becoming the next generation of terrorists, let's talk about or ask how do we support them in their lives? How do we support them to grow up and become healthy grown-ups, healthy children that thrive? And I think because they are first and foremost children, and of course there are some of them who've been living in a radicalized environment that might be affected by it, but they are not on their path necessarily to radicalization. And I won't repeat because I think there are so many people here today who have perfectly talked about all the violations of the children's rights that we see and face in the camps. But I would just like to add to it that in our work in Save the Children, from similar contexts, we know that exactly those conditions are creating sort of gaps in the childhoods of those children, and that may lead to some reactions or to lack of being able to tolerate other people or lack of being able to integrate positively in a community. And of course we need to work with that, but that is a characteristic of a child, and that's hugely a pedagogical task. So we're talking a lot about the traumas of those children, and we should, and we are going to have there is a task in front of us which is huge, and we're going to deal with it, but we have to remember the very big pedagogical and social tasks that is ahead of us on this matter.
Peter Galbraith, earlier today you sort of put forward simple and practical solutions. Bring home the children, let's leave the mothers, if we can't do it together. Now, I don't know, this idea is pretty strange to us, because we want to have the children and the mothers together, of course.
Well, you posed the question to Letta Taylor, and the question you posed was, if you cannot bring home the mothers and the children, should you then bring home the children? And what you got was, when faced with that choice, was, I'll have my cake and eat it too. Of course, we should want the mothers and the children brought home. I've explained why some countries are never going to do it, France being a case in point, but okay, that's ideal. But the reality is, it's not going to happen for a very substantial number of the children, for the mothers. So then what do you do about the children? Do you literally, and Letta Taylor said this very clearly, they will stay in the camps, they will grow up there. They will be, and this is her word, forever prisoners. So is our choice between, do we say, okay, we take back everybody, and for those countries that won't take back both, we'll let the children be forever prisoners. That's the core of the choice. Now, we may not like that choice, we may curse that choice, but that is the realistic choice. And I want to come to one other point. This conference has been about heavily about 17 Danish children and then 3 mothers and a handful more that have been stripped of citizenship. And I applaud what Denmark's done, and I applaud the work that Repatriate the Children Denmark has done, the heroic lobbying. And it's been a highly, beyond that, a Denmark-centric for a small number of people. It's a very, very, very Europe-centric discussion. Australia as well. But there are 5,000 foreign troops and foreign children there in those prison camps. But 4,000 of them are not European or Australian or Canadian. They are from North Africa, from South Asia. They're more Russians. They're Uyghurs, Indonesians. They're from a variety of places all over the world. Let's take the example of the Bangladeshis. The foreign minister of Bangladesh said in the case of Shamima Begum, who was 15, if she comes to Bangladesh, we'll hang her because she's a terrorist. So is our position that Bangladesh should take back the mothers and the children, of which there's a significant number, so that the mothers can be hanged? Or is it our position that possibly the best solution is, the second choice there is we leave the Bangladeshi mothers and children in the camps so they grow up there? Remember, they're not going to be able to leave those camps when they grow up and integrate into Kurdish society. That's not going to happen. It may not even be Kurdish society. The government may come back. Or is the third choice not a great choice, but would it be better for those children to return to Bangladesh? They come from extended families where at least they would have the opportunities of free people in a developing country. Not great, but almost certainly better than the camps. We need to be realistic about the choices we have. Of course, we can advocate for the ideal, but at some point we need to make choices.
Thomas, Renat, what is the realistic choice here as you see it, if we don't want to see the next generation growing up to be terrorists?
Well, I think in your question and in the way the panel was framed, we were talking about the children but also about the adults. And I think the one thing that is the most obvious, and I think everyone here agrees, and I think that was the framing of the conference more generally, and that's also the title of the organization that is hosting us, you want to repatriate the children as quickly as possible. Because these children are very young, they don't present any risk at the moment. Their resocialization may present some challenges. Some of these children might be affected by multiple traumas, by early stress, early toxic stress, which is a form of post-traumatic stress disorder with children, which may have an impact in their teenagehood, notably. So that means long-term follow-up, caring approach with these children. So different European countries have to commit to not only repatriate, but also to to care, to help these children and their families and their social environment over the long term. Doing that basically is already the best promise that you're not building the next generation of terrorists among these children. In contrast, of course, if you leave them there in Syria, growing without existence. Most of these children do not exist. They don't have papers, they don't have nationality. So if you don't exist, how can you have a future? And if you don't have a future, how can you be, a citizen of the world? So that is basically, I think for me, not even a discussion. And I'm always struck that, we have to have this conversation because it's so self-evident. Of course, it is about the broader complexity behind it, as I explained, as several others have explained as well today, and in many other contexts. It's also about the situation of adults and of the women and of the mothers more specifically. And on that particular point, I really want to emphasize, because there is this popular conception, once a terrorist, always a terrorist, right? People tend to think, even among security services, that terrorists will always be terrorists, right? But in reality, it is not how it goes. First of all, and I strongly commend one of the studies by Maya here on the panel. First of all, you must distinguish the fact, and you must always keep in mind that a lot of people went to Syria, of course, to join a terrorist organizations, but they didn't have in mind to plot an attack in their homeland. And actually, they traveled to live under the caliphate. And if they come back, they don't necessarily have the aspiration to plot an attack here. Rather, they may have the aspiration to travel back to another country or conflict zone later in the future. But that does not necessarily make them a threat here. I think that's one first thing to bear in mind. The other thing is, most of these women, when they come back, they will be prosecuted, they will go to prison. And we know by experience already from this wave of foreign fighters, returning foreign fighters, we know that the first ones that have already come back, spent time in prison and come out of prison, have shown clear signs of disengagement, disillusion. Most of them do no longer present a threat to a society. And we can even look beyond that, and there's been a number of studies that have been done looking at the risks of recidivism among terrorist convicts. And what you note in different contexts, in different historical contrasts, in different countries with different penal code, with different penitentiary systems, etc., you notice that the vast majority of terrorist convicts, when they come out of prison, do not reoffend into terrorism. Most of them, and when I say most of them, it's like 90 to 95%. So you have this small group of individuals who have come back, who may come back from Syria and Iraq, who will continue to present a risk, and they will need to be monitored. And that is why you need to have good risk assessment tools. That is why we need to have good security services as well, very careful. But that will go about a small minority of that group. And I think it's important to bear that in mind because, again, the popular perception is that the vast majority of these individuals present a very high threat to our society, which is not the case.
May I add a very quick point to this? Within the camps, certainly within Roj camp, there is a division between the women who have renounced the Islamic State. There are a group of them that do not wear any Islamic clothing. They didn't fast during Ramadan, and the enforcers, the more radical women. So regardless of what happens, and clearly those would be much safer to, they'd be completely safe to return. They could even be advocates. And some of the women who have returned have had very normal lives. But it's also, I think, might be important working with the Kurds to separate out and have much greater set of benefits for the women who are not radical than for the women who still are. As in any prison system, you know, you work your way up, and when you have good behavior, you get greater privileges. And so something like that also ought to occur there, because there are many women who have rejected the Islamic State.
Absolutely, and sorry, I absolutely agree with that, to the extent that we have not been very good at protecting the women who had defected from ISIS from falling again under the influence of the most extremist women. And we want to address that issue, and we want also to address that issue if they come back, that within our prisons here in Europe, we don't want to mix again the most radicalizing or preaching elements with those who are in a process of disengagement or disillusion. So that's a very important point that we need to take into account. However, just wanted to perhaps emphasize that we need to be careful also with the attitude that they are having and the discourse they are withholding, because when I think when they are in those camps, you may have different reasons for holding certain discourses, and not always the way it is, you know, put forward in the press, saying like they're faking the fact that they have westernized so that they can be brought back, but also some women the other way around may fake, perhaps they continue withholding jihadi ideology simply to protect themselves and their children from the influence of these extremist women. So we need to be careful, and that is why we need to do very sophisticated risk assessments, but also a slightly open-minded perspective on who should come back and who should not, because if we just say, well, that woman cannot come back just because she continues withholding the discourse of the caliphate, that is actually misled from my point of view, because if we repatriate that person, perhaps she will still change her discourse in the longer term.
Okay,
Can I add? I also think it's, I don't agree with that. We should be repatriating those that we believe would never pose a security threat. I think the advice is exactly that those that we worry could pose a security threat are exactly the ones we need to repatriate. Those are exactly the ones we need to bring within our realm of control, our realm of surveillance, and not leave at random in a place where they could re-enter IS and from there pose a much larger threat than from having returned back, having been in jail, having been into under all these kind of different programs that will be a part of the process that will meet them upon coming home. So I think that I don't really agree with pointing out who's less dangerous and then on those grounds bringing them back. And I think also there is anyway reason to sort of not try to put ourselves, I think that was a problem with the discourse around the kids, to not put ourselves too much in the position of trying to assess, are these children radicalized, are they going to be radicalized, but simply...
It seems like a sensible thing to do.
But simply looking at, are these people, women or children, in a position by which they will be broken out of jail by us, whether they want it or not, no matter what their attitude is towards Denmark or the West or infidels or whatever, be a part of an organization that holds the intention of training them towards attacks in the West. And then it doesn't matter what's in their heads, it doesn't matter what their attitude is, whether they would be considered radicalized by people who were to assess those according to certain parameters. There would be no voluntary choice in that. That would be the situation and the reality they would be finding themselves in, regardless of their ideology. And that's undesirable from a security perspective.
Okay, I think we should open up for questions and comments now. Anyone who wants to go first? I know I've been holding a woman. Okay, let's start there.
Thank you so much. It's very interesting to listen to you. My name is Beatrice Eriksson, and I'm co-founder of Repatriate the Children Sweden. So I just wanted to say something regarding what you said, Peter, how important it is for this whole work not to be so ethnocentric, focusing only on our own citizens. Still, there's more than 2,000 Yazidi people that has not yet been found. So we need to have a perspective, a holistic perspective. However, when it comes to this issue, I think one way of contributing to finding solutions and contributing to peace and security after atrocities is to take responsibility for our own citizens. As we visited northeast Syria just a couple of weeks ago with RTC Sweden, we met with decision makers, with lawyers, local journalists, activists, Muslim leaders, and people, locals living there. And what we heard is that there's not one family in northeast Syria that has not been affected by the atrocities made by ISIS. They say that each month we have to pay taxes. We cannot almost feed our own children, and we have to feed our perpetrators. Why are you letting us live like this? We didn't fight ISIS on behalf of only ourselves, but for the entire world. It's a huge burden for us, and you need to take responsibility. So I just wanted to comment that advocating for our governments to repatriate their own citizens, it's not the only thing we can do, but it's the minimum. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments to that or thoughts?
Well, I mean, it is important to bear in mind that in the scale, as I said in my earlier remarks, in the scale of human suffering, the people outside the camps are not, a lot of them are living even more poorly than the people inside the prisons. And they've suffered hugely. You know, the Kurds have reasons to want to hold on to some of these prisoners, partly because, you know, they send home the Nordic prisoners, and then the Nordic countries aren't going to be engaged anymore. That's just the reality. And they'll end up with the Bangladeshis and the Somalis, and it's, you know, in Roj camp, it's the Somalis who are running the radical networks there and doing a lot of the smuggling of people out of there and connected to IS. So, you know, do they want to end up having to deal with, you know, with Bangladesh, Somalia? Well, they won't deal with them at all. And of course, there is a question of what happens. Well, when the Somalis go home, if they ever go home, if Somalia is willing to take them, and you know, it's not exactly a well-organized country.
More questions, comments? There was a woman early on who approached me, I don't know if she's still here, who had a remark to Kasper Fisker's presentation, just reminding us that when we are talking about the social work that we'll be doing, bringing home the children and the mothers, that civic society is extremely important also, that we have these networks in place. We shouldn't forget them when we talk about kommunen and security services, policing. That's also a huge part of it. I think that is a valid point also.
My PhD tracks some of the first people that left from Denmark and their journeys and their returns, because that was the common thing at first, was that people left and then they returned, and sometimes they did that. The people I follow do that 2 or 3 times and then return home. And it's very, very clear that what mattered for them when they did come home was that they were able to find meaning somehow in their life world again. Because when you go and you convince yourself that this is a good idea, that becomes your entire meaning. And I haven't studied women and I haven't studied children. I've only studied, because my subject is violence, I've only studied the more violent agent, the men. But I could imagine then when you come home as a mom and you've put your children in this situation as well, it's going to be absolutely catastrophic to your integrity in yourself to actually acknowledge the hell that you've put your children through. And I think the whole process around that has to be incredibly sensitive, because if what I found, at least from the men, was if they returned home and was met only by being robbed of that meaning they had convinced themselves of, if they got that sense that was about to be taken fully away from them, they would grasp onto that and hold that very, very tightly because they had nothing else to put in place of that. And if you have no meaning in your life, then you collapse as a person, and that's not a desirable situation for resocialization, for rehabilitation. So if you want a successful rehabilitation, I think, involving civil society, involving family members, schools, etc., with offering this framework of meaning that can stand in the stead of this constructed meaning that the whole journey to Syria might hold, is incredibly central to the resocialization process that the women will have to go through, the healing process for the children. And that will take some generosity on society's part, right? And what we see in the public debate right now is that generosity is not really there, but there's also a little shift, right? There's a little bit of a shift. And I think that we can probably get there in time, or maybe we just kind of forget about them, and then they just sort of just are let to just do it on their own. I think that's super crucial, that if we only try to make their starting point for resocialization that they must get on their knees, they must apologize for what they did, they must acknowledge every flaw in their thinking when they left, then that's the end point of a process, those kind of reasonings. That's not the starting point, because that's just a complete collapse. And it's a dangerous point to be in, because if you have that complete collapse, then you'll get entrenchment in your meanings, the meanings that you attach to it. And that's not desirable in terms of what we connect with the term radicalization.
Jana?
Yes, and I mean, I very much agree, and that's exactly what civil society is able to do. Yeah. But I do think that we should see this in different steps, because when returning or repatriating those children and families, we also hear from our colleagues in Europe that they need peace and quietness. They don't need well-meaning organizations like us saying, well, do you want to integrate in our program here or this over there? What we can do, though, is that with our experiences with working with children in exactly under those conditions, we can give input and even educate some of the very good professionals that we have in Denmark. We've got world champion school teachers and a very good system as well. And we would very much like to support it. We also, from Save the Children, have tried to say that we would love to contribute. Other organizations present here have done the same. That's very good. But I think we should try to see, in the very beginning, we should let the system work and give them the quietness that they really need, and then assist the professionals. And then afterwards, I totally agree, then the civil society plays a major role in really integrating them into the local communities and helping them find meanings in their lives.
But just to come to the point, I mean, all the women who are coming back to Denmark are going to jail.
Yeah.
So is that quiet? I don't know. Maybe Danish jails, Scandinavian jails have a very high standard, but they're hardly going to be left alone. And unlike what has happened in the camps, where only the Yazidi girls had their children taken away, when the Danish women come back, their children will be taken away because the children won't go to jail. I wanted to comment on the point you made about the men and finding meaning. I brought out a few women or their children, and I must say the women that I've talked to there are very practical. I think maybe they're unlike the men. They really just say this was the greatest mistake I ever made, and the German woman, you know, she sends me pictures of the kids by the Christmas tree and Easter egg hunting and all of that stuff. So. Everything about it is negative. She's very grateful to be out and to be able to resume her life. There's no doubt in my mind that if the Canadian mother gets out, she is going to resume her life, that she feels that she made a huge mistake. And I think that's true at least for a significant number. So unlike the men, I guess they don't have to find some meaning in this great mistake. Maybe it's because they have their kids. I want to come back to the point that Clive Stafford Smith raised, which is trials. And this kind of goes to your point. As we focus on reconciliation, we cannot forget the victims, because victims need to heal. And one of the ways that victims heal is through justice. And justice, I went through the Croatia and Bosnia's wars. I testified in 4 different cases, including Milosevic's in the War Crimes Tribunal. It's a huge part of reconciliation, to have an accounting, to have justice. And that the people who suffered, there needs to be some method for them to feel, to confront the people who were the perpetrators, to see that justice is done, to feel that justice is done. And again, a repatriation process that kind of is all focused on the perpetrators. And again, every foreign woman who went there committed a crime. They entered Syria to join a terrorist organization. Most may not have done more than that, but they did that. So that needs to be part of it. Clive talked about, he urged the Kurds to go to local trials. And I must say, which they're thinking about, and I've also felt they didn't have the resources, but I think this is evolving. And one of the ideas that's out there would be to have the international jurists come to conduct trials, not necessarily of the perpetrators, but of the Islamic State itself. A bit like there was a commission that preceded the War Crimes Tribunal in the former Yugoslavia, the Bassioni Commission, a commission of inquiry that can have a complete accountability of the crimes that took place. And then, because it's a civil system, after all, proving any criminal case is 2 parts. You have to prove that a crime took place, and you have to prove that the individual participated in the crime. So if you can get a kind of international tribunal to prove the crime, it may be rather simple to get participants fitted into their role in the crime, and that could be some element of justice. And the point Clive made, which I think is important, is that once people have been judged in a process that has some respectability, and they've served the sentences that might be delivered locally, it might be easier to argue for their return. Anyhow, I thought it was an interesting argument.
Do you have any thoughts on the reconciliation process here?
Well, I mean, I wanted to intervene on the issue of civil society already, and come back to that perhaps. Okay. Because I think there's one key challenge when managing children when they return here, and it is the fact that, of course, from one country to another it may vary, but in most countries they will go back to their extended family. And the problem is that a lot of these families are in a difficult relationship with the authorities. A lot of these families distrust the authorities, they feel criminalized, and the fact is that when you want to take care of these children, the authorities need to some extent the cooperation of the family for the process to go as smoothly and as positively as possible. And I think civil society there can play a role in helping sort of reconnecting these families with the authorities, so rebuilding this trust in the good intentions of the state, if that is possible, to put some of the things of the past behind and move on. And I've seen some civil society organizations do that in different countries. It is not evident, again, because many of these families start from a very, very, very difficult position with regard to the authorities, but it is possible. And the other role, among many others, that civil society can play sometimes, and this might sound strange, but this is my experience, is that some civil society organizations can also be, how to put it, the lubricant in facilitating cooperation between different elements of the state authorities, because you have so many different services that will gravitate around these children and their families: judiciary services, security services, police, intelligence, prevention, local municipality services, NGOs, psychologists, educational actors, etc., etc. You have so many of these actors. And in some countries, you have good cooperation between these different actors, and perhaps Denmark, we were told, is a particularly good example, but in many other countries, it is far from self-evident. These actors do not talk to one another. They have a lot of suspicion with regard to one another. And I have found, and this is the experience that we have developed, at least in Belgium, which is the country that I come from, that civil society could be instrumental in bringing everyone around the table and facilitating and clarifying who is responsible for what the expectations of everyone is, and even having this conversation in presence of the families so that it becomes clearer for them as well who is responsible for what, and why is it that these different actors all have this huge interest in them and in their children. And I think being as transparent as one can be in this regard is also something that is extremely important, and where civil society can play a role as well.
We have a question coming in from Skype. It's Letta Taylor, who's with us again, the Associate Director from Human Rights Watch. Please, Letta, let's hear it.
We can't hear her.
I'm sorry. We don't have audio right now. Is it something we can fix, or should we?
Unmute yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Okay, we'll have to return on that if possible. Now,
I think there's another question.
Yes, another question. Yeah.
Let's see if I can.
Do we have a microphone?
Yeah, it's coming.
Thank you. My name is Line Friberg, and I work with Save the Children Denmark as a policy advisor. I just have a question for you, Peter, and I really sort of appreciate your experience and insight and background, and I can also appreciate where the argument comes from in terms of, you know, separation of mothers and children, because let's be realistic. But sort of an obvious question, I think, for me is, does that not really play into the hands of those politicians for whom, you know, the whole issue would be much more palatable? That's one thing. And then the Danish task force report, which we got recently, based on an assessment of some of the children and mothers, concluded that a separation is going to further the trauma. It is going to worsen their prognosis. So in that light, what's the long-term scenario here?
You know, the problem here is that it's not like they're good choices. The question, when children, I mean, what are the circumstances in which you remove children from their parents? You remove them if the parents are dangerous to the health of the children, if the parents take the children to a dangerous place. You know, if the parents are putting the children in a situation where they're in great danger. Even if it's abusive. You know, if you remove a child from an abusive family, it is actually very traumatic to the child. Because even in abusive families, there are attachments. In fact, those attachments could be even stronger. You nonetheless have done it. And these women, particularly, I mean, first, every woman who brought a child to Syria put her child into danger. I would say that if we could have stopped that, we absolutely should have removed the child from that mother's custody to prevent the child from going into a war zone. Every mother who's raising their child to be a radical is an unfit mother. They're raising them to be a suicide bomber, a jihadi. You know, that's not, even if it's traumatic to take the child away from the mother, it is in the best interest of the child not to grow up to be a suicide bomber, murderer, or whatever. But here, more broadly, it's the relative trauma. And the relative trauma of a separation, a forced separation even, is, in my judgment, less than the trauma of what Letta Taylor described rightly as being a forever prisoner. And once you're out, there's the possibility of getting over it. Now, to go to your first point, are we letting politicians off the hook? Yeah, possibly in some cases. There's no doubt about it. But there are some countries that are never going to take their citizens back. France is one of them, the adult citizens. And the whole range of other countries, remember, 1,000 Europeans, 4,000 from other countries. So many of those countries aren't going to take their people back. They've had 2 years, they aren't.
Thank you for your answer. I'm being told that we'll be trying again later. We think we might hear you now.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Excellent.
That's great. There's a bad echo on my end, but hope you can bear with me. I think that the woman who was just speaking now made the comments that I was about to make, but just to push back respectfully, Peter, I really don't think that that it's appropriate to call Human Rights Watch's position that that mothers should be brought home with children unless the idea that they're a danger is determined by independent experts on a case-by-case basis. I just don't think that's having your cake and eating it too. I do appreciate that there's realpolitik here, and it is our role to talk about standards, and it is your role, and I respect this, to come up with solutions. But I think we can both work on both of these issues, and I fear that your attitude, with due respect, Peter, is one that simply capitulates to countries such as France that say, no, we're not going to do this. And this is not talking about something that it would be great if France did. This is talking about France upholding its international legal obligations toward children, in this case, children who are victims of ISIS. And so I think that we really have to be very careful here about not capitulating, not allowing a second tier of rights, an a la carte approach, as the special rapporteur said. It is the work of independent experts to determine whether mothers are a danger on a case-by-case basis. And I don't think it's very dangerous to assume that all these mothers are raising their children to be suicide bombers, or that even a majority are. So I just, I think we've got to keep pushing on this. And I think we need to start really calling out countries who are not taking steps to show that they are actually complicit at the point that they throw up obstacles when they can take practical measures to repatriate mothers along with children. I do think that they are potentially complicit here in collective punishment, and so we shouldn't take this lightly. The other point, though, is certainly we do not want anyone repatriated involuntarily to countries where there's a risk of torture and other ill treatment. And we do recognize that the majority of countries, not a majority, but that in many cases, there are citizens of Egypt and other countries that have a clear record of torture, where the detainees don't want to go back, and we agree with them. So there is also this second stage of finding a long-term solution, third country resettlement, potentially, for all of these other detainees. And that's going to be a horrific next step. But in the meantime, countries that have the capacity, the democratic system, the robust judicial structure to take these people back, I just think we've got to keep pushing on that. And I think we've got to draw a line because I do think that there are cracks in the wall, and it will happen. I don't think I do think we can push countries. Certainly, we're going to keep trying.
Thank
but
you
on
for-
trials or alternatives, great. Let's look for solutions. I'm so sorry to commandeer. I'll stop.
No, but she's raising some very important points, which actually go to the core of a discussion. So I think this is an absolutely central issue, and let me. So she and I are in agreement on the point that maybe it's not great to send people back to Egypt or to Bangladesh. And again, this is where most of the foreign women and children are from, where they will be tortured or hanged. She talks about third country resettlement. What country is going to accept somebody who's not its citizen who had been part of the Islamic State? And how do you decide that you're going to accept that person as opposed to a migrant from El Salvador who's just trying to have a better life? No, I mean, we have to accept that the choice is going to be going to Egypt or staying in prison in Syria indefinitely.
Okay,
and therefore, the children, this is my comment about you can't have everything that you might want. But I have to say, Human Rights Watch, and I addressed this in my comments, its position and of the humanitarian community is exactly why the Kurds will not separate the children from their mothers, because they don't want to be criticized. So you've won the argument, but the question is what's going to happen to the children who never get to go back?
Peter, I think you made your point, and we're long overdue now. That's due to my lack of experience in running a panel like this.
You've done a great job.
I've tried at least. Now we'll be making a short break and swifting around new people in our panel. But before we do that, thank you very much for taking questions, taking comments. Thank you for being here today. I think we should give a big hand to Peter Galbraith, Maya Greenwood, Janne Tunnell, and Thomas Renard. Thank you. Vi har en lille ændring i programmet. Tarek Hussein er desværre blevet forhindret. Til gengæld har vi Knud Folchak, advokat og formand i ATC, og Eva Schmidt, juraprofessor, professor emeritus, kom jeg til at sige. Så blev jeg rettet en lille smule til professor emerita. Ja. Så det tager jeg med. Vi har tænkt, at det vil være godt varmt. Vi er langt henne på dagen, så vi prøver lige at holde den her diskussion på en halv time, så vi måske kan være færdige lidt før, så folk har chancen for at trække vejret. Knud, jeg kunne egentlig godt tænke mig at starte med dig, fordi på nogle områder så tænker jeg jo, at hele den her situation med børnene, mødrene, med fremmedkrigere, det er jo i og for sig et mareridt for en advokat.
Nej, mareridt er det. Altså juridisk er det jo...
Det er det, jeg mener.
Ja, altså juridisk er det vel en af de mest udfordrende og spændende opgaver, man overhovedet kan kaste sig ud i. Altså jeg plejer nogle gange at sige, at det her er jo en katastrofe humanitært, det er en katastrofe for børnenes vedkommende, det er en katastrofe for kvinderne osv. osv. Men jeg synes også, at de her sager er et problem i forhold til demokratiet. Jeg tror endda, jeg vil sige, at det er en katastrofe for demokratiet. Altså når vi hører de her sager om fratagelse af statsborgerskabet, så vi har 3 sager på kontoret, og vi oplever jo, at regeringen har jo gjort fuldstændig systematisk tilrettelagt enkeltsagslovgivning, hvor man fuldstændig systematisk gør det håbløst at føre en sag. Og lige i øjeblikket, vi har retsmøder næsten hver uge, så har vi jo spørgsmålet, kan man overhovedet føre de her sager? Og i og med, at regeringen jo har gjort det til, at vi skal føre sagerne på meget, meget vanskelige vilkår, med klienter, der er i en fangelejr, kan man overhovedet føre en sag med en klient i en fangelejr, samtidig med, at man skal føre det på baggrund af nogle beviser, som er fortrolige, så de fleste papirer er blanke eller overstreget med sort. Det er vanskelige vilkår i forhold til at føre en sag. Og kammeradvokaten, som jo er modparten, har jo lige sagt, jamen det er jo jeres problem, for det er jo en civil sag. Så vi er lige ved at komme derhen, hvor vi sådan set afskaffer måske en af demokratiets allervigtigste ting, nemlig at alt afgørende, vigtige afgørelser som statsborgerskab, konsulær bistand, ikke kan prøves ved en domstol. Og det er jo på den lange bane rigtig, rigtig uhyggeligt. Og det er jo sådan set, hvis vi først begynder at slække på de ting, så har vi virkelig en udfordring. Mm. Og så hvis jeg lige må sige til den foregående debat, må sige, altså det jeg synes, der er så afgørende, det er jo, at vi kan sagtens snakke om Egypten, og vi kan sagtens snakke om andre lande, men det vigtige er vel, at os, der har meget veludviklede demokratier, holder overliggeren højt. For hvis vi sænker overliggeren, og hvis vi går på kompromis med de her ting, så vil jeg være helt sikker på, at så er der andre lande, som sænker overliggeren yderligere. Så det er helt afgørende for advokatstanden og den juridiske verden, at vi ser det her som hamrende alvorligt.
Holder vi overliggeren højt, Eva Schmidt?
Hvad siger du?
Holder vi overliggeren højt?
Det vil jeg nok sige, det gør vi jo nok ikke. Og jeg er helt enig med Knud i det der med den administrative fratagelse. Det er jo lige på hjørnet af grundloven. Altså, det er dommernes opgave. Det er ikke administration.
Hvorfor er det er så problematisk?
Hvad siger du?
Hvorfor er det er så problematisk?
For det er problematisk, fordi det er, altså det kan vi jo også se, når politikerne taler om at få statsborgerskab, så er det jo en kæmpe ting. Det er en gave uden lige. Men når så man vil fjerne det, så er det åbenbart ikke så stort længere. For så kan man åbenbart, bare fordi en minister kigger i nogle papirer og siger, han ser lidt kedelig ud, ham der, så kan man med et pindestrøg fjerne hans statsborgerskab. Og det er jo, statsborgerskabet er jo vældig vigtigt for os. I et demokrati er statsborgerskabet det vigtigste af alt. Det er det, der giver os de rettigheder, vi nu engang har i et demokrati. Og en statsløs person har ingen rettigheder. Han kan ikke rejse nogen steder hen. Mange steder kan han heller ikke få social hjælp og sådan noget. Han er bare fuldstændig rettighedsløst. Så det at fratage statsborgerskabet fra et menneske, det er en kæmpe, kæmpe ting. Og derfor synes jeg, at den umiddelbart hører under domstolene. Så vil jeg lige sige til den diskussion, der var før, at det er klart, at det nytter ikke noget, at vi ikke har forberedt os, når disse mødre og børnene kommer hjem. Det kan ikke nytte noget, at de kommer, og så i flyvemaskinen, så kommer politiet og arresterer mødrene og tager dem væk, og så står børnene der. Hele det her, det har vi gjort for at børnene ikke skulle blive adskilt fra deres mødre. Fordi vi ved, at børnene har ar på sjælen, har haft et hårdt liv, har oplevet krig, har oplevet lejrene, har haft en eneste tryghedsperson, og det er moren. Så vi kan ikke starte med at fjerne hende. Vi må simpelthen prøve at finde ud af, hvis de skal varetægtsfængsles, hvordan finder vi så nogle andre måder at varetægtsfængsle dem på, end at sætte dem i fængsel. Og der er andre måder. Retsplejeloven giver mulighed for, at man kan varetægtsfængsles på andre måder. Der er folk, der er blevet varetægtsfængslet i en præstegård. Der er folk, der er blevet varetægtsfængslet i et hjem. Et eller andet sted, hvor mor og barn kan være sammen. Og jeg er helt sikker på, at mor vil ikke bryde de regler, der så vil blive sat for hendes varetægtsfængsling, fordi hun vil være klar over, at så bliver hun adskilt fra sit barn.
Er det også en løsning, du ser for dig, Knud Folcher?
Jeg synes måske, man skal gå endnu videre og sige, at nu er vi jo allerede ude i det, at mænd skal betale flyvemaskinen, og det koster 1 million, og man kan have det synspunkt, at nogen har det synspunkt, at børnene skal være med til at dække regningen og sådan nogle ting. Det her er jo allerede blevet overpolitiseret i en uhyggelig grad. Men det kloge kunne måske være, at man inden man tog afsted, man kommer formentlig til at flyve et sted fra Kamisli i Syrien, eller hvor det nu bliver, eller i Erbil, eller hvor det bliver, at man måske fik lavet en forudgående aftale, hvor man netop fik aftalt, hvordan kan vi gøre det her på en god måde. Så vi måske også lander ikke i Kastrup med 20 politibiler og blå blink og 200 journalister.
En enkelt journalist eller to, ja.
Nej, men så man måske fik nogle forhør, nogle aftaler på plads, og man fik måske aftalt en udredningsperiode, hvor man det kunne være en form for surrogatvaretægtsfængsling og sådan noget. Så man tager det hele med og får det på plads, og får det også fundet ud af, hvor skal de her børn og mødre være i forhold til familierne. Det er jo helt afgørende, at vi ikke lige pludselig siger, at de skal være i Nordsjælland, hvis familierne bor i Sønderjylland. Familierne, det har vi også hørt i dag, er jo helt afgørende. Der er jo nogle af de her børn, de fleste af de her børn, er jo blevet fulgt i børnehave og i skole, at de mødre, de brødre, de familiemedlemmer, som sidder og venter på dem. Og de bliver jo helt afgørende i det her. Og der er jeg rigtig, rigtig bange, fordi jeg kan jo høre nu, at selvom vi kan gå ud fra ATC's side og sige, at vi kan godt skaffe flyvebilletter og betale, hvad det koster, det er der folk, der har støttet os med, så er jeg jo rigtig bange for, at politikerne står jo i kø for at fortælle, at nu skal skatteborgerne igen bøde på, for betale den her regning. Ikke? Så det er jo allerede blevet politiseret, og det er meget spændende at se, om domstolen kan stå for det kæmpe pres, der jo er på de her kvinder og børn, og især på kvinderne i forhold til en domsfældelse. Det er jo, hævntørsten er jo enorm.
Og ud af gennemgang for Jørgen Vestergaard kunne man jo også høre, at det er heller ikke paragraferne, der mangler i hvert fald for arsenalet for eventuelt at dømme nogen. Hvordan har det egentlig været for dig bare at få adgang til dine klienter, Knud? Det er jo også specielt, tænker jeg.
Vi har jo, RTC har jo haft en meget, meget stor kontakt til familierne i Danmark.
Ja.
Det har været meget afgørende, fordi de har jo været bindeledet i forhold til at fortælle historien og give os de kontakter, de oplysninger. Og så har det jo været meget, meget rørende og meget, meget alvorligt at se, hvordan vilkårene var i lejrene. Og det, jeg måske har været mest forbavset over, eller mest betænkelig ved, det er, hvad er sandheden? De her klienter, eller de her kvinder, vi taler med, er de under pres? Er de bange? Er de bange for deres medfanger? Bliver de filmet? Bliver de overvåget? De har siddet i en fangelejr i årevis, i et fængsel i årevis. De har haft bomberegn som partner i godnathistorierne i årevis. Er de paranoide? Hvad er det for en historie, du får? Og der er det jo grotesk også i det her lovgivningsarbejde at sige, at man kan bare lige tage dem med i en retssal, og så kan de lige lave noget link i forhold til noget teknik der. Det er jo fuldstændig hamrende usikkert og uforsvarligt, og i strid med alle grundlæggende principper om, at du selvfølgelig skal kunne deltage i din retssag, og du skal selvfølgelig kunne kontraafhøre vidner, du skal kunne følge med i, hvad der foregår osv. osv. Vi er langt, langt væk fra retssikkerhed. Så hvis det her gennemføres, så har vi rent faktisk afskaffet, så er grundlovens paragraf 3 blevet til grundlovens paragraf 2,5.
Hvordan ser I på muligheden for at gøre noget lokalt? Tanken om et tribunal?
Jamen, Det skal jo formentlig foregå lokalt. Det gør det jo. Altså en straffesag foregår jo altid lokalt, om det så må sige.
Nu tænker jeg på i nærområdet, i lejrene i Kurdistan i virkeligheden.
Du tænker på lejrene i?
Ja, altså gennemføre retssager der.
Når gennemføre retssager, det anser jeg for fuldstændig usandsynligt. Det kan jeg slet ikke se.
Nej.
Altså jeg kan slet ikke se bare et omrids af, at sådan noget skal komme. Det vil jo vare overvis og overvis, før sådan noget bliver etableret. Og dertil kommer jo, at nu har vi jo set andre sager. Altså vi har jo set omkring krigen i det tidligere Jugoslavien, hvor svært det har været at bringe selv de højeste og få etableret deres skyld. Så hvis vi nu skal i gang med 10.000 mennesker, som har haft nogle mindre job på jorden, det kan jo slet ikke lade sig gøre. Det er jo en fuldstændig umulig øvelse. Og hvem er interesseret i den? Hvad er det for nogle lande, der siger, sådan noget skal vi lave? Danmark har ikke taget initiativ til, at der skulle lave sådan noget. Så ja, den der internationale domstol, den tror jeg simpelthen ikke på.
Jeg kunne godt tænke mig, er der flere spørgsmål fra salen? Kommentarer? Ja, vi har et her. Hvis du lige er sød og fortælle, hvem du er først. Så.
Ja. Johannes Petersen, jeg er med i det, der hedder oldeforældre for asyl. Jeg har et spørgsmål til jer. Kan man juridisk argumentere for at få strafnedsættelse til de mødre under henvisning til, at de rent faktisk har siddet fængslet i 2-3 år? Det er det ene spørgsmål. Det andet er, jeg vil meget gerne høre lidt mere om den refleksionsperiode, som RTC har foreslået, der skal indføres. Kunne du komme lidt mere ind på det, Knud? Jeg vil meget gerne høre, hvad Eva Schmidt mener om den tanke. Tak.
Du starter.
Ja, altså spørgsmålet om det her med fængsling, det er jo et utroligt interessant spørgsmål. Vi har 2 sager, som kører ved domstolen i øjeblikket. Og der er jo en sag om en 4-årig pige og hendes bror og mor, som jo efter vores opfattelse fik løfte om at komme hjem for 2 år siden. Og der er jo en interessant problemstilling. Hvis vi vinder den sag, hvor vi jo har fået fri proces, så man er enig i, at det er en relevant sag. Hvis vi vinder den sag, så har hun jo med sine 2 børn siddet 2 år uberettiget i et fængsel. Og så vil det være relevant at diskutere. Men om man kan få rabat i en strafudmåling, fordi man har siddet i et fængsel i en fangelejr, det vil man nok fra modpartens side, fra anklagemyndighedens side, vil man nok sige, jamen det er din egen skyld, det er jo konsekvensen af, at du drog i krig, eller du drog ned til Syrien. Så det er også et uafklaret spørgsmål, men i den ene sag er det relevant at spørge. Jeg er ikke super optimistisk, men det kan være, at du har en mening om det.
Nej, altså min opfattelse er, at det kan du ikke. Det kan du ikke komme nogen vej med.
Jeg tror heller ikke meget på det, men den her kvinde, der...
den kvinde, ja.
Så hvis hun har uberettiget, hvis hun har fået et løfte, så har hun siddet 2 år uberettiget. Og så kommer vi ind i nogle meget interessante erstatningsspørgsmål og sådan nogle ting. Det er vel også derfor, regeringen har sagt, at det er sikkerhedsmæssige grunde, at man nu tager børnene og kvinderne hjem. Man har jo ikke givet os medhold i, at der var givet et løfte, så de her sager kommer til at køre videre. Med hensyn til den her udredningsperiode, altså for os er det vigtigt i RTC, at vi kan kombinere de her læge- og psykolograpporter og alle fornuftige holdninger om, at man skal ikke adskille kvinderne og børnene med det her straffeaspekt, der skal rejses en tiltagelse, der skal føres en retssag. Og kombinere det kan vel kun forsvarligt gøres ved, at man får en form for surrogatfængsling, og at man får det i nærheden af de pårørende i Danmark, som er så vigtige, og at man på den måde i en aftale, i stedet for en konfrontation, får aftalt det sådan, så alle parter tilfreds går ind i en sådan aftale. Og der tror jeg, at et møde, jeg vil håbe, at man kan få et møde i stand, eventuelt i Kamisli, hvor man så på neutral jord, jeg ved ikke om USA kan hjælpe her, men måske kunne der være noget base eller nogle arealer i Syrien, hvor man kunne tage sådan en snak, uden at være bange for afhøringer eller hvad skal vi sige, trusler eller noget som helst. Men det er noget, vi skal arbejde med, og det skal selvfølgelig arbejdes med meget hurtigt, fordi vi må formode, at børnene og kvinderne kommer hurtigt hjem.
Det er jeg sådan set fuldstændig enig i, og jeg mener, der bør arrangere, som sagt, at der skal arrangeres en surrogatfængsling, hvor de er et eller andet sted, mor og børn sammen, og hvor man så får udredt de børn. Fordi de her psykologer og børnelæger jo sagt, i hvert fald den lille pige der, hun har brug for sin mor, hvis vi skal hjælpe hende. Så de er sammen, og samtidig er det selvfølgelig utrolig vigtigt at få familien koblet til, fordi familien vil have morens tillid, og dermed vil børnene også have tillid til dem. Børnene har måske allerede hørt om dem. Moren har fortalt om sine slægtninge hjemme i Danmark. Så det er kendte personer for børnene, som de forhåbentlig hurtigt vil kunne knytte sig til.
Hvad er næste træk nu?
Det er, altså vi har 2 hovedopgaver, ikke? Den ene er at gå i gang med det, som vi lige har talt om her, ikke? Altså sørge for, at det bliver optimalt i en meget, meget svær situation, hvor der er 2 modsatrettede alvorlige problemstillinger. Og så er den næste opgave, som skal løses senest i løbet af mandag og fremefter, det er at få de sidste 5 børn og de sidste 4 kvinder med hjem. Det er meget svært at forstå. Det kan kun være politik, at man ikke et eller andet sted får ryddet bordet og siger, nu får vi løst problemet en gang for alle. Det må være noget med, at man skal have nogle begrundelser for, at man gør det alligevel, fordi man skal finde ud af at få de sidste 3 mandater ved næste folketingsvalg. Det er jeg helt overbevist om. Men vi bliver ved i RTC, og vi kommer til at kæmpe for det. Og selvfølgelig skal de her 5 danske statsborgere, de her 5 børn, som er hamrende syge, og som på et tidspunkt inden så længe kommer i livsfare, selvfølgelig skal de hjem. Og selvfølgelig skal de også hjem med deres mødre. Fordi det er nok noget af det, jeg har fået mest ud af i dag, det er at få den her fuldstændig klare, massive, internationale klarhed over, at selvfølgelig har børnene ret til at få deres mødre med hjem.
Tak, Knud. Du har en yderligere kommentar?
Ja, altså det er jeg sådan set meget enig i. Men dertil kommer jo også, at jeg mener, at den danske stat har et ansvar for mødrene. De der mødre, i hvert fald de 2 af dem, de er opdraget i vores samfund. Deres børn har gået i folkeskole med vores børn, de har spillet fodbold med vores børn, de har været en del af det danske samfund, indtil de fik den idé at tage derned. Og derfor må de være vores ansvar. Vi kan ikke bare skubbe det over på andre, som ikke har haft nogen mulighed for at påvirke disse mødre, mens de voksede op. Jeg kan huske, da Lundin skulle hjem fra USA, og der skrev alle aviser, nej, hvorfor skal vi nu have ham hjem og opvokse det der voldelige samfund, og han er vist en bandit. Det viste han så også at være. Men der mente vi jo, at han var USA's problem, for det var der, han var vokset op, ikke? Nu synes vi pludselig, at de kvinder, der er vokset op her hos os, de må være alle andre landes problem. Og det holder jo ikke. Og jeg synes heller ikke, det er... Altså, vi har jo, når forbrydere er blevet dømt i Danmark, og vi udviser dem, og deres land så ikke vil tage dem tilbage, så himler vi jo op og siger, vi tager udviklingsbistanden fra det land, fordi det er dog for galt, de ikke vil tage deres statsborger tilbage. Og hvad gør vi selv? Vi siger, at vi vil ikke have mødrene hjem.
Tak, Eva Schmidt, og tak, Knud Folchak. Vi er faktisk ved at være igennem dagens program. Tak til alle oplægsholdere, tak til publikum, deltagere for gode spørgsmål. Jeg synes egentlig, det lige ville være rigtigst at få Natasha med herop, og måske lige nogle af de frivillige. Og så synes jeg, at vi skal give dem en kæmpe hånd for et sindssygt imponerende arbejde med at stable en konference på benene.
Tak for det.
Nej, kom nu op.
Ja, kom nu op med jer.
Det er jo meget fint. Hold da op. Hold da op.
Kom her.
Sådan.
Mega sejt.
Tak.
God idé.
Og tak til dig. Det har været fantastisk.
Ja, og tusind tak til dig, Morten. Ja. Du har gjort et fantastisk arbejde.
Ja. Det var godt valgt.
Tak for det. Kom godt hjem alle sammen, og tak for, at I kom.
Og nu skal du lige sige tak til oplægsholderne.
Det har vi.
Det er det hele slukket. De fantastiske oplægsholdere, som har været her i dag, og alle jer, der har siddet her, det har været en lang dag. Jeg synes, I har holdt godt ud, og vi er rigtig, rigtig glade for, at der